Rangers Fall. Blackmoon Wars. Book 2.
Written by J.T. Williams. Copyright 2025. To the unspoken words, to the past which is dead, to the void that calls out in the silence of the dark night. You will not win, and I have not forgotten. Chapter 1. Fishing. Fadis and Every had recently begun doing something together that they had not done when Every was a child. Fishing, a not too uncommon pastime between father and son, but considering he had not grown up with his father, Every had only ever done it with the elves. While I would have argued with you, Every, over the proper way to catch a fish, I can say that this works quite well. Every's bow sank as another arrow struck just into the surface of the water and would draw up a great fish from the depths of the shoreline. They were just on the outskirts of Taria Castle and had taken the pathway from the kitchen down to the docks, where there were many large fish to be had. As Every pulled up yet another fish, Fadis looked at the arms of his own bow. They were worn, and though he had replaced the string, he could feel that the wood was just about done. You do know that you have a perfectly good elven bow packed away in your room, don't you? Every asked. I do. And I know what you're implying, and I'm telling you this bow can be fixed. I've actually been around a bow for a little while, you know. Fadis teased him. Yes, and I grew up with elven bows. We talked a lot of the craftsmanship of the race of men. You are of the race of men, Fadis told him. Every nodded. Yes. However, that is not the point of what I am saying. That bow may be sentimental to you, but sentimental doesn't work well if those arms shatter the moment you need them. And being the good son I am, I went ahead and brought your bow. Fadis had not thought anything of the large bag his son had brought. He'd assumed it was just simply more arrows, as their setup for bowfishing was quite extensive, being that his son had multiple different arrowheads and string. Well, Thadis asked. Every released another arrow and pulled up yet another fish. Oh, you want it? Well, just one moment. Every made a point, in an overdramatic fashion, to pull out the bow and hold it up above his head. Look, you have been chosen. My father will have a proper bow for once. I'll have you know, Fadis said, this bow as aged as it is worked well enough atop that cursed city of Misla. It released arrows just as it should have, and I had no issue with it. Yes, I know, no issue at all. However, it cracks now and therefore is a liability. I've got to watch out for you. You never know when you might be in a situation where that bow fails, and I can't have that. Fadis looked at the Eula bow Every held and shook his head. That bow is more than just the elven bow, you see. I connect it to other things, other happenings. Fadis thought back to when he had first left the service of the king and stole the prized Eula bow that started the absolute uncertainty of his life over the last few years. Back then, he just looked after himself. He had taken Ivry to live with the elves as he tried to build out a better life for himself and what he hoped would eventually be his son living with him. None of that had happened exactly as he'd expected, between being a member of the Stormborn's crew and then running back into his son years later and barely recognizing him. But he didn't blame Every for that. In truth, he was fortunate that the elves had raised him so well. Now, though the situation was not perfect by any means, he was getting time with his son. As he took the Eula bow in hand, he could feel the slight hum that came from elven bows, and particularly ones that were enchanted as this one was. But it was more than an enchanted bow to him. In a way, it was a sign of both failure and success. As his son knelt, fixing a line to one of his arrows before handing it to him, Fadis watched the edge of the water for the telltale sign of a fish's fin reaching the top. He took a breath, drew back, and released. The arrow popped on the water, and within a few moments he felt a very strong tug as a massive fish tried to gain way. He gripped the line as he pulled the fish up, to which Every clapped. Beginner's luck, Good, good. As Fadis pulled the fish up to the dock, he could hear someone approaching and turned to see a rather unexpected sight. It was Valilia. Immediately, Every went to her, and they kissed as Fadis now found himself alone with a stack of black fish, and his son completely distracted by the arrival of his future wife. I mean, I could leave and get the fish cooking. I'm sure Nana would love that. Lord Commander Fadis, Valilia said as she knelt, I see you've taken to the bow. Fadis shook the bow in his hand, holding the fish in his other. I told him you would take to the bow, even without him using a tarnishing spell. Every nervously smiled as he looked down to the bow that had apparently been tampered with. Just watching out for your old father, Fadis said. That, and I can't stand you to have such a poorly made bow. Don't worry, the bow will serve you well beyond your lifetime. Oh, because that's what I was concerned about, a bow that will outlast me. Now they gathered up the fish and headed back to the castle. As they passed through the kitchen, Nana saw the fish and pointed. I know you do not expect me to cook all of those myself, Every. I told you the next time you made fish that you were going to be helping me, and I meant it. Not one more day will I clean and cook fish without help from our little prince. Valilia giggled. Little prince? Fadis embraced Mirian. You do make the best fish pie, and I have never been one for fish pie. Mirian laughed. Yes, while I will teach that boy of yours how to properly clean fish and cook for himself, you already know that at some point he's going to have little elf children running around. Now, just one thing at a time, Nana, Every said. Yes, Nana said, you got to keep that bow up. Keep it up until you've... Okay, that is enough of that, Fadis said. A bit later, Fadis and Kurla joined Andok and Badur in the Avaria Tavern. You know, if I had known our time with Valrin would both come and go so quickly, I'd had enjoyed it a bit more in the moment, Fadis said, lying against the back of the tavern bench. Aye, Andok said, but it wasn't like you didn't nearly die. We're lucky the last few months have been so nice. I'm thinking I might be able to retire and just let the elves keep at it. Badur slurped his beer. Well, sure, I understand they've mapped out and taken control of multiple Iska shrines beneath southern Taria, but they still haven't found him. Elria Sonia is gone, fled east. I bet he went to the Shadowlands, Andok said, taking a bite of cheese. He is not gone. He is just lying low, Kurla said. The events involving the calamity that was Marog used the Blackmoon itself as an advantage, and Elria Sonia likely would have aligned with him if given the chance. But life goes on now. It's been 6 months, and the worst to come from the vampires has been a few random attacks. Dwarven and elven lines hold. The pure fact we could leave as we did, and that Rungar was able to make his way out of our territory, means we could soon have more allies from far beyond. In the time since the events when Elria Sonia returned, the lands of Taria were quiet. But there was no rest. Less than a month ago, a great evil had come from the glacial seas, and Fadis, Every, Kurla, and Rungar returned to assist the Stormborn in deeds unrelated to Taria and the vampires. It was a careful time, accounted elsewhere, and surely to be remembered. But the Blackmoon was ever present above Taria, and whatever careful peace they had gained would soon be threatened. And what of Every? Badur asked. The boy getting married to the old woman? She's an elf, Kurla said, not some grandmother. Okay, but she's hundreds of years old. You sound jealous, Andok said. Oh, and you're not. She's beautiful. My drunk friend, Andok said. You know I would have loved a bit of plundering with her, but we must respect her and her betrothed. Yes, Fadis said. This is my boy we're talking about. Well, of course, Badur shouted. I am the most upstanding and respectful person here. and with that he passed out on the table, spilling his ale on the ground. About that time Rungar entered. "Rungar!" Andok shouted, he too having had far too much to drink this night already. "Quiet, quiet," he said. "How goes it in the east?" Fadis asked. "The veil has weakened. What movement we could gain before must have been from Morog and the energy he pulled from the Blackmoon. We can keep trying, but I do not feel we will be able to get back out. I think, too, that our enemy has sensed this weakening, and though our elven allies have done well, I would not celebrate yet." "Celebrations come when this is over," Fadis said. "With any luck, it won't be too much longer." Evening came. Fadis retreated to the top castle, his escape from that within, and his ability and right to drink a little bit of whiskey and smoke his pipe. He took some peace in the fact that the wars against the vampires had gone so well. He waited for word from Salemark of their next move, but as he understood it, King Hunda had managed to push the vampire lords down deep into the grounds beneath Taria. Now he began to think about how things would be after the war. He'd never thought that the forces of elves, men, and dwarves would be able to reach success in such time, but now he could just taste it. The regions of the western seas all the way across to the northern crest of Taria had been freed of vampires. The Great Wall expanding across the lands was secure and strong. Furthermore, Kalia had secured their borders with the Icarn stones, and there had not been a vampire spotted outside the eastern reaches near the Crescent Mountains in some time. "Dreaming of places far away and faces you miss," Kurla said behind him. "More of the future," he said. Kurla was wearing a thin blue dress, and it was in these moments he truly felt that there was a future beyond the wars. "But I can say wearing something like that gets me quite distracted." "Well, I'll have you know that I am rather tired as is. Been checking in on all the guard towers, and while I was able to get good reports overall, the amount of time I spent pushing off elves from trying to stroke my lovely phoenix's feathers was a bit tiring. Well, after a fresh molt, she always is a bit more beautiful." "You mean death?" "She has far outlived the expectations from what the Archons told me. They say she may be on her last molt." "Last molt? Phoenixes always rise again, I thought." Kurla sat down next to him. "Yes, but generally they are not struck down over and over. They live a life and then die of old age before returning as an egg. Mine has fallen multiple times, and now there's some concern that she could very well not be resurrected." Fadis sipped his whiskey. "Well, everything we have seen is correct. The war will be over soon. I'll take it. It's been non-stop in my life. Between the war against the elves when I was younger to everything with Valrine and the Stormborn crew, to now, all I've known all my life has been war of some kind against some enemy. I'm just tired of fighting." Kurla leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "I know the time's coming soon. I can feel it." Evening came, and after a long dinner of fish pie, Fadis and Every were enjoying their pipes atop the castle and looking at the stars when a knock came on the castle doors. Fadis had heard the footfalls of horses and had already risen with Every to meet with the knockers. He opened the door to see a group of companions he did not expect, the Brotherhood of the Hills, Aljon and his kin. "Good evening, Lord Commander. I bring news upon this night, and I need your assistance." Chapter Dusra. Time Lost. Hafnar and Riordan had kept their path going south for longer than 2 weeks. The storms coming from the south were particularly hard, and more than once they got no more than a few miles before they were forced to take shelter. "I'm so tired," Riordan said to him. Though they had slept well most nights, Hafnar keeping watch and only nodding off for a while, and Clor keeping watch then, the effect of the talisman was weighing on his apprentice. "Just a bit more. We've crossed into the valley, and we can follow the river directly toward Fadabrin. There we can have proper rest in a city with high walls and ever-watchful guards." "Okay, master," he said, his tone near desperate. Clur had brought in her patrol many times, choosing instead to walk with Riordan and offer her own back as a place for him to rest. Hafnar had attempted to take his bow from him to try to take some of the weight off, but Riordan would not have it. "I'll bear my own weight even if I can't walk too long." Since the events in Lucan, they had been fortunate to not run into any more vampires, or any enemy, for that matter. The oddest thing they had come across was becoming more frequent. Plant growth that was dying, stretches of green grass becoming yellow, and then brown over the course of several hundred paces. The pattern continued, not changing. Hafnar had never seen anything like it before. He could smell the ocean. It was only a wisp on the air, and he knew that with time they would be within sight of the city of Fadabrin. But still, that was a bit far off, and they would journey through the woods for some time on their trek south. They had come through a split in the trees, passing where the road had vanished, and as they stepped through this place, they felt the same strange feeling they had felt before. At first, he had thought that it was just some overwhelming tiredness, something from the state he had been in for some time. But as he looked up at the trees, he noticed something peculiar. There were new buds, like spring almost, but it was far too early in the season for such a thing. He looked back at his apprentice and saw that the child looked paler than before. He had been doing good most of their journey, but the weight of the amulet upon his neck was more likely to have effects that Hafnar could only guess. "Are you doing okay?" he asked. Riordan nodded. "I'm still feeling tired, like I just woke up and can't quite keep my eyes open, but I have mostly got used to it. Why'd we stop?" "Do you see the trees? It's still winter in our lands, and yet these trees seem confused. As far as I can see, the trees are all giving way to new life." "Isn't this area we're going to a city of wizards? It could be magic." Hafnar nodded. "Yes, it would have to be. But I do not understand why they would change the natural cycle of spring, summer, fall, winter. But the High Sanctum itself is a place of students and learning, so perhaps it is something of that." The two of them continued on, and as they entered this strangely alive forest with many new flowers and green grass, Hafnar wasn't sure of his explanation to Riordan, and if it was actually true or not. He had an odd feeling, like a great weight had been lifted off of him, and the further he got from the lands they had come from, the better he felt. They emerged from the forest. Looking south down a great hill and beyond, they could see the outline of the city of Fadabrin. Still beyond that, the southern seas were spread out, a rolling open expanse of bluish-green water. "I have never seen this place," Riordan said. "The southern seas, a place of many lost treasures and equally strange creatures if you go far enough. In the time well before you or me, the southern seas were a great land, the birthplace of our race." "We were not born in the mountains?" Riordan asked innocently. Hafnar laughed. "No, apprentice. Our people did not come from the mountains that you called home, or that I call my home in the northern woods. We were all born in what was once a great city in the far south. Through a significant cataclysm, our race survived and was granted entry into what at that point were elven lands. They say that our birthlands were cut from the world and flooded to preserve our race and the sanctity of others." The sun was setting in the west as they drew even closer to the city of Fadabrin. Hafnar stared at the great high sanctum, a massive tower that pierced through the low-hanging clouds rolling off the sea. Aside from the imposing curtain walls that encircled the entire city, there was also a large longhouse, with the glint of the glass catching the falling sun, reminding him that this was indeed an ancient city, and one he had not been to in some time. The stark contrast between the woods they had left and the otherwise rolling grassy hills on the northern approach of Fadabrin, was cut by the Badlands toward the west and the expansive deserts that went beyond all the way to the edge of the world. They came to the city gates, where two cloaked individuals holding staffs stopped them as they approached. Klur growled, but Hafnar rubbed his head. "Quiet, these are friends," he said. "Strangers from the north," one of the guards said. Riordan bowed, as did Hafnar, before the latter pulled out a parchment given to them from not only Lord Commander Fadis, but also King Suvasel of the Salemark Elves. "I see your mark of passage from Taria, but I had no doubt if you were friend or foe. We would have struck you down from afar if we thought you were foe. Battle mages don't tend to miss with our first shot." "Then I am happy you are so keen on friend or foe in these dark times," Hafnar said. "I seek one of the five, particularly Hunda. I have history with him and have brought my young apprentice here to seek his counsel." The battle mage nodded. "We have not heard any whispers from the northern lands in some time. It has been deeply concerning that we have not been in contact with any of the elves and dwarves." "No?" Hafnar asked. "No, you're the first to come from there in some time." "Well, our war against the vampires has gone well. I am happy they have not made their way this way." The battle mage nodded. "As am I. Please head into the city. If you need lodging, the inn is not too far, but knowing one of the five, I doubt you need that." Hafnar led Riordan into the city. At this hour there was already a boisterous ring of those imbibing in drink, and the smell of sweet tobacco filling the air. There were many, many hooded individuals, as the city of Fadabrin was also a school for magic users. Under the tutelage of the five, the greatest wizards of the order, they would learn the many aspects of different types of magic, though the supreme user of magic within the city itself was the Archmage. The royal house of Fadabrin was the ruler here, and though Hafnar had a history within the city itself, he was not particularly friend or foe of the royal family. "We don't need to go to the inn?" Riordan asked. "No, we will go to the high sanctum." The sun was quickly fading, and the glow of the arcane crystals were like a soft blue fire in the sea fog rolling off the ocean. They came to the great doors of the high sanctum, and before they even reached the door to knock, it was opened for them. A battle mage nodded to them. "We have heard of your approach," the mage said. "Our master awaits you just inside." While Hafnar and Riordan stood just beyond the door, a handful of acolytes came to take their coats, offering them some type of sweet treat and a bit of water. Riordan happily indulged, taking two of the sweet pastries and not worrying so much about the water itself. As Hafnar rubbed his wrist, looking around, he had a faint recollection of the last time he was here. It wasn't on the best of pretenses, but it was a start to a wonderful relationship with Hunda. They went from the entryway down a passage to a small library where the master, Hunda, was happily reading a book. "He's a dwarf," Riordan said. "Indeed I am. I would hope a little rascal such as yourself would not have an issue with that. If you're here with Hafnar, you're probably from the far north. I know you got dwarves up there." The dwarf popped out of his chair and took a bite of a mushroom before walking forward, pointing to Hafnar's face. "But better than last time you came here, aren't you?" Hafnar nodded slowly, laughing under his breath. "Of course, but I did think you would have forgotten about that after I did help you find more of those mushrooms." The dwarf chewed for a few moments and then nodded. "Yes, that would be true. I was surprised to hear of your arrival from the City Watch, though I won't deny I am happy to see you. I'm hoping you can tell me some of what has been transpiring in the north. It's been well over a year." Hafnar stared at Hunda. "Well over a year? It's not been that long since the war even got started." Hunda rubbed his head and patted his beard. "You have journeyed far. We have a bit of dinner for you and your apprentice. and then with a bit of smoke we can speak of it." Hunda went to Riordan. "Are you hungry?" Riordan nodded. "I am. Are you the wizard who's going to help me with this?" he asked, lifting the amulet. Hunda, about, stumbled backward. "What is this?" "The unfortunate reason for my visit," Hafnar said. Hunda's teeth chattered a bit as he tried to regain his composure before nodding and widening his eyes as he pointed. "That way, young one. You are very hungry indeed, I'm sure." Chapter Mundram. Ikinidor's Best. Journeying from Lucan, Mirian, Dorian, Ghost, and Zeno had taken the survivors from the swamplands all the way to Bavalik, but that was months ago now. Hafnar had taken his apprentice south, and there had yet to be any word from them, a fact that was worrying to Marianne but not unexpected. Josmus of Ikinidor had joined them in Bavalik for a time. Nana's son had offered them a place of safety, and they'd taken it. But the rangers were quick to continually scout and prepare. They did not trust the high walls and moat of Castle Bavalik any more than their palisade walls and tall pine trees. In fact, they trusted the city even less. Bavalik was a mountainous stronghold. At the northern and southern portions of the massive curtain wall were equally impressive gatehouses. Most of the city was inside the protective fortifications, save some hop farms and other crops they grew to the north of the city. "This is near elven in quality," a gruff dwarf said. "Come now," another said. "At least it isn't actually elf food." Ghost was licking his arm as Mirian and Zeno took a moment to get a drink in the tavern. "So, your dwarven priest friend wanted to meet us here." "Silra isn't my friend, just an ally," Mirian replied. "Right," Zeno said. "Remind me not to get too intoxicated around my allies." "That," she pointed at him, "that was not what you thought. He is a holy man." Ghost purred into her arms, stroking her hair. "Off, off," Mirian said. "You're insufferable. Scat, cat, before I give you a reason." Ghost hissed at her before gripping his mug of ale. "I'm not going to get used to a cat ranger," Zeno said. "Feel like you should be running around as a familiar." "Well, that's part of why we're meeting Silra. There might be someone he knows who can help Ghost actually get back to his old form, if not at least make it to where he can communicate with us." "Silra is smart," Josmus said. "I am." Josmus heard behind him. He turned to see Silra standing there with 2 pitchers of ale. "Master Priest," Josmus said. Silra said, setting down the ale. "Silra, you brought more drinks?" Zeno asked. "Oh, just a bit." He turned to Ghost. "Hey, cat, you're going with me to Salemark. Got some druids who can help you, I think." "Good way to avoid a fight," Zeno said. "Oh, yes. You know me. Just avoiding every fight." He rubbed his arm. "Still bothering you?" Zeno asked. Josmus noticed the burns all over Silra's arms. "Just a bit, but nothing that won't heal." Dorian tapped his pipe against the table. "Spell burns, right?" Silra nodded. "They are a new feature. Just another bit of learning issues." He set a massive tome on the table. "And you still carry around a basic library with you at all times," Zeno said. "It is a book of the Rusis people, entrusted to me," he said. "I have used some of the spells to help win this war, but it takes a lot out of me." "Is it really worth it?" Mirian asked. Silra nodded. "There is a limit to all arcane power and knowledge. I'm using Rusis spells without the blood tie to Rusis powers, so it does a bit of a number on me. But years ago, Shri entrusted it to me. I honor the Rusis powers that fought to secure our world, and I use them now to preserve life where I can. But," he said, looking to Josmus, "war is winding down. I'll be able to rest, focus on drinks and other things." He looked up to Mirian for a moment and then to Zeno. You sticking with the dwarves for this upcoming attack? You and Dorian? Dorian shook his head. I'll be sticking back with Turgon. He's got command of the rear guard. You're just getting too old, Zeno said. I'll be with the primary force. Your battle will not be to the same levels, Silra said. Our enemy is breaking, but I don't trust it. I don't trust any of them. Dwarves killed Elria Sonia, Dorian said. I don't trust that. I was there, Zeno said. Dwarven dust burned so hot it melted parts of the cave. Still don't trust it, Silra said. Bring me a body with his melted head and armor, and I might. Josmus watched as Silra took a long chug of his ale and then looked over to Marian. Your boy coming with us? He asked. Yes, he wants to see Salemark. Silra nodded. It's a pretty city. A while later, Marian and Silra, as well as Ghost, were the only ones left at the table. We'll be able to get you help, Silra said. I'm not sure if they can reverse your condition, but they'll at least have some way for you to be able to communicate again. A spell or amulet or something. I'm sure of it. Ghost yawned, then tapped with his claws on the table. Go on, go lay down upstairs, Marian said. As Ghost left, Marian sat across from Silra. She couldn't help but see the distraction in his eyes. What is it? She asked. This ale, that's what it is? She reached out and took his hand, rubbing the top of it. And that's all? He looked up at her and then back down. I'm going to try to convince them not to do this attack tomorrow. Something tells me this has all been, even with our hard fighting and losses, too easy. Marian shook her head. I don't think anyone can say this was all too easy. He took his hand back. Yes, most wouldn't. It's easy to just make things up. He returned his attention to his drink. I didn't mean it like that. Silra nodded. Yes, words. Too many words, too many drinks. Then stop. You don't need this. I know, Silra said. I've stopped before. I've also returned to it. Bad priest, I'm a very bad priest. And what of it? Marian asked. Words unsaid, times left unfinished. I warn you, ma'am, I'm not the most stable of men you could choose. Dorian, he's a firm one. Zeno is a bit crazy, but he might be more with it. I've been running from one thing to the next for so long I almost don't remember why. Marian wouldn't be so easily dissuaded even if Silra meant well. You fought for your daughter. That's what you told me drove you long ago. You said it's what decided all your decisions. Always, he said. Even from a place of self-loathing where I did everything just for her, and when it seemed I was fighting for something more, it was always her. I've endured staying in a place I knew wasn't best for me to make sure I could fight for her. But, he chugged the rest of his drink, I have vanished from people before, and I fear you putting any stake in me. Not too worried about it, she said. He looked up at her, and it seemed his eyes, though filled with tears, were seeing ghosts. If only they could hear me, he said. But now this is all just words. They will never understand the why behind my actions. I hear you, she said. Then know that I never mean to make you feel as though you don't matter. I have brought darkness in on myself to protect those I love, and from that darkness I swear I hurt others, as I have allowed myself to remain trapped in a way that few can understand. I hear you, Silra. I have not opened myself to any for a long time, but I see the man behind all of this. He lay his head down on her hands, and she stroked his hair. You've always tried to be a better man, and that's who I see, Marian said. She felt him lift his head and kiss the top of her hands. Then the warmness of his tears ran down her hands. He looked up to her and then stood, taking a deep breath. I think we should turn in for the night, he said. She smiled. I think so too. Chapter 9. Fall of Moonfall. Fadis let them. Aljan and the others, inside the castle. They always had a particular look that was unlike anyone else across the lands. Aside from the wide-brimmed hats they wore, he still couldn't get over the snakeskin boots. As he offered for them to sit at the table, Aljan shook his head. "I don't think we have time to sit, and after I tell you what I have learned, I believe you will see it as such. The Moonfall Syndicate. I have found them." Fadis nodded. "I have heard nothing of them in some time. I believed they had vanished and weren't going to be seen around these parts again. We've all been hunting them. I have found them hiding not too far away, but I only have 8 of my people, and what I have found is that they have gathered quite a few souls." "Shall we call Salemark and send message of our need?" Every asked. "I do not believe so. We will deal with this ourselves. Let the elves fight their vampires, and we will deal with the race of men. I have with good mention that they have joined in with the Grand Protectorate, and it will help explain more what I have found." "What have you found?" Fadis asked. "They have met now with the vampire lords, have made some kind of pact. Their numbers swell, but they do not know that we know where they are, and because of that, I have come to you this night. They have been keeping their movements veiled by some power of the Blackmoon, but as you can see, our own moon is much stronger tonight. We checked, and now we return to you, and I can tell you that their spell is gone. They are just on your border, and they do not know we are coming. I'll gather some men. We will be done with this. Every, speak with Valilia. See what elves can come. Did you not hear me say that this is a matter of the race of men and not of elves?" Aljan asked. "I did, but my son is of the elves, and so is my soon-to-be daughter. I will have them go with us. It is I who is Lord Commander of this place, not you." Fadis went to Kurla, who was lying down, and woke her. After he told her what was going on, she joined them as well. Now Andor and Badur had also joined them, along with a host of Rangers of the North. Every said he was going with Valilia to get some of her kin and would meet us on the outskirts. At this point, through the bit of chaos in the castle at this hour, Rungar had woken and spoke with Fadis. "I am able to assist you. You do not need to do this alone. It's a bunch of rabble, and didn't you say you are resting up ahead down south for the final push? You wanted to be there when this was over." Rungar nodded. "I did, but I don't want to just be sitting in this castle, doing nothing. I'm confident we'll be back before dawn. I can't expect Aljan and 7 other rangers to deal with this, but I think between all of us, we can deal with this Moonfall Syndicate and be done with everything else." Rungar bowed to Fadis. "May the gods be with you." Fadis led the others out, and as the crisp air entered his lungs, he looked about the castle that they had fought for and protected. The Moonfall Syndicate was the remnants of the old king, those loyal to him. As they headed to the stables and mounted horses, he thought of the fact that the old king's guard had already pledged loyalty to the Rangers of the North. Now keeping patrol of the western parts of the land and calling their home base of Haradar their own domain, he had thought that they would call for their aid as well. But there was no time. With the bright moon high above and whatever power that the Moonfall Syndicate was using diminished, they could not afford to wait. In a furious thunder, the Rangers exited the city and made for the eastern road, where they found several moon elves upon horseback, their cloaks a bright white. There, too, was Valilia. As they all waved and nodded at one another, Aljan and his lawmen spurred their horses harder, and the host followed them into the darkness. Fadis knew this road and its forms, to take them all the way east. He knew it reached the great bay of the north, but as they went further and further away from the castle, he started feeling like they were far beyond their own borders, and that Aljan had perhaps not told them the full truth of where they were going. They took a sharp, rising road to the north, moving into thick, rocky foothills, and further on to an old mining road as they began to ascend into the mountains. The host moved in almost complete darkness, except for the moon high above, and as they came to a switchback before a great ascension, they took a break from their hard riding. Fadis went to Aljan. "Where is it that we're going?" "We are going to the mountain. What more must you know? You said we were just going beyond the border of our own lands, yet you take us here. I don't understand this path. I have been chasing down these vermin while you dealt with the vampires. I needed a small crew, and you brought elves. I'm not a fan of elves." Aljan was not being quiet, and there was no doubt that Valilia had heard. "Well, they are allies. They seek the same peace we do." Aljan looked down at Fadis. "They do, like they did in the wars of our people against theirs. They really do." "I did not know you were in the war. You were not under the king of Taria," Fadis said. "The illegality of elves moving into the land of the race of men was a very certain thing I dealt with, and though I made peace with them, I do not trust any except our own race. Besides, you seem to think the Moonfall Syndicate is but simply those of our own race. We are still within the borders of the race of men, within what I would say are Taria's lands. I hope I can trust you to not hold back, for when you see what they have done, I don't believe we'll have any more questions." Thadis cracked his knuckles as Aljan stared him down and slowly walked away towards his own people. Kirla touched Fadis's shoulder, and he reached out and grabbed her hand. "This is all strange." "I thought they were honorable to want to help us before," Kirla said. Fadis shook his head as he took a deep breath. "I know, but I don't get any good feelings with this. I want to keep to ourselves, not deal with any of the Grand Protectorate. I didn't trust them before, and I do not trust them now." There wasn't much more said between any of those gathered. They mounted up once again and continued to ride into the mountains, and it was upon reaching the end of several switchbacks that they came to the site of a great statue. First, Fadis thought it was a statue of an elven or dwarven god, but the stone seemed newly hewn. It had not been weathered, nor did it seem overgrown at all. Generally, ruins in this part of the land were long abandoned, but that was not the case here. They dismounted, and Aljan approached him. "My brother, my apologies for my harsh tone earlier. I do not mean to speak that way, and I know that it does not help any relations as of right now. I also know," he said, looking toward Every, "that you have a particular love for the elves that I could never have, but I would not have called you here if I did not believe it to be of the utmost importance. Prepare yourselves for what you see next." As they passed the statue, Fadis looked it over, but it was Valilia who stared it down. "That is no god or goddess I know. It is an image of the god of man. They are popping up all over the Grand Protectorate lands," Aljan told them. They ascended the roadway of hewn stone and cruelly laid brick to come to a half-destroyed section of wall. The rangers hopped over it as Andok and Bador kept their bows in hand, and several others drew swords. Fadis kept his hand on his own sword as they began to walk through crumpled ruins and came to a long section of large wooden timbers. As Fadis scanned their surroundings in a thin outline of moonlight, he saw the crucified bodies of many humans affixed high on stakes. "Ether, protect us," Valilia said. As they proceeded through this place, the bodies varied in different states of decay and were all ages, from obviously old and gray to young, and some within only a few days of life. There were many stone basins of blood that Fadis didn't need to investigate to understand what they were. They continued walking, and up a short pathway they came to cruelly twisted vines with crystals affixed. "This is Elven," Valilia said. "We've gotten this far before," Aljan whispered. "They began to glow, and we knew we were beyond ourselves, and we did not risk going further." "This is elven magic," Valilia said. The Moonfall Syndicate uses this? Your discernment surprises me, Elf, Aljan said. But yes, I believe your own kin may be a part of this in some form. We've heard whispers, elves who are not too keen on the friendships between dwarves, elves, and men. There is a darker truth that many move against us, and that is why we have come here with haste. You seek to arrest them all? Kirla asked. No, judgment has been cast as I saw the bodies before, and the blood sacrifice. I see this as a blending of elven and shadow elf magic. All of those beyond this hill are enemies, and if we are not careful, they will come back to cause a greater destruction than before. We have not come to arrest anyone. Kurla looked at Fadis and drew her blade. They threaten our peace. If they surrender, we will take their surrender. But all of us have a good understanding of what threat they are. If we are all in agreement, then it is time to bring them to justice, Aljan said, brandishing his metal canister. Me and my boys will go first. You mop up. Fadis and the rangers faded out, spreading over a sparser line as they moved up, just behind Aljan and his men. When they came to the top of the hill, they saw stone and twisted vines, along with more of the crystals. Aljan and the others scaled the wall and took down 2 guards on the outer side. As the rangers made it to the wall itself, it was only a few more moments until the blast of dwarven dust and Aljan and his people's weapons lit up the top of the mountain. Horn calls went out, men shouted, and the bows of the rangers began to sing, sending arrows into their foe, who awoke in a stupor and stumbled about, falling to multiple strikes. While they looked for anyone to surrender, no one had thought of it. As Fadis came upon 3 of them coming out of a tent, he angled his sword at them and shouted, "Get down! Do not move!" But even unarmed they charged, coming just within striking distance, before an elven spell struck all 3 of them. He looked over to see Valilia and her kin with their staffs aflame. The blast of Aljan's weapons was like thunder upon the mountain, and as they made their way to a center structure of twisted stone and broken crystals, several elves emerged atop it. They shouted in unison something of their elvish tongue that Fadis did not know. Valilia and her kin spoke something in response, creating a shimmering ward of interlocking blue crystals that expanded before a storm of rock struck from high above, almost as if coming from the clouds themselves. Fadis made for the door of the structure as the other rangers lined up behind him. "Kick the door," Andy said. Billy began to kick it but could not break it open. Aljan was there with his weapon and aimed directly at where the lock was. His weapon went off, and the door swung open barely still on its hinges as they poured into the room. Several men fell within quick succession as the rangers loosed their arrows on the unexpecting defenders. One by one, all the occupants of the tower were killed until 2 remained. Fadis stopped at Aljan and went to them. "Lord Commander Fadis, why have you come against us?" one of the men asked. "Why have you come against me? Your syndicate of crime and evil ended here. Now you make alliances with rebel elves and sacrifice our own blood for whatever you have here. You dare come against us? We left you alone." "And for how long would you have left us alone?" Kirla asked. At this point, Every and Valilia had joined them. "We will take their surrender, as is elven law." "They do not get to surrender," Aljan said. "They will be more useful to us if left alive. We can see how far they have taken this. You say they have dealings with the Grand Protectorate, and we will seek it out, and then the Wood Elves will deal directly with the evils of the Grand Protectorate in our lands." "Your boy makes threats to that which he does not understand, Fadis." Fadis lifted his sword and pointed it at the man. "Don't talk of my boy. Don't talk of any of my family. You've been working against me since you started in these parts. Your king fell. His rule is over." The Moonfall Syndicate is not so simple, Ranger of the North. The two remaining members grasped hands, and before anyone could say anything, there was a bright flash, and Fadis covered his ears. He couldn't see, and as he looked around, blinking to clear his vision, he saw nothing but a thin fog around them. As he came to, the others in their company were just as disheveled as he. "Burn this place, everything here, every text, and we shatter every rock. I'll see to it myself," Aljan said. "Two of them escaped," Kirla said. "That evil was beyond just the two. That is sure, but they are broken. I thank you this night for coming with me, and we have caused repairable damage to the Syndicate itself. Don't you worry, Fadis. I will continue to hunt to the root cause of all this. See this site's failure as just a simple temporary delay. I will take this as far as I must," Aljan said. Fadis, Kirla, and Evry stood outside the tower as Valilia and her kin levied spells against the structure, bringing it down. Aljan and his companions went about gathering all the materials and books that were assembled. Valilia confirmed it. Some mix of mishmash elves from different parts, some high, some wood, some even shadow. "They also found these gold coins," he said, lifting one up to Fadis. "Grand Protectorate trash," he said. "So they were working with the Grand Protectorate." The tower began to crumble, and as it did, the elves used their spells to bring down the stones in a controlled manner, spreading them out across the land. One of them lifted their staff and tapped it into the ground. It began to illuminate brightly, taking in the last of the setting full moon and bathing the entire region in light. "This way has been purified," Valilia said. "So it is done," Fadis said. Chapter Eindaவது. Sundering. As he rode back to the castle Taria, Fadis thought of the events that had transpired before. It was heavy on his mind. Knowing that the Moonfall Syndicate was no more had given him some form of peace. Though two had escaped, their power was broken. But he thought about how so many had come together for such evil happenings. There was a darkness upon it all that he did not understand. Perhaps it would take time. Perhaps it did not matter. "Father, I know you're still thinking about them all. It won't trouble us any more. With the war almost gone and done, and now the Moonfall Syndicate no more, we're going to have that peace that you've wanted, that I've wanted." Fadis shook his head. "I've been chasing this peace for so long, even before you were born. It's something I've always felt is fleeting. It's always right within grasp, and then something happens. These wars with the vampires have not even lasted as long as those that we had with the elves when you were but a boy. But I tire of war. I'm tired of fighting." While Kirla rode in silence, as did most of the others, she looked back at Fadis and smiled before looking ahead again. At that time, Valilia cleared her throat and rode her horse between Fadis and Evry. "I overheard what you speak of, Fadis. I'll tell you that the elves have a particular look at such things. With our lives being as long as they are, we see the rise and fall of much. And we also see things not as far as years gone by, but in emotions, in feelings felt, from everything from the trees to the animals to the birth and the waning of stars burning high above us. I would say that one should look at life overall as a cycle of rebirths, pain always preceding the greatest happiness, much as when a child is born. There is no such thing as a delivery of a child without pain. Though the levels of pain vary and the assistance needed by the midwife may be less or more, it is with pain that comes the greatest of happiness. Fadis looked over at Valilia and smiled, and she nodded. "Your story, Ranger, will be one of happiness in time. I sense it." "One of the many reasons I love her," Evry said with a smile. Fadis looked back at Evry and Valilia as they slowed their pace and drifted off behind him, before he spurred his horse slightly and trotted up next to Kirla. "You should be proud of your son," she said. I do believe that elf girl is good for him. I do too, though she's old enough to be the matriarch of his entire family line. Kurla laughed. And yet, she just told you that elves do not see in years but in emotion. But she is a moon elf, so she's a bit different, I think. I'll be honest, sometimes I can't remember the differences between them all. Fadis snickered. Perhaps it's the length of the years. I think we can go with that for now. The host returning home from dealing with the Moonfall Syndicate soon came to the top of the hill, and while dawn should have been just around the corner, there were rather dark clouds and heavy fog ahead. Fadis stared over at the dim torchlight of the castle. As they rode closer and closer, the horses became more unsettled. Fadis noticed that several of the horses near the front had become so unsettled they would not go any further. "No, don't force them. Perhaps they sense something," he said. Every dismounted, as did Valilia. They drew their weapons and looked about as Fadis walked forward just a few paces, seeing something ahead. It was almost as if he was staring across a hot desert, like a shimmer of heat was rising from the hot sand and slightly distorting the view of the castle ahead of them. As he went to walk forward, he reached out as if to touch the strange, shimmering veil and felt himself suddenly pulled within it. The image of Castle Taria suddenly shifted, and he saw a great and enveloping, twisting white light like a tentacled monster choking the very castle. Still, within it, it was not all dark or light, but instead he saw monumental blasts, as it seemed the castle itself, or someone within it, was fighting this ethereal monster. He felt himself being dragged through the castle itself when a shattering explosion sounded behind him. He felt arms underneath his own arms, and he was pulled backward. He awoke on the ground with Valilia above him holding her staff alight. "Do not go forward," Valilia said. Kurla knelt beside Fadis, her hand on his chest. "Breathe." Fadis took a deep breath and then looked at her and then to Every. "There's a spell about the entire castle," Valilia said. "I can already tell you we cannot pierce it, not with those amongst us. We will need to contact either greater ones of our order or the High Archon. There is very, very powerful magic here." But Fadis wasn't thinking about the spell at hand, but instead what he had seen. "What is it, Father?" Every asked. "Something grasps the castle, something fights within." He looked across the fields to what appeared to be an otherwise peaceful morning. "Is it all a veil?" Fadis asked. "If it is, it's made to look like nothing's wrong, but with them, we can't even get there." "Whatever is happening," Kurla said, "we cannot do anything from up here. We'll go around, make for the port city. From there, the King's Guard should be able to assist us, and we can go on to Salemark." Fadis stood up, looking at the host amongst them. "Don't worry, of course the Grand Master of the Rooses is there. Whatever it is, it must be faced, and if they get whatever it is past the Rooses, they'll have to deal with Nana." They mounted up and rode for the port city of Tar Rivek. While they had given Castle Taria a wide berth, they moved with all haste through the rolling green fields that were east of the great wall that split the lands of Taria. This way the sun rose behind them, and the moonflowers released their sparkling pollens that looked like fairies dancing over the fields. As they rode, Valilia and the others of her kin kept their staffs out and alight, absorbing the waning energies of night to restore their powers. Thadis had not come this way often, and there was a subtle feeling in the air. He recalled when he had first come back to Taria after spending time on the glacial seas, and it was this town he had come to. Now, those of the old King's Guard had set up a rather large fortification in the town and acted as the law extending from the Rangers of the North. These were not men Fadis had any doubt in whatsoever. They were loyal to the Rangers and had brought their aid many times in the war so far. As they reached the newer city walls recently constructed in the events of the war, they did not even need to raise a hand to be allowed entry, as the gates were already open. Several of their company made for the inn, while Fadis, Valilia, Kurla, and Evry made for the King's Guard headquarters. Here they were greeted by a warm fire, and the High Captain of the King's Guard was already up for the morning. This man was named Halif, and under the old king he had been one of the most highly respectable warriors, but also one who would question everything the king had done. In fact, it was Halif who had helped move the King's Guard from a loyalists' faction to one that just wanted peace for the citizens of the kingdom. "I am deeply troubled," he said to Fadis, "but of the Moonfall Syndicate, I'm glad to hear they are finished. Many of those who did not agree with the terms of peace that we set out joined them. I assume those I knew are now dead." "Yes," Fadis said. "Do we have any idea who cast this spell over the castle? It does not seem of the vampires, and you said the Brotherhood of the Hills were who gave you the information that just so happened to lead you away from the castle prior to its capture." "Yes, Aljan did come, but I do not think the two events are related." "No, I agree." Halif rubbed his shoulder and looked down at the table before them. "We're so close to winning this war, I'm not sure who would try something like this now," he said, looking at Fadis again. "Is it perhaps the Rusis?" Fadis shook his head. "Rungar just wants to be left alone. He usually regains his memory, but he has no reason to cast any sort of spell. Besides, from what I saw when I was within the spell, for a moment I felt like he was fighting whatever was trying to keep hold upon the castle itself. It was something I had not experienced at any other time in my life. It did not feel in the least bit familiar either." He shook his head. "I don't understand it." At this point, Kurla came from the kitchen with 2 cups of coffee. "Strategically speaking, the castle's but a symbol," Halif said. "We don't have many standing forces there, and of those who are there, the warriors who have their families back would be coming with all haste if they knew, so I assume we should keep this to ourselves for the moment. Of course, we're going to attempt to reach the hierarchy of the Moon Elves, and if we cannot do that, then we will seek the High Archon in Salemark. That makes sense. It's been a bit rough, though. The weather is already going to be worsening today, and the sea captains tied up their ships, as they expect the storm to be most severe. Besides, we've had issues with communication along the wall. I'll send dispatch, but I don't always get the quickest response. Now, the sections of the wall that are closest to here are where many of the injured have been placed, correct?" "Yes. This is the furthest from the front as you can get, but still expect to keep dispatches coming as they should be. Still, in a weird sense, it wants my men. A nervousness." Fadis looked at Halif in the eyes, and it seemed something was bothering him. "Speak plainly, Captain," Kurla said. "We have no need to wonder what you're thinking." "I can't prove it, but some of the guards along the wall are not themselves. I see no signs of bewitchment or otherwise. Many of the elves there always have that same demeanor that just makes me want to stab them in the face, but that's really just an old war feeling. No, I don't know what it is, but I've already thought of exchanging out some of the guards along the mid-wall with those from the city. I always say the salty air is better when you're healing anyway. I use that as my excuse." "I do hope this war is over soon," Fadis said, "but with any hope, it will be." While Fadis had made a point to get some amount of rest, he awoke a few hours later to the voice of Ivry. "Valilia cannot contact her people." Fadis sat up. "Not at all. Perhaps it's because it's not night? She cannot even open up a portal to look into her realm. It's like something has cut us off. She doesn't know what it is." Fadis could hear the rumbling of thunder. "The storm is bad, but we need to get to Salemark. That is our plan, and it seems we're hoping the storm will pass." In the coming hours, the storm did not dissipate as they'd expected, but instead became so severe that the wind was screaming an unholy howl. Several from the bar near the harbor took refuge under the command of Captain Halif within the fort. "I haven't seen a storm like this in some time," one of them said. Fadis stood against the wall, leaning with his arms crossed. Every sipped an ale as he looked at the crazy assortment of the many sailors. "They say this is like an elder storm," Every said. "An elder storm?" Fadis asked. "Unholy, horrific storms, creations of the old gods, they say, something beyond the elves or dwarves or any of the simple gods we know, a god from beyond the stars and moon. What does Valilia say of such things?" Every shook his head as he widened his eyes. "She doesn't seem to dissuade my fears of it. The storm is strong. We just must hope for it to break so we can get to Salemark." Fadis thought of the many along the wall who were no doubt taking the same beating. He was beginning to feel that same feeling that Halif had told him about, an uneasiness, and he didn't like it. Chapter Staravadi. Star and Hammer. It was just past dawn the morning after they had all spent the night drinking in the tavern. Josmus was happy things were finally moving forward. The host planning the next massive attack on the inner pits of the Vampire and Spider Alliance had gathered together in the elven camp far east of Half-Iron at the Silver Mounds, a place that for weeks had been a staging point for many attacks on their enemy. Here, King Turgon of Ekinidor, King Verdar of the Jagged Peaks, and King Ukrio of Micronach sat beside King Suvasel of the Varmark Woodlands. Josmus, Silra, Mirian, Zeno, and Dorian were all present too. There were also several Hammersong. The most noticeable to him was Telnor. The Hammersong sat next to Josmus. He tapped him on the shoulder. "You see this?" he asked. "Elves, dwarves, together and not angrily moaning about each other. Never could have guessed this would be the state of things." The dwarf crossed his arms. "Next, dwarves will quit drinking ale, might even eat some green food." They both laughed. Josmus was chewing on a pipe, and the dwarf began to scrap his own tobacco jar. "Oi," he said. Josmus took out his own pouch and offered it. "Oh," Telnor said, "thanks. And good dwarf-sourced cut?" Telnor filled his bowl. "My king keeps us well supplied." "That I hear," Telnor said. "Good king, bit of a rebel." Josmus nodded. "That was a while ago," he said. Josmus knew the story. Turgon was no king, not when he started. He had launched a rebellion and, as such, gained the attraction of much disdain and was summarily beaten and thought dead. But he had grown his small kingdom of loyal friends in Ekinidor to something much, much more substantial, and eventually revealed himself fully to the other dwarves. Josmus met him when he was just a boy, and now, as Thane of Iknidor and of King Turgon, he was loyal to his king. "Here we are," the Wood Elf, High King of the United Varmark Woodlands, said, "at the end of the war and with our enemy cowering deep in the blood pits of the underground. No more night attacks on sleeping children, not even a whisper from the supposed Elria Sonia, and it is believed that he was killed, hunted down and cornered." "Then blew apart by dwarven dust," Zeno shouted. "Here, here," Telnor shouted. King Suvasel nodded. "That is what is believed. But it isn't enough, not for the security of our realm. We have pushed them deep into the blood pits beyond Nurduna, and we will destroy every last spider queen and vampire that takes refuge with them. Now we have word that the vampires have fled their new city. They were within, near the Crescent Mountains. It seems we have broken that which they had prepared. After thousands of years, once again, it is dwarven and elven blood united with our ranger friends that thwarts our enemy once and for all." "For the final attack," the burly King Ukrio said, standing, "we will push with a combined arms force from here and into the blood pits." He pointed to a large map of the nearby hills. There were numerous areas in the distant woods and mountains marked off as through the weeks there had been countless battles to control the surface. Now they had pushed into the deep caves beneath the surface. Marked on another part of the map were all the chasms and chambers the dwarves and elves had secured, with the center portion serving as a rally point for the dwarven forces. The final push would see them destroy a region called the Blood Pits, the birthing grounds for many of their enemies, forces beyond the old vampire temple city of Norduna. There was also the new commander of the forces after Sonia's defeat. The bulk of Salemark's forces have been gathered minus the Starfall Legion held in reserve to support the attack. Ukrio continued. From the jagged peaks, our brothers move into the southern mines and reinforce us from the lower levels. The blood pits are already on fire, and as such, there are few places for our enemy to hide. But two, we still hunt Veshel the Silver. He was first seen during the attack on Lukin, and we feel that with so many else defeated, he is the last of the High Lords that still fights. The roost for his bat Ugloy and its underlings is supposedly near the blood pits, so we have a lot of work to do. I have Balarite coming, King Turgon said. We do not feel it is good to wait, King Verdar said, and as such, we will push the attack even without the potent explosives you offered. We risk much going now, Silra said. The Balarite would purge the entire blood pit, even removing the genetic material that is within, and you say yourself you expect Uglory and the vampire Lord Veshel? You need to wait until you are sure. And we do not deny the advantage of that, King Suvasel said, but the Dark Moon still inflicts its cause, and all of the great seers and the high archons of Salemark have foreseen a great coming darkness upon us all. We must act now, for waiting could prove disastrous. Silra stood up. I want to say something. Please do, King Suvasel said. Josmus looked to Turgon, who rolled his head to crack his neck. The two of them were basically brothers, at least in their minds. It seemed that the king knew exactly what Silra was going to say. I'm not one for elven seers, he said. I'm also not one for dwarven pride. I'm a man, a priest, a bad priest, as some may say. Josmus laughed to himself. That was a phrase Silra said of himself quite often. It seemed, at least at some point in his younger years, he spent most of his time with women and lots of ale. Sometimes Josmus wondered if it wasn't still the case. But, Silra said, I don't believe Sonia is dead, and I think it's been far too easy to push our enemy to its breaking point. Dwarven steel, King Ukrio began, but Silra shook his head. No, I do not doubt our resolve or our warriors, but our enemy fell back, fell away, opened this path for us. I don't say we need to use the purification of Balarite or just for the glory of my kingdom, but because I fear this attack. We are going deep, much deeper than we ever have. It will take a massive force to overthrow the enemy, and it will be their final fight. We have backed them into a corner, and no enemy back into a corner turns over and lets you beat them without a massive fight. We should burn them out. Balarite has the power of our very sun, contained in an explosive that makes dwarven dust look like fairy dust. You want to kill Ikon, a vampire lord, and a flock of giant man-eating bats. The sun might be useful. Suvasel nodded. I get what you say, but we have secured every mine and every passage going towards the pits. We hold the grounds around the mountains, and even now, we purify the ancient hold of the vampires. They would not allow us to do such a thing if it wasn't the case that they were defeated. I don't trust this, Silra said. I beg you to discuss this further. We have, Turgon said. Silra looked toward him and then down to the ground. If no one else has anything to say, I say we get a bit of rest and prepare for our attack. We end this war, my friends, King Suvasel said. It will be glorious. That's that, Mirian said. Quite simple and over. Good riddance, Zeno said. I'll be leading my own force right beside the dwarf kings. You, Mirian? I don't need the glory, and as I understand it, there are far more elves and dwarves going in than needed. Come now, Dorian said. You don't want a slice of glory, lots of pie to be had. No, Marian said. No thank you. I'll be topside, got some plans for some decent cookin', if I can say so. Extra toncha sauce, Dorian laughed. I need more of that in everything. But I feel as you do, Mirian. We can let Zeno get all the ranger glory. I'll be with some of the rangers keeping the outside safe. Keeping the outside safe? Zeno laughed. It's okay if you want to say you're scared. But get his toncha sauce. He'll need it for his comfy food and massage, while some of us actually get work done killing the rest of these vampires and their thralls. What about curry? Josmus suggested. Curry? Dorian said. It's like gumbo in a way, Mirian said. A bit more turmeric than I like, Zeno said. Turgon and Silra walked by, and Josmus overheard a part of their conversation. No, Turgon said. It isn't smart, Silra said. And it's already done. I cannot argue it, as they have all voted to move forward. Turgon placed his hand on Silra's shoulder. My brother, I trust you, and I know you mean well, but the war is done. We do this, and then we go home. Back to Ikinidor, back to not dealing with vampires. Besides, your daughter is more than done with this too. You two can go take the trip together you were talking about. Go explore the northern glacial seas, you know. It's just, we have the Balarite. What better use that to burn all of them where they breed? It's a sure thing. After we have secured it, there has been talk to burn out the pits, but the elves are very, very worried of some omen. They see a darkness descending, and as close as we are to defeating the vampires, we cannot fall back now. Remember the Jinn? All of that? The Fae? Josmus knew that they were talking about the Jinn that they had defeated together years ago. We ended that together, Silra said. And we'll end this together too. Besides, you wanted to meet with the Druids for Ghost. Why don't you do that? Take Mirian. He nodded with his brow raised. Oh, stop, Silra said. I'm telling you, we have far more going to this fight than we'll need. Take the time. Enjoy Salemark. Breathe, okay? At this point, Turgon looked to Josmus. I assume you agree with Silra? Josmus laughed and nodded. But I get it. It's weird for it to be at this point. I'll tell you both, Turgon said. I know I'm going as more of a presence than of need. Ukrio and Vurdar bet I wouldn't, so I'm going to prove them wrong. You should come with me, Silra said. Get some time with some Salemark Archons before we head back. And you? Josmus asked. No. Turgon smacked Silra. He likes that red-headed ranger, Josmus. By Throka, you two are making that out to be more than it is, I swear. Oh, look how defensive he is, Turgon said. I bet a barrel of aged red ale he marries her. I'm not taking that bet, Josmus said. Silra shook his head. You know what? I bet both of you a drinking contest in the desert with Balinor that I won't. It was a few hours later, and the sun rose high into the sky. Silra and him were meeting Mirian, her son, XKDK, and Ghost at the supply drop-off near Half-Iron. Here, Urer, captain of one of the vessels of Ikinidor, waited for them. Oh, good. I thought something had happened, he said. Silra shook his head. You just wanted to go home with Gorky. He should be back today sometime anyway. At least, I hope so. How goes the river patrol? It's a river I'm patrolling. That's it. Nothing to be seen, though the elven liquor flows at night. It is nice in Salemark. What is with the cat? Josmus looked over to see Ghost and Mirian along with her son. He is a man or woman? Not too sure, Silra said. Druids can maybe help it. It's a spell. Oh, Urer said. Thank the gods, I thought I was still as drunk as I was earlier. Earlier? Josmus asked. Earlier, I haven't slept one bit. The star liquor in the blue bottle in particular is quite yummy. Josmus, Mirian's son said. I was working on what you said, the 2 arrows. I can now make them wobble and strike 2 targets. That's some skill, Josmus said. The boy hasn't stopped practicing since you started helping him, Mirian said. The Ranger of the Pines had her gigging pole with her, aside from her bow staff and dagger. What's that for? Silra asked. Gigging for enchanted frogs. One of the boys wanted it for something. I don't know. Not too often I get to go to Salemark. I just know the fishing is good. I've never been, her son said. It's elven, but avoid the star bottles, young one, Urer laughed. No drinking for the young ones. They were aboard the Echinidor vessel, and as they lurched from the shoreline, Josmus looked lay-set against the rails. He could hear the mustering horns as the armies moved towards the pits. It was starting. He took a deep breath, feeling a bit strange he was not with his king, but he kept reaffirming what all of them had said. The war was nearly over. He had fought many, many battles, and at this point everyone believed the most horrid of the fighting was done. But the elven seers were not foreseeing some darkness from inaction, but instead it would soon be seen. The impatience of elves and dwarves would lead to a greater ruin. Chapter Stieram. Nerduna. Zeno rubbed his index finger against his thumb, standing just outside the dwarven king's tents. Zeno, Ranger, in here, he heard King Vurdar shout. As Zeno bowed as he entered, the 3 dwarf kings looked at him. I still think Josmus is more dwarven, Vurdar said. That's because I raised Josmus, Turgon said. Ukrio lifted up a mug as Zeno came in. You keep selling me back dwarven artifacts. I'll start giving you barrels of this, the king said. Oh, Zeno said, I wasn't here to trade. We know, Ranger. You drew the short straw. Josmus goes to Elven land. Dorian stays with Turgon to bring up the rear, but you get to come with us, Ukrio said. So, drink, be merry. Today, maybe, we die. The dwarves laughed at one another as Zeno took a sip of the drink. Elves are already moving into the caves to the west and east. They'll be sweeping down to the center, Ukrio said. And we aren't moving in yet? Zeno asked. We're waiting for their signal. Once we get it, we'll push in. They'll be covering us from above. Seeing that we have the vampires cornered, there isn't much a place for them to go. Turgon took a sip of his ale as Zeno looked towards each of them. Thoughts? Turgon asked. Zeno shrugged. No, but Silra. He is worried. Silra cares much of drink, and though he's powerful, he worries too much, Vurdar said. Silra is my dearest friend and brother, Turgon said. I take heed what he says, but I think in all of this, we move to strike our enemy faster than any of us expected. Ukrio lifted his mug. At one time you fought against us, Turgon, but now we dwarves of the West are united like never before. All kingdoms, jagged peaks, Micranok, and Echinidor stand together. That is why we were so successful. Ukrio glanced at Zeno, and maybe the Rangers. Zeno lifted his mug and sipped it. About that time, Master Telnor barged into the tent. Ah, typical, he boomed. Dwarf kings drinking. Well, some of us have to work around here. Come now, Zeno, the line awaits you. We can let the little princes drink their drinks. To victory, the dwarf kings said in unison. Zeno lifted his ale and finished it. He turned and joined the hammer song. Time, Master Telnor said. Time? Zeno questioned. Time to retire. I could see myself taking a nice break, go back to Haradar and settle down. Marriage? I said settle down, not start a new war in my mind. The hammer song laughed. Oh, you are young for your race. I'm old and grouchy. Ignore me. Children are great, except vampire children. Those are gross. As they walked along the edge of the hills, they looked down over the river and the charred landscape. The fighting back and forth from here all the way to Half Iron had leveled all the trees. This was the same place that they had fought in some of the opening bits of the war, back during the first siege of Half Iron, and more so when him and the others were in Lucan. He didn't realize how everything would have gone back then, but through the battles, now, he just was happy to have some inkling of hope, of life returning to some form of normalcy. "You've got that look," the Hammer Song said. "Look?" Zeno asked. "Longing, that desire for old times, some time before the current troubles. Old times are sweet because they are that old. They are the time before some great darkness, but even after this is over, I promise," he nodded, "you'll see some of this as sweet. All times are fleeing and bring some feeling of happiness, no matter how dark." The Hammer Song nodded. "It is how I stay of this demeanor, no matter what. I revel in the present, for it will always become the past, and new troubles will rise that sweeten the dark memories." Zeno laughed. "Always trouble?" "That belief has never let me down," Telnor said. They walked to the peak of the hills and began the journey into the subterranean staging grounds. Descending from the surface, they followed a long road that passed through a narrow ledge, and then to the cavernous region that months ago would have been crawling with icon and vampire thralls. Now it was secure. From here they looked down at the combined dwarven armies, numbering over 2,000 souls preparing for the final thrust of the war. "This will be the end of one time and the beginning of another," Master Telnor said. "And what time will that be? Sweeter ones, as you said." "Just the start to something else," he said. Horns sounded in the distance and calls went out. "Elves are in position. Time for the real warriors to get to work. Stick with me, Ranger." Master Telnor was at the head of the dwarven column, and with him were a large number of hammer songs of Micranok. Though Zeno was taller than almost all of them, their presence and massive black armor made him feel small. There were also several regular dwarven soldiers just behind the hammer song. As Zeno stood there, his bow in hand, he heard snickering behind him. "Arrow boy," one of them said to him. The dwarves around him laughed. "Hammer child," Telnor said back to the dwarves. "Still holding that axe with two hands, or have you finally gotten an arm strong enough to grip it with one?" The dwarf said. "Silence until you have got a few more notches in your armor. I'll take no disrespect of our allies." Zeno was a bit surprised that the hammer song defended him to his own kind. "He does have a point, front of the line with a bow?" He shrugged. "Might want to lead with those pointy swords instead of a bow." The ranger took an arrow from his quiver and set it in place. His swords were nimble and quick, but wouldn't serve him that well in a charge. He felt much more comfortable with his bow, and, as such, he kept it out. King Ukrio and Vurdar took their place in the front of the forces, as dwarf drums rolled around them. It was time. Zeno moved out in front of the main line of dwarves as they descended down into the blood pits. They were passing through the outer walls of the city of Norduna. This being the capital city and roost of the great bats, including the great Ugloy, he was not surprised at all when attackers swooped down from high above. "Shields, shields," he heard behind him. Zeno drew back on his bow, releasing an arrow and catching one of the diving bats, just as it nearly was upon him. Elven arrows streaked over them, finding their targets, but now there were raining bats dropping down all over top of them. Archon spells spun above in a dazzling burst of blue and red, igniting their attackers in midair. "Push, push, double time now, warriors of Micranok and Jagged Peaks," King Ukrio cried out. The ground ahead was littered with dying bats, and as Zeno and several other dwarves kept moving ahead, his allies threw their axes at the first wave of counterattacks. The ground forces were moving towards them. Zeno noticed an elevated area of rock in the road and made his way to the top. Standing with bow bent, the dwarves went just past him as he pulled string to cheek. Now the Icarn had assembled to meet them as cruel horns, like scratching nails upon his ears, filled the air. The dwarves sounded their own horns, several short blasts. It was the signal for a shield wall. "All in," Master Telnor shouted. "This is where we earn our ale, boys." The dwarves locked their shields as the Icarn struck like an undulating wave, sending a ripple across the entire long line of steel. "Now, now, now," Ukrio shouted. Horns sounded, and the dwarves pushed as one, forcing their foes back. Zeno only saw more Icarn, hundreds of them, but none of their officers, none of those that commanded. The elves high above them rained down arrows all across the open ground, breaking up the defensive lines. The dwarves were on the move, pushing with quickening pace further and further down. They were moving deeper into Nerduna, and in turn, the blood pits. Now Zeno could smell the burning pits, and it was beyond here he expected to see more bats. The roost of Ugloi was rumored to be this way, but that was an elven problem. The dwarves, and in turn he, would push into the pits. They had vanished from elven cover, and the entire host of dwarves were charging into the tunnels. He was just behind Master Telnor, whose hammer, glowing in the pale light, was like a beacon for other dwarves. Then the beacon went dark, and there was a resounding gong as the hammer song struck the ground before them. Their foe was thrown asunder, and now Icarn screamed nearly within arm's reach. Zeno drew his saber and pushed on, cutting his way with short slashes and stabs, pushing to keep up with the hammer song. Both of the dwarven kings shouted nearby, rallying their own men as more hammer song, the only obvious of the dwarves, slammed their hammers into the panicked foes. Zeno came upon two more Icarn, who engaged him with actual back-and-forth parries. He slid forward, slashing one at its knee before leaping past it and into the next one. He slashed it down and then turned forward as more Icarn were upon him. King Ukrio shouted, "We've got on the run, boys! Push, push into the pits!" The dwarves shouted in a clamor of excitement as dwarf horns sounded again. But then came a loud shriek. There were several explosions above them. "They've found Ugloi and Veshal," Master Telnor shouted. "Do it! Kill the bastard! We'll finish up here." The dwarves entered the blood pits, and as infant Icon clawed their way out of their birthing pits, the dwarves ended their lives. Great wooden vats of viscous material were broken open, and the dwarves overturned and broke down every construct of the vampires and their followers. Master Telnor and his hammer song were pushing up the opposite side of the room as more thundering sounds came from above. Zeno could hear elves shouting spells as it seemed they had found their target, Vishal. He was one of the last of the highborn, but so far he had avoided them. "Zeno!" King Vordar shouted. He looked back to see several bleeding rangers and elves now moving into the blood pits, and they were not alone. Bats were chasing them, climbing up the walls of the blood pits and jumping down on any that tried to leave. The dwarves, still pushing deeper and deeper, did not hear calls that their enemy was at their flank. Icarn swarmed in from behind, and the dwarven high guard that could be turned were. The dwarf kings and Zeno rushed forward, Zeno fighting to get to the rangers. They were rangers of the pines, he could tell from their gigging poles. "Get that vampire," he asked them. "Bastard is tearing apart the Archons, knocking us down like whiskey and sweet tea where you forget the teapot," one of them said. More bats, much larger than the previous ones, had blocked the tunnels, and though arrows flew into them, they did not die or back up. They were, instead, digging at the walls. One of the dwarf captains whistled, "Flying rats think they can bury us in here, King." King Ukrio grabbed a horn from one of the dwarves and blew it loud and hard, holding the tone. Other dwarves with horns began doing the same. It was a call to halt the attack. "Reform, reform, and push back out," King Ukrio shouted. Many of the dwarves did not or could not obey the order, but the dwarves in the immediate earshot of the horns did so. They reformed, turning to advance on the bats in the tunnels. Several dwarves brought up large metallic pipes and loaded them with dwarven dust canisters. In an explosion of fire and stone, they blasted through the many bats. Zeno and the dwarf kings charged forward, the rangers and handful of elves as well as the dwarven army. Then came a long screech, and Zeno drove his saber into one of the hissing bats. But the screech was elsewhere and larger than the other bats. It was Ugloi. The dwarves pushed past him, battering into the bats and toppling them. The passage back from the caverns was clogging up, and soon he was pressed against the rocky walls. "Keep fucking moving," he shouted. The dwarves had lost all momentum, and now in the caves, he saw the bats were burying them even faster. Then another explosion nearly right beside him. The dwarves sent another fireball of molten metal and dwarven dust so close to him that his face felt burnt. King Vordar had dropped his shield, and now, with axe and sword, he clambered through his dwarves and the bats alike. He broke through, and Zeno rushed to follow him. They had emerged from the caves, and he looked up to see bats all over the upper levels. He could not see a single elf that wasn't fighting blade to beast, and many archons were dead on the cavern floors. There were some that were alive, and amongst them was King Suvasel. "Ukrio Vordar," he shouted. Zeno ran up with the dwarf kings as the wood elf's eyes darted above them. "Get that vessel?" Ukrio asked. "No, bastard flew out of the damn roof. We're trying to keep the icon contained at every opening, but we've lost our push. We need to fall back. They had more bats roosting here than we knew, and the bastardlings are trying to bury us." There were hundreds of bats now on the ceiling above them. They were clawing at the stone, and now what archons were alive and on the same level as Zeno cast wards to block the debris. Sound retreat now," Ukrio shouted. The horn calls began, but the bats began to shriek louder and louder, growing so loud that Zeno clutched his ears and knelt down. He felt as if his head was about to explode between his hands. Then the ground trembled all around him. He looked up to see explosions or dark red magic and tumbling stone. Then nothing. Chapter Yetavadu. Collapse. Josmus was staring at the woods when he saw the very ground and trees around them began to tremble. Then behind them, to the east, a great plume of smoke shot up into the air. Urir and Marian both jumped to look. turn us around, now," Silra said. The Echinidor vessel lurched to the side, and with all haste, they headed back towards Half Iron. As Josmus stood on the deck staring out at the rising smoke, Silra went to the stone construct on the front of the deck of the ship. He placed his hand over it. It lit up. "Authorization," it said. "Silra, brother of the king of Echinidor. Authorized." The construct stood up, its massive hands glowing. "Fuck," Silra said. "I fucking told them." "We don't know what it is," Josmus said. "Well, it isn't good." They made it to Half Iron, is near record pace, pulling up to the docks, as Turgon was standing with Ruach of Salemark, the wood elf captain. "What happened?" Silra shouted. "Cave in. They got pummeled inside from the early reports," Turgon said. "Some got out. Most are trapped or worse. I've heard of breaches up and down the mountain range, and I've moved reserve forces in to try to reach survivors," Ruach said. "And your king?" Silra asked. "King Suvasel, King Ukrio, and King Vurdar are all beneath the mountains," Turgon said. I'm in command of the dwarven armies. And I take command of my king's forces, Ruach said. Zeno's body ached, and as he opened his eyes, he began to see a slight glow. At first he couldn't move, and he thought that perhaps he wasn't alive at all. This is it? This is the afterlife? Then there was another glow to his right and then left. Together, a voice said. The light grew, and the stone all around them was pushed up in a trembling ward. Zeno was able to set up, and he could now see that there were a handful of archons nearby, holding up a mountainous amount of rock. Then in the pale light he saw King Ukrio. His face was covered in blood. There were so many dead dwarves and elves around them that as Zeno tried to make his way through the crawl space of stone, he could not help but to step on and through their fluids. "Bat freaks got us," King Ukrio said. "Where is King Suvasel, King Vurdar?" The Archons were struggling to hold up the rocks, but now other dwarves that had been spared were sitting up. "Reinforce this, dwarves," an Archon shouted. "I do not know," King Ukrio said, "but let us try to save ourselves, and we'll look for the others as we can. We will not have much air." They went to work, trying to stack stones and build up a makeshift foundation, while the Archons struggled to hold the stone. They were making their way back towards the caves, where they hoped the cave would still be intact. Little by little, the Archons would move their spells. Zeno noticed that the Archon closest to them was bleeding from his eyes and ears. "Potions on you?" he asked him. "Check the dead," he said. Zeno began looking through the bodies and finding several green and red potions. He wasn't sure what was needed, but he popped them and gave them to the nearest Archon. As the Archon drank it, he nodded. "The others, quick." Zeno wasn't much of a healer, but he more than knew how to drink and give drinks, so this was easy. As he went to each Archon, he was giving them all a bit more time. They had reached the outskirts of the disaster, and hundreds of dwarves and elves from all distant places had come. These weren't the warriors, but those that had felt the earthquake and came to the disaster as more and more of the news spread. Josmus was first worried of attack, but it seemed that the collapse had trapped both their allies and their enemy. Many had come from Bavalik with all haste, and now all were part of the rescue to try to reach what was left of the armies of Taria. By some crazy luck, it seemed that none other than Master Telnor had made it out of the chaos, and though covered in stone and blood, he was one of the first to start organizing the chaos. Came at us from all sides, hundreds of bats, had to be thousands of Ikarn, then an explosion, Master Telnor told them. I got out with a few lucky ones because we had advanced up a chasm and happened to avoid the greater trap. "Did you reach the blood pits?" King Turgon asked. "I didn't, but I believe the bulk of our dwarven army did. We can't reach them." The injured were vast, and a caravan began carrying them to Bavalik, but there were many elves and dwarves that needed more than simple healing. "These will go to Salemark," Ruach said. Mirian, Ghost, and Gatea were preparing the most injured for the trek back to Half Iron, and the ships now having been signaled to come from the harbor near Salemark and come up the river. "4 more ships of the fleet are coming," Silra told Josmus, "but we had the flagship still not here. Gorky is taking forever." "We received word," Turgon announced as he came with Ruach to the evacuation area. The elves purifying the vampire cities never reported back. Their bodies were found pierced and erected upon the fields away from the castle. It seems the good elven king was wrong. "And what does that mean?" Mirian asked. "That we did not have the advantage we believed we had. We think they are hiding something." "I'm not even fucking saying it," Silra said. "I didn't expect you to. But we are having some luck getting to pockets of survivors," King Turgon said. "We've also got men of Seviar coming up to reinforce the elven watchpoints in the mountains." "Good the men of Seviar get off each other's dicks for once," Silra spat. Josmus has never seen Silra quite so angry. "Stop looking at me and grab that cot," Silra said to him. Now the caravan of horses and stag, taking the injured, the half-iron was well underway, but storms had brought a torrential downpour, and light was fading. By the time they reached half-iron, it was dark, except for the flashes of lightning. "On to the ships with all of the injured. Load them up," Silra said. Josmus worked to get injured of their allies onto the ships, which were a mix of Elven and Ichneidor vessels. Archons were on board to start the mending of the most injured, but even so, the moans and cries were near constant. "Where are the guards?" Silra questioned one of the Archons. Josmus couldn't make out the back and forth, as the wind had kicked up quite a bit. Mirian and Gatia were standing nearby as Silra came over to them. "We will take the injured. Seems the elves can't be bothered to actually send proper guards. Something about issues in their northern lands that this supposed High Archons doesn't have details on." Silra spat. "It'll be safer there anyway for Gatea," he said to Mirian. "I don't trust anything at this point, and who knows what that bastard vampire Veshal is up to or planning." Ghost was licking his fur. "Come now, Cat Ranger, let's get you in too," Ghost hissed. "Should I go with you?" Josmus asked Silra. "Yes, I need more of who I can trust, and not elves. They don't listen to me. Dwarves accept our king, about the same in my Upinon. Fuck." Josmus and Miriam were bandaging dwarves laying on their ship. While Ghost was pounding down poppy leaves and making a salve, Silra walked back and forth along the edge of the ship. "Construct, state your name," Silra said to the stone and metal construct at the front of the ship. "Treba," it said, "Ichneidor Construct Model Balinor 2. Creation, Starforge, Ichneidor. Assigned to Gorky's gallant navy." Of course, our gallant Admiral Gorky calls the fleet that, of course, he named it something odd, Silra said. "Treba, scan for vampires and undead." Josmus looked up as the lights on the construct glowed red before Treba spoke again. "0 entities. Noted. Multiple elves, dwarves, and humans in varying states of health. Advise healing protocols." "Yes," Silra said. "I would advise that too. Keep lookout for anything other than elves, dwarves, or humans. I mean, anything." "I guess the constructs were worth the investment," Josmus said. "Yes, well, Balinor was going to build them regardless, but putting on our ships made it so the Navy itself could have less people per ship, and plus, after dealing with the Dreen, we weren't going to be outgunned again." "Are they on all of your ships?" Gatea asked. "Yes, all of them, though there are multiple on Gorky's flagship." "Oh, Gorky," Urir said. "Can't have him missing all the fun." "He's going to be pissed. He agreed with me about the Balarite. Foolish loss of life," Silra said. After a good while, they were nearing the border of Salemark. Here, the great gateway over the river and the border wall called the East Gate greeted them. The elves here opened the gateway as they approached. The elves atop the wall looked down as they passed. "Keep your damn eyes peeled," Silra said to them. Gatea walked over to the construct. "Treba," he said. "Gatea," Mirian said. "Don't mess with it." "Oh, it's safe," Silra said. "Bunch of strange Dwemhar technology in these newer ones. It has the ability to sense things we can't even see. The old ones were very simple, but these are a blend of ancient dwarven mechanics and Dwemhar crystals. It has amazed me what Balinor has been able to do." "Who is Balinor?" Gatea asked. "An old, really old dwarf." "That's putting it one way," Josmus said. "What?" Silra asked. "He's an ancient dwarf from a city from before the flood." "The flood? Like we have from the bayou?" Gatea asked. "No," Josmus laughed. "From when our race lived in the far, far south, at our place of creation. The flood created the southern seas and forced our people into our current lands. Gatea walked around to the front of Treba. Can it fight? He asked. Yes, Josmus said. It uses focused energy like lightning in the same way we use arrows. It is more like an Archon's fireball than an arrow, though. We need some of these ourselves, Mother, he said. Now they were passing beneath the hanging trees of Salemark. Fariers danced across the surface of the water. Hey, sparkly bugs, get up here and do something useful, Silra said. The fairies came up over the railings of the ship and began moving over the injured. Can it actually heal them? Gatea asked. It can, mostly minor injuries only, though. The greater the energy, the more of the fairy's essence is used, but they recharge over time beneath these trees, Josmus told him. As they came to end of the river as it emptied out into the bay, they maneuvered to a place at the Salemark docks where dozens of other vessels were. Once they were tied off, they began offloading the injured, and Josmus saw a Archon wearing flowing white robes with silver armor that came up in sharp points from his shoulders. High Archon Reviak, Josmus said. Josmus of Ikinidor and Silra, he said. Dwarves and your king made some bad choices, Silra said. We have heard of the tragedy so far, but the storms are torrential across the northern regions of the woods. The lightning has been striking so hard that we have been losing power to our Dwemhar towers. Well, that's convenient. With everything else, Silra said. I have consulted with Eliasso to assure the crystals are replaced. Well, Eliasso half the time thinks he is ricked still. He's a bit confused. The Archon shook his head. He gets his old memories back from time to time, being a Dwemhar. No, Silra said. Dwemhar are gone. He's a cast out, and you're not going to convince me of anything else. Now, we need to get these injured off, gather supplies, and get back to Half-Iron. I'll see to the ship. Do what you need to, Urier said. Now Josmus, Mirian, Gatea, and Ghost were standing on the docks. And something particular, Silra said to Reviak. I was wondering if you'd grant us passage to Enria and your druids. He motioned to Ghost. This is a ranger that had a bit of an accident and would very much like to reverse, or, at the very least, be able to communicate. He was coming here before everything else, but the least I can do is follow through on my promise to try and help him. And the boy and his mother? Reviak asked. They are from the Pinewood regions, Silra said, and I'm rather fond of them, you might say. The boy is Gatea, and he wanted to see Salemark, and his mother is Mirian. She's all right. He winked at her. I see, Reviak said with a slight smile. I am sending more elves east as the storm allows. A host has already gone that way without order, but I'm sending more. Admiral Gorky has came and gone, heading now to get more reinforcements from the Riverlands. There are dwarves there, I guess. Garivia's order and our monks, he said. How long has he been gone? Not long, but he wanted to get more healers. Silra nodded. Good, he said. I'll help Urier, Josmus told Silra. Get supplies loaded and what not. Silra nodded. Okay, I shouldn't be too long, but if needed, just head back to Half-Iron with Urier, and then come back. Master Enria can be a bit pushy and slow. Tree elf people, Silra laughed. Now, as Josmus stayed at the docks, Mirian smiled, happy to be in Salemark and to watch Gatea in amazement at the towering trees interlaced with the ancient elven architecture. The elves don't build stuff like this in our lands, Gatea said. No, and some of this here is Dwemhar, Silra told him. This was once a Dwemhar city, but it was entrusted to the elves when the Dwemhar left these lands. The inner part of Salemark looked as if it was a massive forest, and out from the city center were towering elven trees with twisted golden script that looked as if it came from within the bark itself. These went out as far as they could see, while there were perimeter walls and old Dwemhar towers glowing like torches with their ethereal burning. The city hid how large it was with a subterranean level that wasn't even obvious from where Marian and the others walked. "It goes down fairly far," Silra said, "but we are going to a grove of trees. Apparently, they are thousands of years old and were a garden of the Dwemhar or something," he told her. "Or something?" Marian asked. "Hey, elves, you know. They say a lot of stuff," Silra said. "They are an ancient people," she said. "Yeah, and I trust them so much, I choose to live with dwarves." No one questioned them, and Marian assumed it was because most, if not all of them, knew Silra and the Ikinidor dwarves. A few even nodded to him as he passed. "Does everyone know you?" Gatea asked. "It's mostly my hair," he joked, rubbing his dark hair. "No, it's the book I hold. They know I have it, and they helped me and my king with the Jinn and with Josmus when he was younger, and my daughter has came here a few times." "Must be a good book," Gatea said. "Just the writings of the Rusis," he said. "Just," Mirian said, knowing full well what he held. "I wouldn't mind reading it sometime," Gatea said. "Maybe, who knows," Silra said. They went beside a large building and passed through a white gate to a stone path that twisted up above the city. Here there was a golden glow on the rocks and leaves above them. "I'll do the talking," Silra said. Ghost had stopped some distance away from them and was lagging behind. "What is it?" Silra asked. Ghost rubbed his ears. "Maybe he isn't well," Gatea asked. "What's wrong?" Marian asked. Ghost looked up at the moon and rubbed his arms. Silra glanced up and then back down to him. Then his eyes focused back to it. "It's moving," he said. "Moving?" Marian asked. "I can see the outline of the Blackmoon's essence." "Dark is the times," a elf said, appearing on the rocks above them. Marian looked up to see a tall elf with branches growing up his shoulders. "Enria," Silra said. "Keeper of Shri," Enria said. "I was just telling the boy here about how you all only like me because of the book I have." "I don't like you at all. I just like those desert berries you'll bring me." Silra laughed. "I don't have any today, but I do have a friend here that I hope you can help." He tapped Ghost on the shoulder. Enria jumped down to their level and knelt down. "You're not trying to sell me your wares, are you? Not a fan of cat supplies. Have no need for cats in the trees when we have squirrels." Ghost hissed and then meowed. "I understand," Enria said. Gatea raised his brow and shook his head. "You understood that?" "Yes, we can get to the grove and we can do more. Animals speak better than most, especially priests from Ikinidor," he laughed. Yes, of course you're going to start the jabs," Silra said. Chapter Devyati. Rescue. Dorian was doing what he could to support the excavations at the site of the disaster. He cursed himself for not being with Zeno now. He hated how he had teased him before, but as more injured were pulled from the rocks, he feared the worse for his kin. Brutus ran up and down the rubble, having found many trapped beneath the rocks. The entire mountain had collapsed inwards, and the ongoing hope was that somehow and some way there were pockets of survivors beneath them. Across the site, dwarves dug deep with elves beside them, too. Brutus shot back past Dorian and went just next to a dwarf and started barking. "Two more this way," the dwarf shouted. Dorian and an elf came running with a stretcher. "Both are breathing," the dwarf said. They loaded them both together and began away from the rubble. He had made countless trips like this. Now a long row of bodies filled the nearby riverbank as healers from Bavalik and smaller settlements of both the elves and dwarves gathered together. Master Telnor has emerged." Dorian looked over to see the stalwart Hammersong holding at least 3 fallen dwarves in his arms. As elves came to him, he shoved them off. These are dwarves. I won't have your filthy hands touching them. Turgon, where are you at? Turgon. Dorian knew Turgon was in the new mine being made to reach into the depths. He ran over to the hammer song. King Turgon is delving down, trying to reach the others. Bastard vampire fools, Master Telnor roared. All of them need to be split open for this. Now the day waned on, and the storm clouds rolled over the distant north. Lightning flashed, and thunder filled the air as the wind kicked up. The dead were everywhere. The healers could only work so fast, and now night was coming. Ruach of the Wood Elves had came with many elves and now joined the rescue. King Turgon had instructed all able-bodied workers from Bavalik to come to the site, but they had not arrived yet. As Dorian happened to look down the road, waiting for their additional hands, he saw a figure. Brutus, who had been chewing a bone while he rested, started barking. It was a messenger, or so it seemed, but the man was covered in blood. Dorian and several rangers went to him as he collapsed. The man had injuries all over him. They took my horse, ate it out from beneath me, and nearly got me. He had scratches all over his arms. Bats, so many bats, he said. Ikarn are going for Bavalik. King Turgon and Ruach came over. There were so many, the man said. He was shaking uncontrollably. I'll send stag riders to chase them down. I'll also move our forces from the northern valley down to help with the rescue operation. King Turgon nodded. Dorian, take a host of rangers with Ruach's elves. We need to make sure we make safe Bavalik. If our enemy is going to attack us there next, we must be ready. I have 2,000 elves moving this way as we speak from Salemark. If they want to fight with us, we'll be ready, Ruach said. Dorian was placed in charge of not only his host of rangers, but had been given authority over the Wood Elf stag riders. These were Ruach's personal friends, and as such, they did not question when their master told them to listen to the ranger. They left immediately, making for Bavalik with all haste. As they rode into the darkening surroundings, he scanned the roadside and high grass, as well as kept a watch into the skies above. Brutus ran off to the side. Keep a watch, boy, Dorian told him. Something didn't feel right, and that feeling was something he could not shake. Many times he had leaned on his intuition, and it never led him wrong. But now he feared the woods all around them like he never had before. Chapter Thadis. Druids of Salemark. Mirian followed Enria and Ghost, but it was Gatea who sprinted ahead, passing into a tunnel of twisted trees and a bright glade. Even as lightning flashed above them, the golden glow of the trees shined brighter. She walked through the tunnel and smelt the sweetest air that she had ever smelt. Here there were many other elves, but instead of being dressed as the others in the city, these were near nude, their bodies nearly a part of the trees as their hands and legs were fused into the roots. She grabbed Gatea, but he pushed her hands from his eyes as he ran towards a fountain surrounded by several. He wasn't paying attention to anything but a statue that appeared to be moving. "What is that?" he asked. Enria tapped the fountain, and the figure knelt down. "This is a Druid golem, protector of the grove and the greater woods in general. This one looks after the young infants as they incubate deep beneath this place." "Incubate?" Mirian asked. "Yes, wood elves do not have children like others. Our children grow within the trees. We take that from the father and the mother, and the child grows in very wood. They will be born to respect. The little saplings pass from the trees of the grove and down into the roots to be born beneath here. In fact," he said, lifting a finger, "I do feel we'll need to go there, as it so happens." Several druids removed themselves from the trees, and as they turned they were bound in robes that looked like tree bark. "Visitors?" one of them asked. Ghost meowed, and the druids looked at him. Yes, Enria said. He seemed to have gotten himself stuck in this form. A simple spell of reversal, but it will take time, the Druid said. Enria shook his head. For now, we will see about something to make it so he can speak. He looked to Ghost. What do you think? Ghost nodded. I think that is most important, Enria said. I agree, Silra said. We have many injured and that need help in the east. Ghost meowed and Enria translated. Your friend says he wants to get back east too, but both the elves and dwarves trapped there are strong. We have to keep up hope. Enria led them into a massive gate made up of bright, shining white trees, and they entered a passage of glowing stone. Here the ground looked like the rings seen when splitting a tree, but Mirian couldn't help but to notice the pollen in the air. Bright red and green flowers dotted the inside of the passage, and as they continued, light from the upper boughs of the trees were like tiny suns shining down. The ground turned to grass, and they walked between large knotted trees. The future of the Varmark woodlands, Enria said to Gatea. These are babies, he asked, nearly touching one of the trees. Mirian grabbed him. It is fine, Enria said. The trees protect them and nurture them. A child's hand could not harm them. Ghost, come with me to my workshop. As Ghost went with Enria, Silra, Mirian, and Gatea, stood by the trees that held the wood elf Fadis, growing within it. A bit strange, isn't it? Silra said to Mirian. Do you think they actually, She made a motion of her finger going into a circle of her other hand, formed by her thumb and index finger. Oh, I know they do that. She gave him a look of disapproval. Well, not me, but I know they do. She laughed. As they talked, Gatea had went several trees down. There was a small rabbit that hopped out from behind the trees, but it was not some wild creature. Mirian saw it was wearing an apron of leaves. The tree seemed to shake, and Gatea jumped back as there was a burst of light from the base of the tree. The rabbit pushed him aside and stood, waiting at the tree. Mirian and Silra walked over to Gatea, as seemingly out of nowhere and unexpectedly to them. The tree split open and cries filled the air. The rabbit quickly swaddled the child, severing an umbilical from the tree. The two ends twisted into itself and absorbed into the child, and the tree desperately. Mother, Gatea said. The baby was crying, and the rabbit was soon joined by other rabbits, who moved the baby into a nearby basket after swaddling it with large leaves and furry moss. The child began to sleep almost instantly. Now that isn't how it works for us, Mirian said, laughing and shaking her head. Oh, how wonderful, Enria said, returning with Ghost. I had hoped you might get to see such a thing. In fact, I knew it was coming. Something I know Silra knows about. By the gods, Silra said, that was a really bad joke. I've been working on it, Enria said. Work harder, really? That was bad. And right in front of the newborn sapling elf thing. Silra pointed. Gatea leaned over the basket, looking at the child. The rabbit was tossing several small seeds into the basket. Where will they go? To their mother and father, Gatea asked. A few days from now. For now, they go to a garden just a bit away from here. They are to be blessed by druids, and then they will go out into the city and to their parents. We are all connected here in Salemark, and even the greater forest itself. The mother and father felt their child be born, and will soon come to see them. It is a grand time here, a time of happiness, and a hopeful look into the future, especially with such darkness all around us. Ghost meowed. Mirian noticed he had a necklace on that was glowing, but even as he meowed over and over, he could not speak in their language. He smacked the ground a few times and hissed. I know, my friend, Enria said, but it isn't that simple. In time we can reverse this, but give the amulet a bit longer, and you'll be able to speak. At this point, a small group of younger wood elves came into the grove. "Oh, young masters," Enria said, "we have no need for mad rodent removal." "None? We've been working with our bows all morning," one of them said. This one, with long blonde hair, looked at Gatea. "Who's the child?" "Child, you're one to talk," Gatea said. "Visitors from afar, Sali," Enria said. "Rangers." "Visitors? Humph. I wondered why they looked strange." Enria went to Gatea. "This is Sali, a boy of your age in looks, but in fact, he is 50 of your years. I would assume you have more in common than you think." "You know how to use that bow?" Sali asked. "Yes, and you?" Gatea said, motioning to Sali's. "A bit. Been working on it for over 30 years. So since I was like 8, Marian thought to herself. "I bet I can outshoot you," Gatea said. "Well, as interesting as that'd be, you're not doing it in here," Enria said. "You do have chores to do in the grove, and the others will direct you to it." "See you around then, maybe, Ranger," Sali said. Gatea watched as Sali and the other younger elves went to begin whatever chores they had. "He's a bit of a troublemaker," Enria said. "I let them hunt the mad rats we get here from time to time, who get too drunk drinking nectar. But I swear half my time in the grove is keeping those young elves out of the wine. Trouble, trouble," he laughed. Enria took them back outside to the glade, and Miriam took a deep breath. The air was so fresh here and was such a sweet difference that for a moment she forgot the smell of the pine of her home. "Master," a druid said. Enria went to him. "What is it?" "Visitors, more of them. Our old Dwemhar and the blade from before." He nodded. "Let them in. They are friends." Miriam noticed a strange pale man in blue robes, as well as a high elf with a curved blade at his hip. "Silra," the pale man said. "Elieso," Silra said. "My apologies, Richt. Either name is fine, as I have said, but my mind knows Richt better. Many here use Eliaso. My given Dwemhar name is a slow, unveiling mystery." "And you, Josur," Silra said. "The Blade Brothers are still here." "We are, though we are busy, it seems. Rosur has gone to try to reach elves in the north. The storms are still coming down on the borders of the woods." "And High Archon Reviak is aware?" Enria asked. "Very," Eliaso said. "What of the east?" Josur asked. "A cave-in after an attack on Norduna. They thought they had them beat. Seems it was a trap," Silra said. Josur nodded. "Our enemy has not been foolish so far. But I hear the war draws to an end," Eliaso said. "We don't believe it," Gatea said. Silra laughed. "Well, at least the kid is another one who believes me." "From the words of a child is frequently the truth had," Eliaso said. "During the time before the floor in the northern lands that created the glacial seas, it was children who spoke more of the coming calamity than the adults and master of our lost race." "Tell me," the pale man said, kneeling, "who are you, child?" "I am a ranger of the pines. This is my mama," he said, looking to Marian. "I sense a strong feeling of loyalty in you, child. That is important," Eliaso said. "I lost my way for a while, but I found it again. Keep love and loyalty in your heart, and you will not be led astray." "We need to get going back east," Silra said. "Eliaso says that I should stick with you," Josur said. "Says it is my place or something." "You are welcome, and your brother?" Silra asked. "He tends to what he needs to," Eliaso said, "as we all must. Nothing has transpired that is not that of the greater plans. All converges." Enria looked over to Eliaso and suddenly grabbed him. Mirayan jumped as the pale man stared directly out with blackened eyes. He hissed, and his voice became much lower before he began to convulse and fall. Silra grabbed him and helped him to the ground with Enria. "Give me Valius Vada herbs," Enria said. Several druids came, and one of them gave Enria a wad of long green stems. The druid took the herbs and a wand from his belt. He placed the herbs on Eliasso's head, even as he drooled, his body still shaking. "This has happened before," Enria said. "He is an ancient Dwemhar, but he lost his powers. He struggles with many issues of the mind, and this is no different." Enria used his wand, causing the herbs to twist and move about his forehead before going into his nose. The convulsions stopped, and Eliasso's eyes sprang open. "It comes! It comes!" he shouted. "I have seen darkness, fire, and light." "What is it, friend?" Josur asked, leaning toward him. Enria sat up and then glared at Silra. "Keep Shri close to you, for the fate of all comes upon." Sudden and deafening explosions sounded from the east, and the ground trembled, the trees shifting from side to side, and the light of the glade fell to shadow. The shaking became more violent, and a great green ripple rose from the distant trees, and then fell back down. The ground shook more, and then all went still. "They come," Eliasso said. "All of them that have hidden, they are upon us." 11 horns sounded loud and long. "What is happening, mother?" Gatia asked. "Druids, waken all who sleep." "Are those horns a call to arms for the border of the woods?" Silra asked Enria. "No," he said calmly. "It is to say that our enemy has already breached the city itself, and all are called to defend the homeland." Josur drew his blade, red fire engorging it up and down. "Then let I of Urlas, you warriors of Taria, and Salemark prepare for battle," he said. Josmus was standing on the ship as Urer and others were loading more supplies to take upriver. He looked out at the trees swaying from the storms north of them and felt the boat sway a bit more. "Give me more of those bandaging supplies," Urer said to an elf on the docks. Most of the dwarves had made multiple trips, and it looked like they'd be the first vessel ready to go. We are actually making good time. I don't know about Silra and the others, but they can catch another ship. You want to stay here since we're ready to go?" "I want to get back to helping as soon as I can," he told him. Josmus looked back at their vast supplies and felt a chill in the air. He bound his cloak around him as he could hear what sounded like galloping cavalry in the distance. Then the trees lurched to and fro. He grabbed the railing of the ship as there were several shock waves that sent rolling waves out beneath them. "What was that?" Urer said. Several dwarves were returning with supplies across the dock, as the elf, overseeing them, turned to look behind him. Horn calls went out. "We are under attack," the elf shouted to them. "Come on, get on, get on," he shouted to the dwarves. "Make ready, make ready." Josmus looked at the other Ikinidor vessels and realized that most of their crews were still in Salemark. In the distance further upriver, the ground exploded with a green fire, rippling up into the dark clouds. Cast off, Urir shouted. "Ether and Throka with you," the elf on the docks bowed. "And you," Josmus said. They pushed off and raised their sails. They had a good wind, and Urir looked back. "It's just going to be us, boys," he said. "We should make for the east gate and check with the guard line," Josmus said. "I'm making for the enemy, one way or another. If they're under attack, we'll secure the river and the gate." Josmus went to the construct at the front of the ship. Once he placed his hand on it, it lit up. Thane, Josmus. Recognized. Crystals engaged. Scanning. Numerous subterranean life forms, not of elven origin. Recommendation. Proceed with caution at this range. Weaponry engaged for close support. The water was tossing their ship, and 2 times they scraped the edge of the riverbed. Josmus put an arrow to string as the other dwarves with him held weapons in hand. The trees split around them as more fire engulfed them from underneath. Dirt and rock sprinkled the water. Then forms appeared from beneath the ground. "Ekarn!" Josmus shouted. He pulled back on his bow, releasing an arrow as the construct began to charge up. His arrow struck an icon in the chest. Then volleys of blue orbs struck the ground, followed by explosions of rock and icon in the underbrush. Multiple hostiles. Recommendation. Balinor's fury. "Engage!" Urer shouted. "Take cover," Josmus said. Balinor's fury was an effective style attack the construct could use that utilized a unique dwarven dust and mithril shard canisters. The construct fired its weapons, sending more and more explosions on the shoreline. Josmus looked to their right and could see multiple icon jumping into the water. The ship began to strike them, their bodies thudding against the hull. Soon they were climbing over the side. The dwarves leaped upon them, striking them off the side as the construct changed its angle of fire, striking the opposite shoreline now. They were coming up on the east gate, and Josmus could see spells flying at the stone and the defenders. "This isn't a good sign," Urer said. Josmus looked ahead and could barely see the river for the sheer number of icon filling it. Then explosions struck the east gate. Chunks of stone flew toward them, one of them striking two dwarves and smashing them against the deck. "Captain," a dwarf shouted, "coming off the port side, evade!" Josmus turned, seeing a mad econ, a newer appearance from the previous weeks. They had some type of seed mixed with magic that was highly explosive. He pulled back two arrows, sending them both and taking down the mad econ. Two more were coming. These jumped wildly, using cover as they broke through the trees. He took down one only for an ekarn spear to graze his left arm, causing him to falter and his arrow to plink into the water. The construct directed its fire, striking down the ekarn, and Josmus looked at his arm. He had a large gash, but he was lucky. An explosion rocked the ship, and Urir wheeled hard to the right as another icon jumped at them. A second explosion tore through the deck and then slammed into the northern bank. Josmus looked back to Urir as a white hand jumped upon their captain. The dwarf drew a large knife just as he was stabbed with a poison spear. "Captain!" he shouted. Another explosion struck the ship, and Josmus was thrown into the trees. He couldn't move, and though he tried to rise to fight, he fell forward, and his vision turned black. Chapter 11th. Shattering Solace. The rain had stopped, but from walking outside it was so dark that one could not tell if it was morning or night. Fadis, Every, and many of the old king's guard mounted horses. Already the captain had made for the lower region of the wall, and Fadis would be going to the upper mid-wall. This region sat in the sagging hills just to the northwest of Tarivek, and was a stopping point on the way to Salemark. "Torchlights are out," Every said. "We should be able to at least see the closest ones. Elven patrols cycle through at dawn, and we're not too far off from that," Fadis said. Fadis, Every, and the guards going with them rode out of Tarivek. Back behind them, Kurla rose on her phoenix, and the fires from its wings streaked through the low clouds before, like a twinkling ember. She vanished above the clouds. "She's headed to Half-Iron," Fadis said. "She doesn't want to just check the walls ahead of us." "She'll dip down," Fadis said. "But if nothing looks off, she'll head on. I don't suspect it's any more of an issue than some guards not wanting to get wet or someone drinking a bit too much." He laughed. "We're at the end of this messy war. Men get stupid." Every looked at him with a uniquely elven-esque glare of disapproval. "Oh, like your elven friends never drank too much," Fadis said. Every laughed. "True." The darkness over the rolling hills gave way only to the torchlight from Fadis and his men. He looked ahead and watched as Kurla dipped below cloud level, making multiple passes before heading on. "That's a good sign," Fadis shouted. Looks like a bit of an ass chewing is all we have to worry about." They rode over another hill, and the road dipped down toward the river that cut across the lands. Here there was a bridge and a rocky hill just on the other side of it. They rode across the bridge, and Fadis looked down to see something in the water. "Whoa, whoa," he said, slowing his horse. He went to the shoreline, and his horse became unsteady. Every dismounted, drawing his blade and going to the shoreline. "Bodies," he said. Thadis dismounted now, going to the water and pulling the nearest one up. The head had been chewed off. "Bear?" Every asked. Fadis scanned the others, seeing similar injuries. "They're on our side of the wall and—" The torches on the distant wall burst to life. "That's a good sign," Every said. "Perhaps they got caught in the storm, got attacked," one of the guards suggested. Fadis pulled the body out of the water and then looked to Every. "Well, let's go figure out who is in charge. Let them know that we found their missing patrols, and if anyone is drunk, I'll have more words." Something troubled Fadis, and he couldn't quite shake it, even as he mounted up and rode toward the wall and towers ahead. The eastern horizon was a mix of purple and red, the sun not yet cresting over the mountains, but the clouds from the storm were blowing off to the west. No guards were outside the wall, and as they dismounted, Every whistled. "No one is topside, not from the looks of it." Those who had come with them went to the door of the wall and found it locked. About that time, a figure with a torch looked down from above them. "Guard," Fadis said, "let us in. We haven't gotten word from this outpost, and you have a patrol down nearby." The man said nothing but vanished from sight. "This is why we needed elves on the wall," Every said. "Bunch of drunkard criminals." "No, sir," one of the men with them said. "My brother was here, served 20 years in the king's guard. There may have been a few like what you said, but not him." Every shrugged. "Go down to the next tower," Fadis said. "See if the door is open." The guards rode toward the next tower. Suddenly the door opened, and a solemn, pale face looked out from the darkness of the inner tower. Fadis approached the man. "No trouble here," the man said. Fadis went to enter, and the man didn't move. "Where are the rest of the guards?" "Sleeping," he said. "Wake them," Fadis commanded. "Soldiers are down near the river." The man stared at Fadis and blinked. "The Lord Commander has given you an order, and it is expected for you to follow it," Every said. "It is dark." "It is morning, and the storm has passed," Fadis said. Rivek lost contact with sections of the wall, and while your torches are now alight, we must see to the dead." "The dead will be seen to," the man said. Fadis tried to enter again, but the man still did not move. "The time is dark," the man said. Every drew his sword. "Move." "The time is dark," the man said again, backing into the darkness of the tower. "The time is dark," he said again. Fadis drew his blade as they entered. The pale light of the early morning was not enough to see inside the tower. Then he nearly tripped. "The time is dark," the man said again, now having vanished from sight. Fadis looked down to see a guard on his stomach. He knelt and felt that the man was stiff. "Every, back," he said. "The time is dark," the voice said again with a laugh. "The time is dark, the time is dark, the time is dark." The guards were suddenly shouting down the way. The ground trembled around them. Then a deep rumble caused Fadis to drop to the ground, as it felt as if the mountains had been lifted and dropped across the entire region of Taria. "But in darkness we embrace," the man said with a hiss. White fire burst from the darkness, and Fadis pulled Every just out of the way of an explosion of spellcraft. The man before them glowed bright as a shimmering white form, with tattoos of iridescent green across his face and arms. The time is dark, and in finality all workings come to pass. Fadis pulled Evrai from the tower as the entire structure began to tremble, and the ground gave way before them, dropping off and sinking. Now dozens of Ikarn rose out of the dirt as wisps of green light flowed out of tunnels crafted beneath the walls. Evri and Fadis fell back to their horses. Fadis pulled himself up to his mount and spurred his horse to get some distance between themselves and the wall. South. Go south and link up with the rangers in the eastern woods, Fadis said. They cut up the hill, and as they came over the crest, they spotted green fires rippling out of the ground. No, more Ikarn. Back north to the edge of elven lands, Evri said. They turned, breaking for the northernmost edge of the Varmark woodlands. They had to raise the alarm, and seeing as the wall had already been overwhelmed and taken over prior to the eruption, they could not trust that any other piece of the wall was still intact and under their control. Fadis questioned how long the wall might have been taken over, and how much longer it would have been before the eruption if they had not come to check on it. Riding north, Evri pointed to owls flying high above the woods. He pulled an arrow from his quiver and released it upward. After a crackle and a burst of fire, the owl turned toward him and then swooped down into the trees. "Elves are alerted," Evri said. Suddenly, white orbs of light shot up in the distant woods. It was the Salemark perimeter defenses, the old Dwemhar towers bursting to life to illuminate and defend this part of the woods. Fadis had never been so happy to enter elven lands. Within a few moments, multiple stag riders were upon them, and they gave an account of what had happened. "We'd sent patrols to both mid-wall and south wall," the elf captain said. "None of them returned. The storm was believed to be some kind of enchantment. Our archons said that it was unnatural, but they could not figure out the source of them. Our enemy is coming somehow," Evri said. "All of Salemark must prepare." "The war is almost over. King Suvasel and most of our warriors attacked the queens," the captain said. "How did they do this?" "They've been waiting for us to show our move in completeness." Explosions rocked the woods, and the bright white orbs above the edge of the woods faded to darkness. "The Dwemhar towers, they're out," the captain said. "Out?" Ripples of energy shot up from the ground, and the unholy growls of Ikarn men filled the air. "Ride for the walls," the captain commanded. Spears struck several of the elves, and as they rode toward the fire, Fadis shouted to Evri, "Back, go east. These damn things are everywhere." The trees all along the edge of the fires collapsed into the ground, and now undead thralls clawed through the ethereal flames, jumping upon the captain and the elves. They were fleeing back east. They had to try to reach ranger lines. Almost to the edge of the woods, they saw a lone red fire moving through the woods. Fadis slowed his horse as the figure moved in front of them. In a few moments, he saw it was an elf. "Blade of Urlas," Evri said. The figure bowed as he sheathed his sword. "I am Rosur, Rangers of the North. I am happy I have come upon you. Salemark is under attack. We must get word to King Suvasel and the dwarven allies. We think they've cut our lines right down the middle," Evri said. "Suvasel is lost. At least, that is what we believe." "Lost?" Fadis asked. "The attack into the underground failed, and there was a massive cave-in, trapping thousands and killing, I fear, most of them. King Turgon is attempting to reach them. I attempted to get to Salemark myself using the portals, but it spat me out here." "You did not mean to come here?" Evri asked. "No, I tried to reach High Archon Reviak when I felt an explosion like none other." "It's an eruption," Fadis said. Evri nodded. "Then they may be in the portals." "What do you mean?" Rosur asked. "The Dwemhar towers powered down, and then you ended up over here," Evri said. "I believe the portal expelled you where it could. It means the defenses of the city are failing. That has to be done from within." "They are in Salemark," Rosur said. They could be. Rally your warriors, rangers, he nodded. I will go alone to the inner city. Let us come with you, Every said. No, the blade said. I am faster without you. Before any further protest could be had, Rosur sprinted away from them. Every, come on, Fadis said. We can be of best use to Salemark with a host of our own. We will get back to Tarivek and call up all we can muster before moving in force. They rode toward the city, and as they did, Fadis spotted Kurla flying high over them. Reaching Tarivek, Kurla landed some distance away from the gates. The entire wall is broken. Every tower is a festering pit. She looked at them before focusing on Fadis. I think our enemy may know us better that we do them. Every sound alarm across Tarivek and muster every ranger and warrior. Every nodded, and before long, bells tolled across the city. And Half-Iron? Fadis asked. Holding, but the attack isn't going toward dwarven lines. They are moving on Salemark. There was some kind of disaster in the caves, and most, if not all of them, are feared dead. There was a cave-in. The Ranger of the North looked around him as the realization hit him. This was all planned, Fadis said. There is zero chance that what was to be the final attack into the pits of the vampires and the Spider Queens just so happened to fail so spectacularly to coincide with the eruption. He stomped his foot. Damn it! Kirla nodded. My lord, Commander, where will you have me? Fadis took a deep breath, staring at Kurla and feeling a sense of resolve come over him. Get up high and burn their lines. Let's try to link up with the Salemark defenders. Chapter 12. Leaves and Flames. Thadis advanced with Every and the forces of Tar Rivek. The Moon Elves had joined them too, as Valilia had rallied the few she had in Tar Rivek. All in all, they had close to 400 men-at-arms and around 100 rangers of the north. Fires burned in the south with an ethereal green hue rising against the dark sky. Flurries of blue orbs flew at random up and out of the trees, slamming back down into the darkness of the woods. The ground trembled more. North Gate should be our target, Every said. Once we get there, there is a portal door so we can get in contact with Reviak. He'll be in charge? When the king is gone, Every said, Reviak and the High Archons are in charge of the city. Already I expect the forward guard and leaves of Salemark to be pushing out to secure the outer perimeter. But these are the elves of Salemark, a man-at-arms said, overhearing them. Everyone knows you do not step a foot into their woods without them knowing it. I think this might be all a bit much. A sudden explosion of blue fire shot into the sky, entire trees flying high above the canopy. Burning chunks of glowing buildings crackling with electrical discharge fell back to the woods. Every paused as the rest of the force continued walking. Valilia lifted her hands, and the other moon elves did the same. Power and magic fluctuate. There is a break in the powers within the woods. Darkness swells where there was light, she said. Every, Fadis said. Come on. That was a Dwemhar tower. More reason to push. Fadis turned to one of the other rangers. Sound horns, double march. Push for the northern woods, boys. Kurla flew high above, diving down into the eastern woods and striking thralls that were well beyond the outer defensive walls. All through the woods she saw festering pits of vampire thralls, and while some of the large monolithic stones that made up the old Dwemhar defenses were still active, most had gone dark. Now only Salemark itself was still alight, and there was no moon. Fire crackled behind the wings of her phoenix, and she dove into an exposed column of Ekarn, her bird screeching as he struck them. She wielded her bow, drawing back and releasing bolt after bolt as her mount beat its wings, rising back out of the dive. She could see only so many lights in the darkness outside of the growing green fires in the woods that would shift between green, blue, and purple. Half Iron in the distance, Micronock further east within the mountains. There were more explosions below. "Down again," she said. They dove, her phoenix screeching just before they passed through a split in the trees, and down further, passing through split rocks. The bird flapped its wings even faster, flames rolling off and striking the icon. She pulled on the reins, lifting back up into the night sky. Looking back, they had left a streak of red fire in their wake. Now she could see glowing white flashes coming from the woods, not a flame. The first of the Salemark vanguard had reached the attackers. "We'll circle round, make passes on the middle lines. We need to support them," she said aloud. But then there was another sound above her, something in the clouds. She kept her phoenix level, gliding above the woodlands as she looked around. The phoenix cooed, turning its head to look with a single eye above them. Kurla could hear what sounded like something beating the air above, and she turned around on her mount completely. The sound was getting closer. She leaned forward. "Dive! Get low now!" The phoenix did so, and Kurla held as tight as she could. They swooped down into the rising smoke, and as they leveled out again, she looked back to see a glowing figure now hovering near where they had been. It was Veshal and the cursed bat Ugloi. They kept at tree level, cutting through the upper boughs and passing over the river before swooping back west. She passed over a tower and saw many elves there, along with the glimmer of a pool. It was a fairy fountain. She brought them to rest just near it. As she dismounted, an archon came to her. "Kurla of Taria," she said. "Yes," Kurla said. The elf whistled, and several attendants brought over buckets of the enchanted water for the phoenix. "What does it look like from high up?" the Archon asked. "The woods to the west are aflame. All the way to the northern woods are portals. And Ikon. I saw Ugloi. The bat has passed over once, and twice we thought it would strike you as you made your attacks. Where are the defenses of the city? Many suffered from the eruption of our foes. Others, they have gone dark all at once. Lord Commander Fadis and a force of our warriors are making for the northern border." The Archon gave Kurla a small glass of fairy water. "Drink, child. You will need your strength." "Father!" Every shouted. "More of them! More of them!" They had gotten bogged down in a large mass of ichor coming up from the west, and now spells bounced off the rocks around them. 3 more groups of thralls moved around the eastern edge of their column. "Push into the tree line. We're too exposed here," Fadis said. They hadn't made it too far when the first attacks came, but it had devolved from a skirmish and a few ichor to a much more concentrated attack. Fadis and Evri led them into the woods as cursed green fire arrows struck their lines. The Moon Elves summoned several orbs that sizzled as the spellcraft from their enemy bounced upon them. Fadis heard elven horns in the distance, and then a volley of white-tipped arrows rained down upon the Ikon. The Ikon shouted and cried as another volley after another struck. There was a harsh horn sound, and the attack was repulsed. Then wisps of leaves flowed all around them. In a snap of green, several Salemarkian leaves appeared before them. "Every," one of them said. Every bowed to the wood elf. "Kyre," he said, "you are of the inner sanctum guard, yet you are here. The Starfall Legion is all that defends the city. The rest were moved beyond Half Iron. We have called up all we have. I have a few hundred warriors here, but we need to know where we're needed," Fadis said. "We pushed beyond a crevice back that way." He pointed. "It swallowed the north gate. I think that is why so many of our defenses are down. And the portal there, the one to get to the inner city?" "Gone," Kaer said. About that time, a host of elven archers came running up. I've got 300 bows here, so our force is over 1,000. We have a secondary defensive line back there. We need to get to it and hold until Reviak gives further word. They are preparing to raise another wall of defense with spellcraft. Entanglements? Every asked. Yes, Care said. Lead on, Leaves, Fadis said. He turned to the nearest captains and motioned for them to come over. Moving south, keep eyes to both the skies and trees. Our enemies are everywhere. When Yasmus came to, the trees around him were scorched with green fire. He saw some elven defenders dead around him, but no immediate enemies. A deep fog surrounded him. He could see the river, however, and the wreckage of the dwarven vessel, along with many dead dwarves, including the captain. He felt his body, and aside from the gash in his arm, his head was pounding. He did not know how long he had been out. He pushed up, standing a bit shakily, and looked around for his bow. Josmus had made it to the eastern wall. Here, dead wood elves were everywhere. He looked about, trying to find anyone who might be alive, and in the distance he saw movement. He felt for an arrow before setting it to the string and drawing back, concentrating on slowing his breathing. There was a snarl from that direction, and in the fog he saw an icon. He released the arrow, striking his foe. Then he heard a slight whistle in the fog, and he moved forward, as he knew no beast would make such a sound. He came upon a broken elf who was still alive but bleeding profusely, as it appeared his leg had been blown off. "I am here," he said, kneeling by the elf. "The alarms, it did not work. We cannot get aid," the elf said. Josmus pulled a strap of leather from his pouch and began tying a tourniquet around the bleeding leg. From the amount of blood evident around the elf, Josmus was lucky to have found him alive. "They're in the fog. You have to get out of here. Get back to the city." Josmus grabbed the man by his hand and lifted his body, carrying him back toward the wall. "This is where I'm going, and I'm going to make sure you stay safe. This is the eastern wall of the defense of the city, and I'll defend it." Josmus set the injured elf against the wall, and after re-securing the tourniquet, he looked out across the fogs. He could hear the shifting of heavy footfalls and the low roar of growls on the wind. "I'm telling you, leave me. Ether will accept my spirit and embrace me into the trees." There was a loud horn call, and at once all the trees seemed to grow a bit higher. "The elves will defend, so I will defend." That's the sound of the Trents. They've called them to battle. The trees respond by growing, to look proud for their shepherds. "Then perhaps we'll have allies," Josmus said. He peered into the fog and could see dozens of Icon approaching. "We're going to need allies." Chapter Padimunravadi. Overgrowth. Fadis switched to his sword. He swung high, breaking the guard off a thrall only for two more to flank him. He pushed off, leaping to a fallen tree and dodging both their blades as a flurry of leaves swarmed around his sides. Evri and Kaya materialized before their enemy, striking both of the flanking warriors. The unique powers of the Salemark leaves armor, allowing them to move about the woods as a cloud of leaves, helped them even more than normal. All through the trees, the wood elves flowed above their enemy, dropping down at random and then vanishing in a cloud of leaves again. "Rally! Rally!" Fadis shouted. They had been struck on their eastern flank, still making for the north gate, but now the furthest western part of the line was swinging back down from the north and striking the mass of foes attempting to close the gap on this section of the woods. A line of arrows launched into the blackness of the skies above rained down with streaks of white fire peppering the Icarn forces. A roar split the air, and then came more of the same sounds. "Trolls!" an elf shouted. Fadis sheathed his sword and stood next to several moon elves as they drew energy from the skies, fire rippling from their staffs. He drew back on his Eula bow as the trolls wielding hammers of bone and stone slammed into the men-at-arms, shattering their shields. He loosed his arrow, drawing back another before the first one had hit, and loosing it too. Both struck, and then a blast of white fire engulfed the troll next to his target. Push forward, one of the captains shouted. They were on the edge of the north gate, and Fadis could see it ahead. Now, within bowshot of the actual defenses of Salemark, he saw a rippling wall of vines moving toward their foes. Fall back into the gates, Every said. Up above, Kurla and her phoenix swooped down, striking another troll and leaving a trail of fire behind her. The encroaching wall of vines, summoned by the druids of the city, rose around Fadis, striking the Icon directly. He ran for the gate with Valilia and Every, passing through the shattered structure. Elven masons worked to reinforce the stone structure, as there was an entire section that had been lost due to a gaping chasm in the ground. Unlike the others, though, this one was not filled with enemies, but instead had been closed with a mix of vines and fallen trees. Fadis saw a high Archon and a Druid, the former obvious by his high shoulder guards and staff, and the latter by his antlers and flowing forest-adorned robe. "Lord Commander," the Druid said. "Your defenses are holding," Fadis asked. "We were caught unawares, but we are reinforcing the gates." More and more of Fadis's warriors were making it into the protective walls. "Is the rest of Salemark prepared?" Every asked. "We are the only gate still in contact with the city. It is quite a distance still to the outer walls, but we cannot raise a horn or signal to any other defenders." "Lord Commander," a ranger captain said. Fadis looked at him. "I'll lead our rangers east with the leaves and attempt to establish communications with the other towers." "I told the leaves to hold," the Archon said. "The chasms there are too deep. If you can, though, and since we have the warriors, go further south and then come up through the Golden Veil." At this point, Kaer approached them. "Kaer," the Archon said, "we were fortunate to close this chasm, but now we have the hands, the Golden Veil. From the great Eula there, we can defend much better." Kaer bowed. "Yes, Master." "I know that place," Every said. "I'll go with them. If you can get there, there is a vantage point and rocky cliffs. You can rain down arrow fire from there. We can then focus on getting more archers there." Every nodded. "Father, keep that Eula bow well. I go to protect its birthplace." "Take care of yourself," Fadis said. "Of course, Father." He smiled. Mirayan, Silra, Gatea, Ghost, and Josur had left the Druid Grove and made for a place within Salemark, called the Grand Tower. Here, Grandmaster Reviak of the Archons of Salemark was directing the defense of the city. "Master Reviak," an elf shouted, "portals are fluctuating across the northeast." Miriam looked down at a glowing stone that showed the entirety of the woods and many blue orbs that, best she could understand, noted defensive towers. In that area of the woods, the towers were darkened. Richt, having recovered, joined them. "You will lose the southern towers next," he said. "Southern towers?" Reviak asked. "Why?" "Power systems tied to the old Dwemhar city converge near where I understand one of the massive ravines has appeared. Our enemy will destroy them." Horn calls went out across the city. A few moments later, 2 messengers came running from a nearby portal. "Master, they've breached the mid-city. They're coming through up from the center, the old tunnels." The Archon took his staff in hand, stabbing the ground, the tip of it ignited in blazing fire. "To mid-city!" Josur took off running on his own, a host of leaves with him. Reviak turned, casting his magic into a nearby building. The edges of it began to glow before spreading out to other buildings. "Salemark sleeps, but it must wake. It shall defend its people. Irulioa, ancient builders of our city, he shouted, wake and move to defend our sacred charge. The Archon turned to several of the generals. The Archons will defend the city. We waken the Irulioa to fight, and the Druids will call for all the woods to stand for us. You, generals, must recapture the outer walls. Several more towers went dark as the ground trembled more. By Ether's grace may the stars and moon hold our people as the ancient woods embrace us. The generals departed. Silra stood with his arms crossed, staring at the map of Salemark. The enemy strikes from within to slow the defenses of the exterior. North is already out, he said, moving his finger along the border. Master Archon, you have but the Starfall Legion to hold the city. Word reaches our allies, but I tell you. The ground quaked behind them, and Marian looked to see one of the buildings, what she'd thought was just a tree, rise from the ground and begin to walk. We are more than just our legions. Mother, Gatea said, why are the trees walking? We are an ancient city, young one, Reviak said, and our protectors are many. These buildings defend that which was trusted to us. They are the old builders, the Irulioa. For this must not ever be taken by our enemy. Another tree uprooted, moving along the ground and stepping over them. Marian looked at a newly appeared sheen wall of blue crystal, a monolith that towered above them before it was hidden by the elven trees. Silra shook his head. You did not tell me you had such a place here. It is not something we speak about to just anyone, Richt said. A depository of Dwemhar knowledge, long protected by the elves of the woods. Now, the elves do what they must to protect both themselves and our secrets. The old trees that were in the glade of the Dwemhar builders of the city moved to reinforce the walls and our armies. As an Archon, I am sworn to defend not just my people, but this wall and, in turn, the place beyond it. This great promenade, he said, motioning to the open ground before the wall that now extended even further as more of the buildings rose to fight, is called the Path of Souls, and upon it I shall give my life to either defend or seal this place. Seal it? Silra asked. If our enemy comes upon this place, we will seal it. And in turn destroy it, Richt said. To seal it requires us to break its connection to the very place beyond it. If we cannot protect it, we destroy it. So has been my charge and the charge of every king of Salemark since. Fadis watched as beyond them came massive lumbering trees, unlike the ones around them. What the, he said, but one of the Archons cut him off. Salemark sacrifices its own buildings to defend its charge. Do not speak with a cursed word in their presence. Fire exploded in the distance, erupting with a blue spray of orbs like flashing lightning. Another tower is down, the Archon said. That is most of the northern and northeastern line. Master Reviak has woken the Irulioa. The vines rose over the north gate. The defenders took a passage through the overgrowth line to an interlocking bit of mangroves near a river and a fairy fountain. Here, dozens of fairies cowered behind a large boulder. Spread out, Fadis said. Get water and take any respite you can get. Do not touch the fairies. The host of men did so, many still taking defensive positions along the forming wall, even as the massive structures solidified themselves in the ground. Fadis watched as the trees grew into vines and formed steps, almost like they were making themselves towers along the enchanted vines. What does it mean if they have awakened the Irulioa? Fadis asked the Archon. It means that we may not have the army to defend. I have never in my years seen such a thing, not once. Thadis heard scratching in the air above them and looked up. Bats! Bats! He shouted. The defenders fell against the wall as hundreds of biting bats struck them. The few Archons cast wards, and many of the archers loosed enchanted arrows. Valilia came just beside Fadis, casting her magic to protect him and several others. Explosions of magic were everywhere, but it was a sudden enveloping fire flying over that pulled their attackers away. Thadis looked up to see Kurla and her phoenix flying higher and higher with a black host following them. She dove back down, spinning about and scorching the bats before nearly striking the ground. The phoenix flapped several times, slowing, then landing at the water's edge. Dozens of white owls came flying over, taking up position in the trees above them. "Damn bats," she said, sliding off her mount. "Thank you," Valilia said. "They are attacking like that along all the old walls and the new ones forming up," she said. "I saw the host of bats, but also the owls coming this way." "Have you made it to the capital? Or the Golden Vale area to the east?" Fadis asked. She shook her head. "No, but the elven army has attacked. They are pushing out in several places." "We must hold them," Valilia said, "and every and many warriors have gone to claim high ground to the east." "There are thousands," Kirla said. "I have never seen such a host, not in a very long time." The fairies from the fountain swirled around the phoenix. Fadis looked at the phoenix and could see many arrow and spear gashes that were slowly healing. He looked to Kurla. "How are you holding up?" She half smiled. "I will protect the skies," she said. One of the archons brought over a map and handed it to her. "I have marked where Every, Kyre, and the Leaves are trying to get to. They may need your help." She took the map and nodded. "Then I go." "Vampires, they're in the city," a dwarf shouted, running down one of the streets. Mirian and Silra had gone back toward the port, and with the crying dwarf came the elven answer as dozens of archons swarmed. Silra ignited his staff as they went the way of the screaming. Mirian and Gatea slid to a stop just behind Silra, who summoned up a ward. Multiple spears struck it, disintegrating. Then a duo of vampires jumped up into the trees. Mirian loosed an arrow, as did Gatea. Both struck, but the second vampire was upon them. Ghost thrust a spear into it as Silra struck it in the head. Now more thralls were coming, and the archons and several dwarves from the Echinidor vessels in port came too. "Stay behind me," Silra said, pushing forward with his ward extended as more spears came in. Mirian and Gatea hid behind the priest as he pushed forward before sending a crackling blast, throwing back dozens of thralls. With the combined host, they pushed all the way to a glowing blue Salemark portal. They use the portals," one of the elves said. One of the archons went to the side of the portal and pulled out a crystal. "No more," she said. As the archon put the crystal in her pocket, she looked to Fadis. "I must tell my master of this. Immediately." They went back to the ground called the Path of Souls, before the Dwemhar monolith. Here, several dozen archons were mediating. The archon with Silra and Mirian went to Reviak. He nodded before going to the meditating archons, speaking to them in their tongue. Each of the archons nodded and bowed before departing. Reviak then looked at Silra. "I must shut down all portals. We cannot risk it." Now Druid Master Enria came to the Path of Souls. "The entanglement is complete and the Irulioa have all wakened," Enria said. "The owls have gone to battle and the north gate is held. But the east is still not." He closed his eyes and then opened them. They glowed white. "I see a great fire, the Phoenix of Kurla, Ranger of the North, leads a great host of our owls toward the Golden Vale. But I see nothing of our woods beyond. The enemy is everywhere. Their spellcraft blinds my sight." Kurla gripped the reins of her mount. The fire rolling off the wings of the phoenix streaked behind them as a host of massive white owls suddenly flew beneath her. "Look, girl, we have help." The phoenix turned its head and then flapped harder, bringing them higher up as they pierced through the cloud cover and the occasional lightning streaking through the billowing blackness. They emerged from the clouds to see clear night skies. For a moment, Kurla was struck by the peace of the bright moon and stars. She looked below them as the owls flowed up, just beneath the trail of embers that followed them. Flashes beneath them of spellfire and explosions remained as they soared. Kurla pulled up the map as she leaned down as far as she could, shielding it from the massive wind shear rushing over. She tried to gauge where she was before tucking the map back again. She envisioned it in her head as she squeezed the phoenix with her legs and leaned forward. They dove, piercing through the clouds. Kurla remembered the placement of the mountains and the trees as mage fire exploded throughout the woods. She could see the long glowing lines of the Starfall Legion, a shimmering white light stretching through the middle of the woods. Their enemy, near Endless, struck the elven lines. Still ahead, she saw the golden veil and the great tree atop it. A Eula tree. So that's the tree from where Fadis's bow comes from. They made a pass low, and several glowing bolts of fire came flying toward her. Several owls were struck. She turned the phoenix to make an attack atop the veil when a screech filled the air. She looked up just for Ogloy, the massive bat, to nearly take her off the top of the phoenix. The phoenix dove to the right and began to climb using its speed. Kurla pulled back on her bow, seeing the rider atop Ugloy with his crooked scythe glowing in the dark air. She loosed but missed. Bats of all sizes were upon them, and the owls fought them, biting and gnashing their enemy, as Kurla set more arrows to string, sending arrow after arrow toward Veshol. The vampire lord pursued her, as the phoenix was faster than the bat, but clouds of bats kept slamming into them. She leaned into her mount as it spun. She closed her eyes, holding as tight as she could as its flames killed their attackers. Then she realized her arrows were all gone. They had been lost in the series of spins. The phoenix evened out, gliding as they started to gain altitude again. Kurla looked back. Ugloy and Veshal were diving on them. She pushed down on the reins, and the phoenix dove, taking them just over that tree line as spells and arrows arched just beneath them. An arcane below cast a ward that expanded out, burning through many of the bats as the phoenix stopped listening to Kurla's commands, and instead broke through the tops of the trees. Its wings smacked the air as it tore left and then right. A bolt struck the phoenix in its side, and the ranger realized that Veshal had a bow of his own. They were flying a bit slower now. Kurla looked behind them, and Ugloy was gaining on them. Kurla reached for her sword and drew it out. "Come on, girl, give me a moment and turn. I'll go for the vampire." The phoenix made a cawing sound before turning right and beginning a hasty climb. Its fire was lessening on its wings. It was losing energy and fast. The bat followed as they climbed nearly to the clouds again. The bird cawed and then turned, diving downward. Kurla lifted her sword. The flashes of lightning caught in the glint of the blade as they passed so close to Veshal that Kurla could see into his eyes. She slashed her sword, striking Veshal's leg and the bat's left wing. As the phoenix leveled out, Ugloy tumbled, nearly striking the ground before somehow regaining control. The phoenix's fire was fading as hundreds of bats shrouded where the vampire lord was. Rather than risk flying over that region again, Kurla headed east and to their allies in that direction. Chapter 14. Golden Veil. Evri had pushed to the Golden Veil with Valilia and Kyre. Above them, Kurla still fought, but after she made the pass on Veshal, the sheer number of bats veiled them from her. "Up ahead, move into the rocks," Kyre commanded. The host of leaves became as such, flying upward as Evri moved up with Valilia and the others. Evri heard the faint guttural growls of several thralls as the top of the Golden Veil was secured. The great Eula tree stood out amongst all the other trees of the Vale. It was a golden tree, hence the name of the vale itself, and as such was considered a holy site to the wood elves. "Inkala Salemark, Inkala Ether," Kyr said aloud. It was a blessing Every had heard before, and as he came to the peak of the highest rocks, he saw the vast ground covered in thralls moving below them. "We do not have the arrows for this," he said. "No," Kyr said, "but we can strike many from here. Let us begin." Their bows twanged one after another, and soon their enemy turned their attention to the high ground. But the way was precarious, and though they tried to circle around to the ascent the elves and Ivory had taken, the moon elves cast their magic downward, engulfing the lower tree line in white-hot fire. Now they had their high ground, and they would have to hold it. Fadis had closed his eyes for a few moments, but he woke to the sound of a bat's screech. "Incoming!" a ranger shouted. Fadis's eyes sprang open, and he grabbed for his bow, only to see a cloud of bats coming down upon them. A moment later, thralls were upon the walls, and the screams of elves and men filled the air. "Inkala Salemark," an Archon said near him, lifting his staff. A radiant white fire erupted upward, pulsating as it struck other Archon spells. The shimmering ward pushed upward, shredding the bats apart. "To the wall!" Thadis shouted. He noticed Tar Rivek men-at-arms holding elven bows and firing into the darkness. He drew back his own as he came to the top of the mangrove growth. Demon men were everywhere, and as arrows struck them, they fell and began to form a pile that was growing with every second. The vines of the wall reached out, twisting into the bodies and throwing them into the swarm of thralls, clearing the path below the walls and sending shock waves of ethereal blasts across the blackness. The High Archon from before made his way to Fadis. "Lord Commander, we've received word that your son and my leaves have made it to the Golden Vale. They hold. Starfall warriors are moving from Salemark to force up the battle line, but the enemy is moving in our direction, coming from the north in an attempt to flank them. I need you to take command of this position." "I can do that, but where are you going?" "I will split their flanking force," he said. "If the bulk of their forces are moving around, they will not expect an attack. I intend to give our legions time to secure the entire expanse between here and the Golden Vale. If we can do that, we can counter into the primary crevice and close it." As their enemy continued to slam into the walls, Fadis shook his head. "High Archon, we need all your warriors here. We shouldn't reduce our defenders." "I do not plan to, but you do not get to my rank by sitting back, and I will take care of it personally." The two of them stared at one another for a moment. "My home was west of the Golden Vale. It is now a festering pit of these thralls." The elf had tears falling from his eyes. "The fall of this region of our woodlands was my fault, and as such, I take charge. Lord Commander, may you defend Salemark and link up with the Starfall Legion for the grand counterattack. Ether be with you." The Archon shed his outer robe. Beneath it he had silver armor fashioned in the form of a leaf. He drew a short silver sword and held his staff aloft. "Inkala Salemark, Inkala Suvasel, Inkala Ether," he shouted. The elf leaped higher than Fadis had ever seen an elf jump. "Inkala, Inkala!" elves shouted out. The High Archon was still flying through the air when an electrical storm formed around his form before striking down into the woods below. In a thunderous rolling shatter of wood and thrall bodies, he landed, crushing the attacking force. Fadis watched as a lone white fire struck their enemy, moving east with haste and leaving a trail of fire behind the Archon. Every and Valilia were side by side. Now owls flew down, dropping quivers of arrows, as the leaves and archers had well gone through their supply. Every noticed the Eula tree was beginning to glow. "Fight on, brothers. The great tree senses your presence and your plight. "Hail, Etha, grower of Eula wood," Kaer said. The moon elves had cast so much fire down the path beneath them that the rock was near molten with white fire. Several of them had become exasperated, and fairies had come from a nearby fountain to heal them. Now thralls were throwing boulders into the fiery river of arcane spells. Every saw a white hand casting his own spells into the fire. He pulled back on his bow and sent an arrow, only for the white hand to turn, stopping it with a ward. A moment later, Valilia sent a barrage of silver spikes, a moon razor spell. The white hand drew a staff, slamming it into the ground and sending a rippling wave nearly all the way to the tree itself. The ground flashed green and the rocks split. Now their enemy was coming up from the ground. "Swords! Swords!" Kaer shouted. Every was already moving forward, his elven blade held aloft. This was his home. This was where he had grown up without his mother or father. He had spent many days on this very ground hearing the grand stories of the Salemark elves and of the ancient world. Now his home was under attack, and as he cut into the first thrall, he bathed in the black blood of his foe. Invigorated and alive, the glow of the great Eula behind him, he had never felt as awakened as he was now. He cut through his foes, one after another, making it to the white hand. Every slashed high and was parried. Spinning around the vampire mage, he slashed again, breaking through its guard. The vampire grabbed his sword hand, and at this point he channeled his father. He choked the white hand, forcing him down to the ground, where he pummeled him. His fist shattered the cheekbone of his foe, and in a bloody expulsion of teeth and tissue, the white hand called for aid with a gurgling scream. But Valilia was there. With a hand on Every, she sent a stream of moonfire, blasting back their foes. Every reclaimed his sword, thrusting it into the neck of the white hand as the elves came beside them. Their enemy fell back, and the defenders returned to their position near the Eula tree. "A high Archon," one of them shouted. Every looked into the blackness to see a single white form moving through the darkness. "That is my master," Kaer said. "He is trying to get home, but his home is lost." Horns called in the distance, and Kaer looked to the west. "Starfall Legion is pushing up. We may just be able to hold this and take the fight to them," he said. But as the High Archon pushed through with his desperate attack to break their enemy, a blast of heat fell over them all in the Golden Vale, and in truth, all across the Varmark woodlands. Every stared down as an emanating blackness enveloped the white fire of the High Archon. There was a single white flash, and an eruption of interwoven arcane energy exploded outward, blowing through the branches of the Eula tree high above, filling the air with a pungent odor. Valilia and many of the other moon elves began to vomit, as Ivry felt the deepest shock to his entire body that he had ever felt. His breath was taken from him for a moment. Something hit the Eula tree just nearby, and Every looked over to Kaer, who went to see what it was. He turned and looked at Every, holding a finger. "Is that what Every started to say. "My master has fallen. His ring is still on his finger, and I don't know what did this, but—" He held up the finger, and it had gone from fleshy and white to nothing but a bony, decayed form in a few moments. Then it became dust. "I fear a new enemy has come." The elves around Fadis were sickened, and he had felt the strange heat and the sapping feeling that followed. He looked over the mangrove walls as a swarm of white hands and armored Icon were coming for the center wall. Captain Halif drew his sword. Numerous Icon breached the top of the wall, taking down the nearest defenders. Fadis leaped to assist, lunging with his sword and stabbing one of them. The captain spun his blade, slashing two of his foes before dropping down as several spears struck near him. Fadis took down two more Icon with his sword, pushing against the wall with Halif. Around them, Rangers and men-at-arms kept fighting as the elves slowly shook off whatever had struck all of them at once. Your boy and these elves took that high ground, but I can't tell. Damn vampire thralls are everywhere. The captain found a shield and lifted it up over them. More casters were amongst their enemies, as now flaming spears and those with explosive shards at their tips streaked into and over the wall. They both took cover as screams filled the air. "Encala Salemark," a nearby elf shouted. A moment later he fell dead, an arrow sticking out of his face. "We can't hold this, Commander." "Artillery! Artillery!" a ranger shouted. Fadis and Halif peeked over the wall to see a massive stone tube and a host of white hands. "Ether damn," Halif said. "Bows! Bows!" Fadis shouted. He set an arrow to string as rangers and elves hugged the edge of the wall. "Together, together now." He popped up from cover and loosed his arrow, as did countless others. Their shots struck near the artillery but did not stop what was coming. The hands used their magic, igniting some form of explosive material. A flash and a shriek filled the air. A massive blast struck some distance down the wall from them, sending up chunks of stone and mangrove pieces. "Plug that wall! Plug that wall! Go! Go!" Halif shouted. Men-at-arms with their shields and swords ran for the gap, even as they jumped over dead and dying defenders. "The enemy calls for my sword upon that ground. I will hold the gap, Lord Commander." Fadis peeked over the wall as several other elves came up to his position. Halif slid off the wall as a host of rangers came to him. There was a horn call, and he turned to look at Fadis. "Reform! Reform and concentrate arrows to the—" The captain took a spear to the face. "Halif!" Fadis shouted. Another shriek and explosion. The artillery struck again, sending up another massive section of wall in fire and shattered mangrove pieces. Ecorns swarmed through the opening. Fall back, Fadis shouted. He grabbed the elf nearest to him. "Tell your people we must break position. We go west. We cannot hold them here." The elf stared at him. Fadis shook his head. "In all your hundreds or thousands of years, have you forgotten fucking common tongue?" "No, Fadis," the elf said. "Then fucking move. Stop staring at me like I'm some fey lover who has you all in a trance." The elf went to others of his kin, and they began to sound horns, several short blasts. "Retreat," Fadis shouted. "We fall to the west, to the ocean." He did not know how many had heard his call, but now Fadis, the rangers, and the men-at-arms who had survived broke position and fled west. He had no other choice and had to hope that they could find better ground to regroup. The shrieks of the ecorn and now the fluttering of thousands of bats high above filled the air like never before. Chapter 15. King Rising. Dorian had returned with his ranger detachment back to the outside of Nurduna. Here in the command tent near the river, Ruach and King Turgon were looking over a newly drawn map of the excavations and the greater region. "I'm moving forces back into the western lands around Micranok," Ruach said. "Micranok is not under attack, but they are facing fierce resistance if they try to leave the city," Turgon said. "They will wait for our signal to move in force west, though. I had to convince them to wait. Now that Dorian has returned with his rangers and the detachments of elven riders, we can push through to get any additional survivors we can before we push out. Half-Iron has signaled that they have engaged attackers nearing them from the north, but the main thrust remains on the defenses of Salemark. They seem to be rather focused on that alone." Dorian made his presence known by sighing, and King Turgon looked at him. "I apologize for wasting your time, Ranger, but with the ongoing attack on Salemark, we had to ensure Bavalik did not become yet another front." Shouting filled the air outside the tent. Dorian and the others went outside to see a barely recognizable small host covered in black ash moving into the camp. It was survivors, and from the looks of them, they had blasted their way out of the ground not too far from the camp. Ruach began to run. "King!" he shouted. As they drew closer, Dorian realized it was King Suvasil and a host of Archons. "Water," he said, collapsing onto the ground. The Archons with him had sunken eyes and fell just near where the king did. "Bastard spiders and bats, they better be lucky they're the last. We've got all our warriors trapped, Ruach. We need to mobilize the Starfall Legion in Salemark. Get everyone here and start moving these stones." "Dwarf King," he said, looking to Turgon. "Get all dwarves we can spare to this place." He coughed. "Suvasel," Turgon said. "I must let you know what has transpired." "I know what has transpired," he yelled. "We walked into a damn trap. Where's Silra? I want to hit him in the stomach for not convincing us harder." "Silra is in Salemark," Turgon said, "and the Starfall Legion is engaged in the defense of the city, sire," Ruach said. "In defense?" he asked, his face sinking in despair. "They have launched a massive attack from the underground. We have lost contact with Salemark, and it seems the defenses have failed. Massive fires rage across the entire woodlands, and best we can tell, they are holding for now." "Is this true?" Suvasel asked Turgon. "We prepare for a counterattack in force of all available men, elves and dwarves very soon. We are attacking on the eastern flank." "Get me water," he shouted. A few elves brought the king water, and he cleaned off his face. He searched about for something and removed several empty potion vials. "Take some of mine," Ruach said, handing him a healing potion. As Suvasel drank it, a fiery form appeared high above them. It was Kurla and her phoenix. When they landed just nearby and she dismounted, Dorian noticed that she had multiple empty quivers and a half-sheathed sword covered in black blood. She herself was covered in sweat and ash, and she chugged from a water pouch. "What news from the north?" Turgon asked, going to her. Suvasel forced himself up, helped further by Ruach. Dorian and a host of rangers of the Pines gathered around. "Lord Commander Fadis is fighting in the northern woods with rangers of the north and survivors of the attack throughout that region. They're trying to hold the north gate of Salemark. Thousands and thousands of Ikarn are covering the woods and valleys. Not a single defender is left between Mikranok and Salemark. None of the outer defenses are working. But I cannot see into the city due to the amount of smoke and—" She rubbed her arm. "I am fighting Veshel the Silver. He seems to be in command of the entire force." "The lights of Salemark should still be casting light into the clouds," Suvasel said. "Are the towers not active?" Elven healers came to the Phoenix, soothing her injuries, and her flames grew brighter. "They were, as I understand it. There is a massive crevice within the woodlands, and I cannot get close to it. I assume that has done something to the old Dwemhar defenses, but I can see the Arcan Fire and other defenders if I go close enough to the city itself. They are still defending, and at times, massive lines of light move across a long battle line." "Then the Starfall Legion is holding," Suvasel said, "but we cannot delay. We must rally all we can to attack on their flank." "That is my plan," Turgon said. "I will give word to Fadis," Kurla said, "but I could use more arrows." The Phoenix made a cooing sound as the elves did not even wait for the request and started filling Kurla's empty quivers. "We will make our attack in the coming hours. We are mustering all we can," Turgon told her. "We in the north will keep moving south as much as we can. I will keep fighting in the air. Damn bats are everywhere over the Central Valley and western Varmark woodlands." "Fight on, Ranger," Suvasel said. "May Ether guard you and your mount." As Kurla took to the air again, Suvasel looked at the others. You have all done well in my absence, but I am not surprised. I am surprised I'm standing here, though. After the explosion threw us into the darkness, we lucked out and found what I can only guess is an old orc passage from the old war. Imagine my ironic feelings that I was happy to see such a place. The Archons with me were the only reason I made it out, as they dug us out with their powers. They will be tended to, Turgon said, but our supplies are low. We have plenty in Salemark, Suvasel said. We'll break the attack on my city and get the supplies all still trapped need. Has word been sent to Fickmark or any other elven holds? Alerts have gone out across all our lands, dwarven lands of the west, and the riverlands. All who can are answering the calls to aid, but there is a deep darkness above us, and ravens sent between allies are not all getting where they need to. We must assume that we may be the only ones who can get to Salemark, Turgon said. I have a host of Hammer Song, Ikinador warriors, and all the rangers we can spare. Mikranok, too, has forces held in preparation for our push. Then give me just a bit, and we'll make haste to Half-Iron and on to the western plains. They think they can trick us like this and clutch victory from their defeat? We'll break them like we broke Elria Sonia. Josmus had felled at least 36 Icon in the past few minutes. With the fog so thick they couldn't see where he was on the wall, and he had moved many times from his position upon a broken piece down to near the river. His friend, the injured elf, had some knowledge of the offenses that Josmus didn't. He recovered some type of wand, and if they got too close to him, he engulfed them in flames. Several times in the last few minutes, fire burst from the crack in the wall where the elf lay. Josmus pulled back on his last arrow, but this was the third time he had run out. While normally he would be more conservative, there were many arrows to be had from the dead. He ran back to the northern part of the wall, where he knew there were many quivers of arrows, and gathered up more, throwing the quivers over his shoulder before running back to where the elf was. There were Icarn on the ground, still burning, and the smell was atrocious. "I've seen your bow work," the elf said. "You sure you didn't train here?" "Ikinidor, under King Turgon. My master and I spent much time in the Salemark woodlands, and I like to think I have a little bit of natural ability." The elf smiled. Josmus looked up at him and saw he was much paler for a few seconds. Then there was strange ripple across his body, and his skin had darkened almost like that of a tree. "How are you doing?" "As well as the woods," he said. Josmus looked up at the burning trees in the distance. They had stopped seeing the phoenix flying high above them some time ago. "The Trents never got here. I don't know if they're coming. They may have stayed within the inner curtain. That means our enemies are within the inner curtain of Salemark." "I don't know." Josmus grabbed him on the shoulder. "My friend, all elves, rangers, and dwarves have been united in this war. You will not be left alone, nor will your city fail as long as we fight." There was a sudden deep roar, and Josmus went behind the wall, as the fog had split slightly, and he could see torches approaching. He stared for a moment, holding some bit of hope that it was the dwarven battle line. He swore he had heard dwarven horns some distance ago, but the fog was tricky and the dark clouds continued to billow above him. He couldn't know anything for sure. No, I couldn't be that fortunate. It was not dwarves, but the heavily armored Ikon, and he had no special arrows. "Any more of those wands?" he asked the elf. "Down the wall a bit, we keep extras locked away in the stone. Just press on it. Press on the little blue sapphire." Josmus ran to the edge of the wall, leaving the elf behind as he slid into the place on his knees. He pressed open the container and a small latch slid open, revealing more of the silver wands. He gathered up 4 of them and then turned to see one of the bone-armored Icon almost upon the elf. They had attacked with sound and faster than Josmus expected. He fumbled with the wand for a second before finding a place for his thumb and pointed it at the Econ. only for there to be a blast of fire, and the elf exploded toward the form, cutting it apart and dropping the Ekarn to the ground. The elf collapsed. Yosmus ran for the elf and scooped him up, but his body was hardening into that of a tree. Whatever held the warrior to life had expired. Yosmus looked down, as now he truly was alone, and he felt it. But the east gate was still open, and still no enemy had made it through, and as he looked ahead he saw dozens of the same Ekarn coming. He began to cast fire, sending blast after blast arcing from the gateway to such a level it must have appeared to his enemy there were dozens of him. As one wand gave out, he switched to another until at last the fogs had been burned away by the sheer amount of elemental fire burning ahead. The armored portion of his enemy had been defeated, and he was covered in sweat both from his own strain and from the heat of the fire cast from the wands. As he tossed down the final extinguished wand, he felt for an arrow and set it to string, stepping back into the opening in the wall. "Come on, I'm right here," he said. Now that the fog had burned away, he saw his enemy as they approached. There were at least 6 of them based on what he could see, and beyond he could see the banners. They were marching for their final push, or so it seemed to Yosmus. "I am a thane of King Turgon. I will not cede this ground." He released an arrow. It streaked toward his target, striking true directly into the skull of one of the Icon. He released again, and each time the arrows struck as he intended. Then his enemy paused, and multiple sparks appeared as spellcraft rose like a bright sunrise from behind the lines of the Ekarn, and in that moment he could see the sheer number of his enemy before him. He drew back an arrow and fired, sending the bolt directly into the enemy that he figured would be his last, and as he looked up at the arcing fire, knowing there was nowhere to go, he closed his eyes, only to feel the brush of an expanding ward around him. "Thane, prepare for bombardment." He opened his eyes and looked to his right to see the solo Ikinidor construct, Treba, covered in moss from the river, having emerged from the destruction of their vessel. Using its ward, it shielded him as a barrage of spells struck all around them both. "You survived?" The construct lowered the ward, and a small crystal popped up, spinning about, illuminating through the fog, before the construct spoke again. "Shield your eyes." Yosmus did so, and there were multiple flashes. Their enemy cried out, "I have dispersed anti-visual pulses." Yosmus looked to see that many of their enemy had been blinded from the construct's attack. They spun about, grabbing at their eyes. "Scanning dot. Scanning. Noted. Multiple hostiles. No escape route found. Recommending sustained counterfire." Yosmus said, "Then let them have it." The construct exploded over and over, its cannons singing through the darkness and the fog as Yosmus drew back on his bow. It was not his time to cede this ground or fall. Not yet. Chapter 14. Banes. The white fires burning down the pathway from the great Eula tree were hot on Every's face. Every so often, a few Ekarn would attempt to jump through it, only to burst into flames. Now, spears flew over it at random, but they lacked the reach to strike the defenders. Many of the moon elves had weakened to the point of collapse, and while Valilia was still standing and strong, she too was tiring. On the edge of the cliffs overlooking the valley, the elves kept a near-constant barrage on the lower grounds, as the Starfall Legion had pushed all the way east to the edge of the Golden Vale. With that happening, reinforcements flooded up the pathway, including more elven archers with Eula bows and enchanted arrows. Behind them came Archons, there to heal the injured and to give greater energy to the defensive counterattack. An Archon went to Kyre before she and several other Archons began casting their magic into the Eula tree. "There is a sundering spell," Kaer said, "something that is devouring the light of the elven magics on the lower ground. The trees are dying, and any enchantment they give to our defense fails." Every nodded. And we are still holding up north, where my father is. As far as I know, the line is unbroken, but the attacks are increasing on the northern flank. We keep holding here, that's all we can do." Horn calls went out below them, and Every looked as the long line of white armor and glowing blue blades of the Starfall Legion halted. The blackness spreading over the woods was cut by streaking streams of silver arrows striking all throughout the grounds in front of them. Then barrages of glowing orbs ignited fires that burst white, emanating a bright white light. "Enkala Salemark," an elf shouted nearby. "Enkala, Enkala," others said. "The elves fight in the name of Salemark and not their people," Valilia asked. "They fight for the birthplace of the race. It was here they first woke and were mere spirits in the trees, until the Dwemhar who held the original city where Salemark stands taught them more," Every said. "When they say that, it is like they defend their mother or father. It means one and the same to them and, in a way, to me." Every looked around. "I grew up here. These were my brothers and sisters, even though I am not an elf." Valilia nodded, and even with the chaos around them, she pulled him to her. "Then Enkala Salemark, my love." The Starfall Legion advanced further east, but the farthest lines began to darken and fall. More horn calls signaled for the advance to halt as the lines wavered further. Even from high above the battlefield, Every could hear the pounding hooves of Salemarkian cavalry. The stags were charging north as the trees exploded in green, and the ground shook more. As the ember flames rippled up the trees, igniting all across the northern stretch visible from the Golden Vale, Every looked to Kaya. "I believe my father may be in need of aid. There is no way for us to get there, Every, not even as leaves. We must defend this ground and support the legions below." "Your father is smart," Valilia said. "He'll fall back and find better ground." The chattering sounds of hundreds of bats filled the air, rising from the northern woods and flowing over the lower battlefield. Every wanted to be everywhere at once, but he had no choice. He drew back on his bow as more and more quivers of arrows were dropped from owls, flying back and forth from Salemark. "Enkala Salemark," he said to himself. "Goddess Etha, protect my father." Mirian had followed Silra with Gatea and Ghost to a large wooded area further north from where they had seen the wood elf babies and other druids. Here, many druids had wakened more owls from their roosts as they were busy moving supplies to the front lines. But now the druids were doing something else. "We must waken all the Ents," Enria told them. Mirian looked up at the massive trees and beyond, to the stars. "Mama, they are so clear even with all the clouds and smoke," Gatea said. "Most likely this area is more protected from the storm due to the druid's power," Silra said. "Which means this storm is not at all natural." "What could be causing it?" Gatea asked. "Well, powerful magics can have cause changes in the natural world, like from my book," he said, tapping his tunic. Shri Rusis powers tap into an ancient creator energy, causing a massive storm to form. The storm itself allows the wielder to summon vast amounts of power otherwise not available. I assume this dark storm is related to the Blackmoon, and as such, has a similar effect. We do not know all that our enemy has." Gatea nodded and then scratched his chin. "But Silra, if you have that power, can you not use it now?" Silra knelt. "I am its guardian, and I mustn't use it just as one might use a bow or simple magic staff. The book holds the memory of a Rusis guardian, and if needed, I could. But it must only be in the most desperate of circumstances. The power unleashed from it could be taken by our enemy, and it is rather horrid on me." "Horrid?" Gatea said. "I am a mere human, not a Rusis. It drains me quite a bit, and as such, I've rarely ever used it." Gatea sighed. Then why give it to you? Mirian couldn't believe he had said that. Gatea. Silra laughed. No, your son makes an excellent point. He shook his head. I don't know, but I accepted it and embrace it, Gatea. That's how fate works sometimes. It doesn't make sense. You might wish it were someone else, but life has a way of just not working like that. So I guard it like I guard you and your mother and all of Salemark. Gatea smiled. Mirian was happy Silra had happened into their lives. She had never seen herself as needing or really wanting someone after Gatea's father. But now she had that rather uncomfortable feeling of an unwavering connection to the priest. A bad priest. She laughed to herself. Now Ghost sniffed the air. The hair on his back stood up. What is it? Mirian asked. I don't... meow. By ether, Silra said. You spoke words. Ghost tried to talk again, but just meowed more. He pointed up, and Mirian, Silra, and Gatea looked up. They didn't see anything. Several elven guards were nearby. Home guard, watch the skies, Silra said. They nodded and kept their gaze upward, ready to react. But as of now, only stars were above them. Ghost, however, was pacing back and forth a few paces away. Something had disturbed the cat ranger. Nearby, the druids, including Enria, were standing in a large circle chanting, but not loud enough for Mirian or anyone else to actually hear them clearly. It just sounded like a low and slow grumble, as if they were talking very slow but in Elvish. They speak the language of the Trents. I have heard it is very, very slow, Silra said. Maybe they could do it a bit faster? Mirian laughed nervously. Considering. Silra chuckled. Yes, that'd be nice. As the circle of druids continued to chant, they became louder, and light flowed from each of their eyes into a band of green light, encircling each of them, and then flowing into many slender and tall trees. These were not trees, but treants, and waking them from their slumber was a careful ritual. Meow, stupid trees, Ghost said. Hey, Gatea said, you talked again. I can meow. Ghost shook his head. I feel the words meow. It was clear he was getting more frustrated, but at the same time was able to speak more and more. It is working, friend, Silra said. Just a bit longer. The Trents were beginning to move as Enria and the other druids raised their hands above their heads. They began moving in a counterclockwise circle. Mirian watched as the trees rose from the ground, fully formed as massive figures. Rise, rise to defend our home, old brothers and sisters. The forests are under attack. Our enemy burns the homes of squirrel, mouse, bird, and every other creature. They come for us, Enria said. One of the Trents leaned down to Enria. Old friend, it said. Yes, you have always tried to learn the common tongue, and I thank you for it. But death has come for us. The Trent rose and roared, a long and guttural sound causing Mirian, Silra, and Gatea to grab their ears. Ghost hissed. The Trents waken and waken all of their ethereal allies. Mirian watched as other smaller Trents ran ahead of the massive ones. Spriggans, Silra said. They will reach our allies first. There was a screech in the air, and the elven home guard reacted first. Arrows of sparkling light struck several of them on their approach. Mirian had just looked up when a winged form slammed into Silra, throwing him some distance away. Arrows struck, but the home guard was knocked back with waves of bats from above. Gatea drew back on his bow and released an arrow, only for the vampire to parry it with a bony shield. Hundreds of bats filled the sky as now multiple vampire lords dropped down into the druid glade. The druids reacted, lifting their staffs in unison and sending out a purifying wave of energy that caused an eruption of flowers and pollen. You darken our holy woods, Enria said, vines twisting up and around him and the other druids. Mirian pulled Gatea behind her as Silra stood up, his staff alight with fire. Ghost drew back on his own bow, but the druids had already entwined the vampires that were on the ground with vines. The creatures screamed as the vines shattered their bones, pulling their arms and legs apart. Their screams filled the air as blood squirted over the entanglements. More vampires came now, clearly sent by their commander to stop the wakening of the Treants. But they were far too late. The nimble Spriggans, still awakening, rushed to battle, fighting beside the druids. Now Ikon, carried by other vampires, dropped down into the glade. More elves had come from other areas, as the splinter attack was becoming something more. Mirian took her bow staff in hand, spinning it about and striking a vampire that had a thought to come against her, Ghost and Gatea. "Foolish human defending woods that are not your own," it shouted. A Spriggan rolled beneath it, rising and shredding its body from its leg up to its neck. Its flesh, split open like a stuck beast, poured dark blood as the Spriggan looked back at them. "Flee, more come," it said. Silra was some distance away, sending dazzling bolts of white fire at multiple vampires, as Enria and the druids were struck by bolts of red fire from high above. Now the vampires landed, surrounded by flames. The Spriggans fled as they caught on fire. More Salemark archers released their arrows. Enria was struck with a blackened spear of shadowy magic, and his face began to darken. Silra pushed through to him, a white shroud following the priest, as the vampires recoiled from him. Mirian watched as the druid master became as leaves, falling all around Silra. Silra lifted his staff and the druids. Crossing them together, he slammed them both down, sending out another purifying blast that darkened the fire of the vampires standing in the glade. Arrows struck them, some released from home guard defenders, others from Gatea, Ghost, and Mirian. One of them went for Silra, slashing at him with his claws before reclaiming the same spear that had struck Enria. Silra was fast, pawing the spear and grabbing the vampire by the throat. It hissed, but Silra brought the head of his staff into his foe's neck. The tip glowed brightly before the vampire began to shake. "We will burn the sacred tree. We will burn down every building of this place. You will not win," it shouted. "Neither will you," Silra said. The creature's head exploded in white fire, and the priest pushed it off of him. "Secure this glade," Silra shouted. There were fewer druids now, and the dead were everywhere. Bats were still circling above, but now more owls had come and were deterring them. "We go back to the Archons at the Path of Souls," Silra said. "Reviac and the others must know of what has transpired here." The Eula tree blew in the torrential winds caused by the firestorms around the lower woods. Now the moonlight was shrouded by the rising dark smoke. "Enkala Salemark," Care shouted. "Etha stands with us all." Valilia and most of her kin were barely standing at this point. Losing sight of the moon and its power, no longer feeding into their mana stores, meant they were far less effective than they had been. Every and some of his fellow leaves kept swarming down the hillside to strike within the lines of Ikarn making their way up. But for every attack they made and would clear their enemy out, more would come. The fires burning east of them were climbing up toward their ground. The winds occasionally would send the choking smoke toward them, but for the most part it would stay clear. It was indeed a blessing of the god of winds, dim in Every's opinion. Every looked out at the lower trees and saw that the Starfall Legion had broken apart. There were pockets of glowing elven fire, but whatever had killed the Archon and caused the wave of heat to strike all of them earlier had turned the tide of the battle seemingly in favor of their enemy. Every had not seen Kurla and her phoenix in some time, but neither could he see the stars at this point, just black smoke and more light from the burning woods. Now, with all the destruction, the only evidence that these were elven woods was the glow of the Eula tree above him and his many brothers who were falling dead around him. "Every," Kyre said, "this position is isolated. But I sense the Trents are coming. We must hold the Golden Veil and that of the Eula tree." "We will." The Ekarn were rallying again far below them, but this time they were struck from behind. Pale white forms in elven armor broke through, and the host hurried up the veil. "Purified," Kaer said. The Purified were Ekarn loyal to Eliasso, the Dwemhar within Salemark, who had been freed by Fadis and his friend Evern around a year ago when Valrin and the Stormborn crew first came to Salemark. "Our master has sent us to aid you," they said, "and we will take any allies, thank you," Kaer said. "Battle line here," the Purified one said. They formed a long line just beneath the elven archer line. There was an explosion above them in the boughs of the Eula tree. One of its branches shattered and fell, nearly striking several recovering moon elves. Valilia shouted, "White hands! White hands!" Every ran to where she was and looked down. There were hundreds of white hands and several large cannons far below them. "Leaves," Kaer said. "We must destroy those now." Every tightened his armor as he prepared to descend with his brothers in arms. Kaer put his hand on his shoulder. "Defend our tree. I will lead this attack upon the lower level. I am a leaf, as you. There are few of us, and we cannot let this tree fall," Every said. "You speak true. Take command of this position and hold. We cannot both go down there." Every looked at the half-dozen leaves preparing for their attack on the artillery below. These were his family, those he had learned from. Though they were veiled and he couldn't tell who each of them were, he had been one of the leaves of Salemark since he was indoctrinated as a warrior of Salemark when he had come of age. He saluted them. "Hail Etha, Enkala leaves. Enkala leaves, Enkala Salemark, Enkala Etha," Kaer said, bowing. "We will return shortly." More blasts struck the Eula tree and the upper boughs burst into flame, but it was not fire from their enemy. Great golden fire overtook the branches and flowed out to all the boughs of the defenders. Kaer pulled his mask up to his face and turned to his fellow leaves. They became as their name and flowed downward. Ekarn horns sounded, and the Purified ones held their position as the archers defending the Golden Veil began their volleys. Now their arrows streaked with golden fire, the magic of the Eula tree causing their arrows to strike with greater force and explode as it did. Valilia had managed to mix up several rough potions with raw ingredients found at the base of the Eula tree, and one by one her kin were on their feet again. They were pushing back the Ekarn attack now, but the Eula tree was damaged and burning. Another blast struck the great tree, and Every looked down to see the leaves of Salemark strike the artillery position. There were 3 cannons. First, the leaves caused an explosion, sending out a shock wave of purple magic. Then the second one was broken and knocked down. The white hands could not see their enemy and were casting magic at random, trying to strike their attackers. They covered the final cannon with their own bodies, and now the leaves were taking full form, cutting down their enemy. But some distance away in the darkness of the woods, a form moved toward them with haste. Suddenly, blackness overtook the lower woods, and Every could see nothing. "What veils our sight is beyond our power," Valilia said. A moment later, the blackness was gone, and in the smoldering woods there remained still the single cannon. The leaves were gone. Every looked back to Valilia and the other defenders as the tree continued to burn. The Ekarn were now reinforced by white hands and were steadily pushing up to their position. The explosions of the enchanted Eula bows were near deafening, as now the remaining cannon struck the tree again. But then came hope, As a roar shook the ground, the Trents of Salemark stomped onto the battlefield. They tore into the lines of Icarn, sieging them, and then spread around the lower grounds of the Golden Vale. A host of Spriggan came up and began to cast magic into the Eula tree. One of them came to Every. "We will guard the Old One," it said, meaning the Eula tree. "Our masters will protect the Vale. Fall back toward the city." Every looked at the many broken and injured and nodded. "I will do so. Ether be with you, Spriggan." The Spriggan hissed, "Yes." Every watched as several Trents reached the cannon and tore it apart. As the defenders of the Golden Vale fell back towards Salemark, he looked at Valilia. "I must see if Kyre or the others are down there." She nodded. While several of her kin were going with the others, 2 stuck with her, and the 4 of them went down to where the cannons had been. The White Hands had retreated with the coming of the Trents, and though Every didn't know how long the Icarn and others would fall away, he could look out and see the massive Trents pushing them back steadily. The grounds near the cannons were covered in dozens of White Hands and several leaves. Their bodies broken apart beyond recognition was a grim tease of the other's fate. But by some fate, he came to find Kyre leaning against a tree, blood pouring from his mouth, nose, and right eye. His body was broken, and his life was fading from him. Every knelt, kissing his hand. "My brother, the Trents have come." "Yes, and I go into the hands of Ether, our great mother, after looking upon the face of a demon." "What was it?" Every asked. Kyre coughed blood and stared up at the sky. Every did too, afraid that something would come from above, but he saw only starlight surrounded by black smoke. It was a single opening, seemingly just for the elf before him. "I see stars, and I am happy to see them again one last time. My brother, I fight for you and our kin, but what came upon you here? What is the source of the searing heat we felt?" "Bane," he choked. "Bane of all." Kyre gasped and then faded from life. Every closed Kyre's eyes and kissed his hand once more before standing up. He looked to Valilia. "I feel what you feel," she said. "The dread is sickening, but if I can take any of your pain this night, I will." Every embraced her, and she pulled him close. "You are strong, my love," she whispered. "We must get to my father," he said. "Then we must cut across this battlefield." "Then cut we will," he said. "Go to our sisters," Valilia said to the other moon elves. They both nodded and headed towards Salemark with haste. Every reached down and picked up Kyre's blade. He handed it to Valilia. "You may need this, too," he said. But it was not just the weapon he sought to give her. Kyre no longer needed the armor that gave him the unique ability of turning to leaves. It was a Dweimhar enchantment in many ways. He took the armor, and while it was cut and damaged, there was only one way to see if it still worked. He gave it to Valilia. "You just need to engage it by touching your chest here." He showed her. They had not used this ability before when going to the Golden Vale. Using it tended to attract those sensitive to it. But now, they had to do what they needed to. He had to get to his father, and this was the fastest way. She slid the armor on and tightened it before touching it, becoming as a swirling bit of leaves before she rematerialized. She said. "I feel quite free." She smiled. She lifted the blade and closed her eyes, touching it to her forehead. Then she turned to Kyre's body. "I will honor you, Leaf of Salemark." Every nodded and smiled. "Let's go." They turned toward the path ahead, and Every took a deep breath. The 2 of them became as leaves. With a rush of energy, they flowed forward, streaking through the trees and up and over hosts of Icarn, and weaving through Trents, fighting their foes. They bent around vampire lords and then up and over lines of the Starfall Legion, still fighting in isolated pockets. They soared up and far above the trees now, and Every looked over the battlefield, realizing that their enemy had pushed nearly to the walls of Salemark itself. Still, defenders fought outside the walls. Trents, Spriggans, and hosts of owls fought on their own. There were countless defenders, and while it looked grim, he still had hope in his heart. He sought the Bane, their great enemy, but he did not see it. Though he saw Kyrla flying high above, it was only for a single glimpse. In a few moments they came to the north gate to find it overrun. They floated for a few moments and then surged further west. This part of the woods seemed less beaten down than the eastern side, but still there were hundreds of Ekarn. Then he saw in the dark woods a single golden glow. It was his father's Eula bow, and he knew it. Chapter Padineravathu. Wisdom of the Fallen. Dorian and Master Telnor had made many excursions from Half-Iron. Their enemy had become bolder. Many more Ikarn were pushing onto the edge of Half-Iron, and the rangers and dwarves had forced them back. Now at the gates, Telnor chugged a mug of water. 500 coming from the men of Seviar, Turgon shouted. We're at over 3,000 elves, men and dwarves. Then we near strength, King Suvasel said. Ruach. Yes, my lord, he shouted. Numbers of mounts? 500 stags accounted for, half that in horses. Dwarves will have boar riders coming from Mikronok. The wood elf seemed to be calculating in his head as Dorian reached for the whiskey he kept in his pouch. He sipped it and got a look from the hammer song. Don't got an ale in there, do you? Just whiskey. The dwarf made a motion, and Dorian handed it to him. He took a quick sip. And how are the outer lines? Turgon asked. Undulating and constant, Dorian said. We move out, strike them, and by the time we get back here, we have a few moments and they attack again, but never with many more numbers. They are trying to keep us away, not defeat us. They want Salemark, King Suvasel said. Why not attack us here? We defend, but what good is overexposing their flank and allowing us to grow our numbers here? Dorian asked. They are dumb, a random ranger said. No, Suvasel said. They go for my city. They want it, and if I had to guess, it's something within it. Something of the old world. Old world? Turgon asked. Salemark is a repository of Dwemhar knowledge. I cannot even entertain to guess what. That's the subject of my high arc in Reviak. But before I had this city, the previous king had told me that if ever the city was threatened, he would never allow an enemy of any kind to get near it. We wood elves were entrusted with great powers when gifted these lands. If our enemy has left itself so exposed to allow us to gather our forces and attack their rear, let their folly be found. We must prepare to move on to the eastern woods. Mirian and Silra had spoken with Reviak, and now there was discussion about the Dwemhar monolith. Their enemy had been spotted off the far northern wall of the city. Ghost had left to fight with several leaves. As Mirian watched dozens of Arkans assemble before the Path of Souls, she looked to her son. While the boy was eager, her mind bounced between the tasks at hand and somehow keeping him safe, a nearly impossible task. She listened to the back and forth between the High Archon of Salemark, Reviak, and Silra. If you think it is at risk and is the target of their attack, you cannot waste a single minute of time, Silra said. If it is sealed, the intricacies for removing that seal is beyond comprehension, Reviak told Silra. And if our enemy gets access to it, what then? The information within the ancient vault is not meant for any save those who have risen to the level of understanding required, Eliasso said. My people trusted it to the wood elves to guard, and hopefully to one day be able to understand. Reviak nodded. And we still fall short in our own place. Then this isn't a discussion, Silra said. We have warriors across these woods fighting and dying to protect the lives of this city. If our enemy realizes that they cannot get what they seek, they may fall back. I do not believe that with their forces making progress, they would ever stop. Silra cut him off. Then seal this regardless. Vishal the Silver flies high above us, waiting for his chance. An ancient vampire with access to Dwemhar knowledge? Reviak stared at Silra and then looked to Eliasso. The man rocked back and forth. Then, for a moment, his eyes went white. "I must depart," he said, looking at Reviak. "Seal the vault, my purified fight, as I will. Seal it." He bowed to Reviak and then nearly stumbled again before looking at Silra. "Shri is with us," he said. Mirayan knew that name. Shri was the Rusis entity that had trusted Silra with the powers of the Rusis people. Before Silra could say anything else, Eliasso stumbled away, moving away from the path of souls and vanishing into the city. "There is not time," Silra said. "I am afraid you are correct. Give us any time you can and protect that path of souls from our enemy if they come this far. I still have faith in King Suvasel and our defenders. And your people? There are many innocents within this city." Reviak sighed. "I will signal for them to leave by way of the port with any and every vessel." As the Archon turned to the others of his order, Silra went to Mirayan. "I think you need to get your son on a ship and away from this place." "There is no place safe right now, Silra," she said. "What more do you need to do to help them?" "We can watch the outer perimeter, but—" There was a loud horn call, long and solemn. Then Reviak placed his staff at his own throat and proclaimed aloud with a loud voice in Elvish, "Enkala Salemark, Etha Arvala, Kontura Salemark, Gonli or Maradas, Enkala Salemark." "What did he say?" Gatea asked. "Blessed Salemark," Silra said. "Etha's light above, depart Salemark, go to Maradas. Blessed Salemark. He has called for Salemark to head for the sea and flee." "Then we will help them evacuate," Mirian said. "We will go to the port." They were moving near a rushing stream and making for a reported attack in the northern part of the city. Even from afar, Ghost could see flashes of purple and green magic in the sky. He was with a host of home guard elves and leaves, and though he still struggled to speak in common tongue, he could still very much fight. He had no point in being with Mirayan and her son, not now. He also didn't want Gatea in the fight like he was. He was stuck in his cat form, but thankfully he could hopefully regain the ability to speak, and he had the elves to thank for that. Ghost would defend Salemark, and while arguably Silra and those with magic might do better at that, there was a fair enough fight to be had ahead. He'd be there, and he'd do anything he could. By the time they got to the site of the fight, it was over. A lone cloaked figure with a burning red blade stood in a courtyard of glowing trees, surrounded by the broken bodies of vampire lords. "Salemarkinans," the figure said, turning toward them. "Blade Josur," one of them said. "I find your city to have a vampire problem, so I'm dealing with it. But there are other places they hide. Thank you for coming." "Of course, Master. Apologies for not coming sooner." The Blade of Urlus looked around. "It is not an inconvenience. Urlus' fire burns through our enemies, and I still seek a worthy adversary. So far," he tapped his blade on the ground, "I am left wanting. They seek to seal the ancient vault. There is talk of the city being breached." "Clearly," he said with a laugh, "but I have advised all I have come across to flee this place. Our enemy is looking for those who are alone, dropping down upon them. Others, they hide. They do not yet know the lay of our city, and while I don't either, I can smell their foul stench." "We are with you, Blade," one of the leaves said. Josur nodded. "Then follow me." Ghost didn't know how Josur could actually smell their enemy, but he assumed it was a high elf quality. It didn't matter to him. But Ghost had also figured out that every time they came near their enemy in the empty corridors in this part of the city, he could feel a weird tinge in his fur. Josur was fast, though, far too fast for most of them, and even with the cat reflexes that Ghost had, the blade of Urlas was faster. In a few minutes they had hunted down several poor vampires, and in each case Josur removed their heads in no more than 2 moves of his blade. Easy, he laughed to them. Horn calls went out in the distance, and Josur looked to the leaves. They may have breached the city with their army. We must go there, they said. Then go we will, Josur said. It was then a long and loud horn call went out. Ghost looked up, expecting some new enemy, when a voice spoke over the trees. Enkala Salemark, Itha or Vala, Contura Salemark, Gonli or Meridas, Enkala Salemark. What? One of the home guard shouted in his own tongue. Ghost looked to Josur. Salemark is falling. We must protect the people and try to slow down the enemy. Come now, warriors. The city had thousands of elves, and while many had been called to fight, hundreds had taken shelter beneath the ground for safety. Now, rising to the streets, they made their way to the port. Miraean and Silra were directing who they could, and as numerous children walked past Gatea, he tapped his mother on her side. What of the infants? He asked. I'm sure they'll get them out. Flee, flee to the ocean, a voice shouted. Miraean looked to see Eliasso, the once Dwemhar, carrying children in his arms. Eliasso, Silra asked. There is no time, priest. Get them from the city. The Dark One comes. The Dark One comes. Who? Vishal? Silra asked. Eliasso put down the children he was carrying. Run now, he said. Run to the port and get aboard the dwarven vessels. Eliasso, speak, Silra said. What have you seen? I have seen darkness and fire and barren lands. I have seen every tree ripped up from the grounds. Why do you return my vision to me like this, cursed ether? I am not to see as a Dwemhar sees any more. I am but a shell, but you give me these visions. Silra knelt with him, as did Mirian. We are here, she said. And you should not be. You should not be here. Chaos comes. Come now, we must go to Reviak. Miraean, Gatea, and Silra went with Eliasso back to the Path of Souls. You must seal this place off, Eliasso shouted to Reviak. The host of Archons was channeling energy into the Dwemhar monolith. Reviak turned to see Eliasso collapse nearly at the High Archon's feet. Please, hurry! About that time, Miraean saw Ghost, a host of leaves and elven guards, and Josur, the Urla's blade, entering the Path of Souls from the other side. Reviak knelt with Eliasso. My friend, you are much paler than before. My mind wakens. I am cursed with sight I do not want. The Dark One comes. The Dark One is coming. It is as written in the Dwemhar times, and of the Veruit Darkna. Reviak stood, dropping his staff to the ground, and staring beyond Silra and Mirian, and even beyond Ghost and the others. Veruit Darkna, Eliasso. I have seen it. Reviak's eye twitched, and his breath was short. I am sure of it, Eliasso said. Mirian didn't know what Veruit Darkna was. Silra, what is that? She asked. I do not know, he said. Josur, Reviak said. Our friend, the once Dwemhar, has regained some foresight. He has seen our enemy, the Dark One. He claims it the Veruit Darkna. Cataclysm, Master Wood Elf, Josur asked. We call it Elria Sonia. He comes. Elria Sonia is dead, Mirian said. We were sure of it. Then I go, Josur said. Seal this place. You cannot face him alone, Reviak said. Then come with me, Josur said. But the blade of Urlas in your company shall not turn down a fair fight. fire erupted in the distance as short horn calls went out. "The city is breached! Set the ward! Set it now!" Reviak shouted. The Archons channeling energy into the Dwemhar monolith ceased their spell, turning instead to cast into the sky. A massive ward came up through the city itself, shielding the path of souls and the western part of the city. "Is that all we still hold?" Reviak questioned. "The ward is meant to protect all of the city where elven souls still remain." Josur looked at the areas of the ward. "They breached the city before, but we came here. We fought Ikarn all the way. The defenders were still Figthing, but it seems the Home Guard is falling and the Starfall Legion is all but destroyed. I will go with you, Josur. We must slow the attack of the Dark One. Everyone else remain here." "Archons of Salemark," Reviak commanded, "continue the rest of the incantation and then flee this place. Protect our people as we move to distant shores." "I will help you," Silra said. "No, priest. You and your kin have done much for Salemark. It is time for you to leave. We will stop Elria Sonia before he gets here." Moraine pulled Silra back toward the others as he stepped to follow Reviak and Josur, or so she assumed. "Silra, we can help the others," she said. He looked at her, and she looked down to see him holding the Book of Shri. "You've told me about that," she said. "That power is beyond you. It may be what we need now." "We need you as you," she said. "Let the elves deal with Elria Sonia, and let us get everyone we can out." "Yes, yes," Eliasso said. "We must see to the infants. Shadow falls upon them." "Mother, I knew it," Gatea said. "We need to get to the grove." Eliasso fell to his knees again, screaming, "No, no, stop! I cannot see more! I cannot—" He stood, jumping up and down before turning and running. "Darkness comes! Darkness comes!" His voice trailed off. "He loses his mind," Silra said. "He is Dwemhar, but his mind was broken before. It seems in such dark times he regains his powers, but it is far too much." Mirian watched as Eliasso vanished again. "Where is he going? He said we need to get to the infants, but he goes the wrong way," Gatea said. "That is our job," Silra said. "We will go to the grove." "Ghost?" Ghost stroked his chin. "Yes, I am coming." The four of them went with haste with Eliasso's last words in all their minds. Chapter 18. In Fadabrin. Hafnar enjoyed the warm food and the sweet fruit they had to offer in the high sanctum. As his apprentice had eaten his fill and drink just the same, he passed out asleep on a nearby chair directly by the fire. Riordan was at peace, and in a way that, frankly, Hafnar had yet to see his entire time with his apprentice. Klur, happy with a plate of meat earlier on, now lay near a pile of bones and was sleeping too. As Hafnar and Hunda sat on the balcony that overlooked the courtyard of the high sanctum, they smoked a sweet cherry-vanilla-flavored infusion of tobacco and herbs. "I gave your boy a bit of an herb to help him rest. He has a rather evil thing about his neck. How did he come about that?" "Vampire lords," Hafnar said. "There have been many such troubles in our lands, and now it's erupted into a full-blown war." Hafnar nodded, taking a deep drag of his pipe before looking at the wizard. "But you have not heard anything in a year?" Hunda shrugged. "Perhaps not that long, but it's been more than a few months. We have been studying the effects of the woods north of here, and the one time we stepped into the darker part, we noticed something wrong with the land itself, something different from our woods. My specialty is herbs and growing things, yet I could see a slowing of the growth of plants, and it has taken much understanding to discover the Blackmoon that hangs over the region of Taria had been empowering something beneath it. Months and months ago now, there was a great calamity in the far north. An entity known as Marog the Destroyer united many in a grand defense of our lands and others east of here and was thwarted. We ponder if Marog took the last power of the Blackmoon, and if it has been weakening ever since, to the point that the effect on your lands has been lessened, yet is still there. I knew something of the Black Moon in its power to the vampires, but nothing beyond that. I otherwise believe that it had to do with the eruption of the vampires themselves, but they have been weakening. Hunda stroked his beard, then dumped his pipe out on the table between him and Hafnar. He then reached into his robes, pulled out a small, crooked wand, and began to stir the still-burning embers of the tobacco. Creating a whiff of smoke, he brought out an image of the northern regions of Taria. He twisted his wand several times, summoning a series of small flowers all across the lands, and Hafnar watched as, outside the region of Taria, the flowers grew and died, withered and renewed. This is what has happened. We here think that your land has been placed in some type of time sieve, where time passes differently for you, there, and for us. And what has been in your time, perhaps a few months, has been significantly longer here, where the seasons of change and your lands have broken off from ours. You have been isolated, your people unable to leave. I do feel you were just fortunate enough to be able to get to the border of your land, but I do hypothesize that in the road you travel in whatever city you left, time moved faster for you the further you got away from that place. There has been no talk from any there, and I do fear what that means. We have felt a great increase in energy flowing into that place, and while I do believe that the sieve itself is collapsing, I do not think you will be going back to the same place that you left. Do you know of the vampire Elria Sonia? Hafnar asked. Yes, I have heard of such whispered some time ago, but if what I tell you is correct, I would assume either the vampire has been fully defeated or all of your friends are dead. But to which of those? The dwarf paused as Hafnar's eyes had no doubt widened, and he could not hold back the tears that fell from them. Well, Hunda said, no more words are needed of it. Do you mean as my apprentice and I walked away from the battle, that time moved faster for them as their time progressed, and that, as I walked into this very city, the war that was almost over could have been lost completely? Hunda stared unblinking at Hafnar. We saw the signs in heaven of a great rising of power, sudden and strong. There was an energy transference like we had never seen that we believe may have engorged to an entirely new realm for a time, and then dissipated. Before you came upon our city, the five had already sent for the preparations of a fellowship to go north with all haste. That was our intention and plan, but now, seeing you, I want to hear your perspective. You came here not to tell us news, but to seek help for your apprentice. Hafnar had lowered his head into his hands as his large cat came and sat next to him. We can help him, Hunda said. It is an evil thing, but we have a wizard of light here who can remove that which is upon your apprentice. But there are some comforts that are not so easily attained with magic, and I don't think that will be something we can heal. Then once he is rested, it is necessary, Hafnar said. I wish for you to help him. Then he and I will go with you and your fellowship north with all haste. I do not want to delay. Chapter 19. Fairy Fountain. Fadis's bow had been glowing for some time now. One of the elves had said that it meant the Eula tree in the Golden Vale had endowed him with some kind of power, as it had all Eula bows. But Fadis didn't much care about that. Fadis pulled back on his bow again, as ever since it had begun glowing, he'd found that his arrows flew faster and struck with more force. Now Kurla and her phoenix flew above them, swooping down and striking into the forest, as they had rallied in their attack to try to reclaim the North Gate. To his surprise, a cloud of leaves appeared, and he looked at both Evry and Valilia. I did not think I would see you two again so soon, especially given the state of our defense. Evry nodded. You take the fight to reclaim the North Gate and the fairy fountain here? And what of the Golden Vale? Thadis inquired. Valilia shook her head. There was still fighting, but it is falling quickly. Fadis knew the state of things was absolutely dire. Now Fadis, Valilia, Every, and the remainders of the Rangers of the North, men-at-arms of their region, and elven defenders pushed back to the North Gate. By some fortune, the region of the fairy fountain was alight as darkness surrounded them. The powers of the Fae had come to life and had shielded the water from being tainted. As such, it was like a beacon, and they moved with all haste toward it. Through some bit of fortune, Fadis saw a bright red blade piercing through the darkness, and he knew it even from afar to be one of the blades of Rosur. With him, much to his surprise, was the Dwemhar Eliasso. They had a small contingent of elves with them, and as they fought and rejoined with Fadis's forces, they pushed toward the North Gate. Kurla spun a cyclone of fire, engulfing the trees and lighting the way as the warriors reclaimed their original position. She landed amongst the fairy fountain, and the fairies rushed the hill. Kurla dismounted the phoenix, running up to Fadis and smiling ear to ear as she saw the others. "I cannot believe we are all still alive in this," she breathed. "Barely," Fadis corrected. "If we've been able to reclaim here, perhaps the Starfall Legion is regaining ground." Kurla looked down, shaking her head. "I can see very little of them still. What remains has most likely fallen back to the city." It seemed with their attack, their enemy had fallen back to the North Gate, and for a moment they all attempted to catch their breath, drink from the fountain, and restore. "One can drink with ease," one of the elves declared. The elves, of course, were already doing this, but many of the men-at-arms and those who weren't aware of the powers of the fairy waters, or didn't believe it, had hesitated. After Fadis cupped the water in his hands, he took a deep slurp and felt the sweet nectar flow into his body. One of the rangers walked to the phoenix and then looked at Kurla. "I have seen your firebird much this night, but she is tired. If this is the one I know came from the island of Ayeklo, I understand that the energies here will further sap its life. We have descended upon many fountains this night, and I've been able to restore her. I will keep fighting as long as we can." At about that moment there was a shriek, and Kurla looked up. "It's Vishal, my true bane this night and the one I can't destroy. I go." Fadis grabbed her by the arm. "Perhaps it goes without saying, but don't die." She leaned in and kissed him. "I don't plan on it. Hold this place. I intend to bring you Veshel's head." Fadis snickered. "I don't care for his head. Just knock him down. Come back to me. We'll sort out how we can get to Salemark and help the defenders there." After that, Kurla took to the air and vanished, chasing after the great bat Ugloy and its master. Fadis was looking at the numbers he had at the fountain when Rosur came over to him with the Dwemhar. "Where is your brother?" Fadis asked him. "Somewhere in the city. They're still defending there. I was headed that way when I came across him, and he said that something was driving him mad. I've been trying to stay with him as he randomly ran this way, saying that there were those who needed our help here." Eliasso was shaking, and his eyes were darting back and forth as Fadis looked at him. "My friend, what is upon you?" Eliasso looked Fadis dead in the eyes. "Our enemy. They do not know magic. The one called Elria Sonia feeds on magic." "He is dead," Fadis stated. "He is not, I am certain. Our enemy was the vampire lord, but it seems that he only leads the armies. They face Elria upon the path of souls in the city of Salemark." "Then we must get there," Every declared. "Yes, we'll leave immediately. They'll need any assistance they can get." Eliasso grabbed hold of Fadis's hand. A ranger's weapon would be enough, an arrow or a sword forged by a man that is unenchanted. But every bit of magic that is used against him, he gains in power, and not even the elves know of this weakness. He has been imbued with power, and I fear how much more will be upon him before he gets to his goal. So you're saying that we should not use magic against him, Valilia clarified. No, Moon Elf. He was made to be the one to fight those of magic. Therefore they did not believe any simpleton in their words with mere dagger would dare face him. Fadis looked at Rosur, Evry, Valilia, and the others. We must get to Salemark. We cannot tarry, he said, cupping his hands together. All defenders, we move for Salemark. Fire erupted in the direction of Salemark, and Fadis looked across the woods and could see hundreds of their enemy between them and the city. Their enemy was counterattacking, and as he looked at his son, he sighed. Prepare to hold. It was then that Eliasso stood up, lifting both of his hands with swirls of silver energy around him. He reached out toward their approaching enemy, releasing a sheer blinding flash of green and purple. A great wall went up as the Dwemhar cast some form of defensive spell that none present could possibly understand. I will hold the masses here as long as I can. Go north, go around my spell, and get to your city. Tell whoever defends it the secret to the one who attacks. Do not search for me, for my madness is too much. My madness overwhelms me. I curve it toward them, but I lose my own mind. Our enemy is far more cunning than we could possibly imagine. Beware, Rangers. Fadis whistled to those around him. Follow me. Chapter Irubadavade. Children of the Grove. Mirian, Silra, and Gatea, along with Ghost and a host of elven homeguard, made their way quickly back to the grove. Already this way, they had come across numerous dead elves and even a handful of dwarves. Silra slowed down and knelt, checking on some of the dwarves who looked like they might be alive, but found them all already gone. Get to it. You must get to the grove, he urged. Miraean saw smoke rising in the direction of the grove itself, and most of the buildings had some form of destruction. Periodically, massive black forms dropped out of the sky, followed by a shriek. Explosions of ethereal fire. Is this some new enemy? She asked. I heard from some of the elves I fought with before that they are some form of bat wizards, Ghost muttered. Bat wizards? Mirian queried. Ghost nodded, sniffing the air. I only smell the dead, though. Far too many dead. It was different for Mirian to be able to see and hear Ghost. It seemed that the original reason they had come to the city of Salemark had at least been fulfilled, albeit it was a bit incomplete, seeing as her ranger friend was still a cat. Mirian looked ahead at Gatea as he moved beside the elven homeguard and drew back his bow, leaning into the corners and corridors of the narrow passages to the grove. Cover edges, Silra warned. They had come to a section that was different from where they had approached before, and it seemed that rubble was blocking the road where they could have taken a straight shot directly to the grove. Now they weaved in and out of the streets as they made their way to the enchanted grove by way of another road. Mirian was proud of Gatea, though she had never expected to have him in such a situation, and this was far from target practice back in the swamps. She smiled as she thought of her boy growing up just before her eyes. They came to a fork in the road, and while some of the home guard checked right, Gatea and two others checked left before drawing back on their bows and releasing arrows. Mirian hurried up to beside her son and checked, seeing 3 different thralls fall dead. You were a good shot, young one of the elves remarked. Gatea looked up at his mom and smiled. My mom taught me. He beamed. They were drawing closer to the grove now, and Silra took point, rushing ahead with his staff engulfed in light as he pushed toward the gateway. Part of it was broken down, and there were numerous dead thralls and druids at the entrance. As Silra pushed through, he rounded the corner to deflect an arrow and send a blast of energy to his left. As Mirian and the others joined Silra, the priest had his hand up and was pointing. Stay your bow. It is okay. We are here. Miriam noticed that all around the grove were not only dead druids and members of the home guard, but many of the young elves they had all met earlier. Now all that remained were two unnamed elves she did not know and the one Gatea had spoken to before. It was Sally. "They came for us," Sally whispered. "They tried to get to the babies, but we protected them. We weren't going to leave them even when they called for us to pull back. We can't leave them. We can't leave the children. But there was no one else. All the druids are dead. The Trian have left and only the golem remains." Miriam noticed a massive stone creature standing just behind Sally. It was the golem they had seen before, but now its eyes were glowing a bright green. Its vines were like veins across its body. "We are here," Silra assured. "We will help you get all the children we can and get down to the port. You do not need to fear being alone." Now they descended to where the infant wood elves still lay. Several of them were crying as the rabbits they had seen before worked to move the many children into tiny baskets. Now, with many more hands, they gathered up every single infant, and Miriam counted at least 14 just in the first area. Silra and she ran to the next through a wooden tunnel, and here they found several more rabbits and a handful of turtles. It seemed that in the absence of any elves, the rabbits had done their best to prepare to move the children. They had placed the baskets on the backs of the turtles, and one of the rabbits went up to Ghost. As the two of them conversed back and forth using some form of animal speak, at least what Miriam assumed, Ghost looked at them. "I'm going to direct them to go. They know a passage that only they can fit through, and they can make it toward the harbor. I will follow them as best I can to make sure they get there safely. They have over 30 infants already moved into the passage, and they were preparing to get the rest when we arrived, but they didn't have enough ways to move them. Then tell the other caretakers that it is fine. We will make sure they get to the port." Silra nodded. Ghost then bowed to Miriam. "Thank you for being my friend. Even when you couldn't understand me, I did my best and so did you. Any time, fellow ranger, I will see you at the port." Ghost was the only one who could go with the many rabbits and turtles through the secret passage that they had to get to the port. As it was, they took a narrow burrow that went downward into a series of complex tunnels, and as he looked around he realized that there were many other rabbits, and even smaller young rabbits. This was the home of the caretakers of rabbits, turtles, and even a handful of snakes here. Much like on the surface, there were many trying to shield themselves from the storm and otherwise get to safety. Now all that were available were moving the elven children down the passageways. They came to a large opening in the burrow, where there were at least 10 larger rabbits, each of them wearing green circles around their necks. "What is this?" Ghost inquired. "Strange. You can understand us," one of the rabbits murmured. "I have both a blessing and a curse, it seems as of right now, but I can understand. I'm here to make sure we get to the port." Then, the rabbit exclaimed, "We are of a sacred guild of the animalistic druids. We are elves who have taken our wild form and embraced it. We are a secret order, and for long we have protected these burrows for all the servants of the high city. We thank you for your help, but we must go now." Ghost nodded. "I'm following." The host of wild-formed rabbits ran to the front of the train of thankfully sleeping elven infants. The passage from the burrows out to the city was long and narrow, with very little light except for occasional glowing mushrooms here and there. Thankfully, Ghost could see considerably better with the vision of a cat. He could hear what sounded like thunder outside, and as he emerged from a burrow, he realized that they were moving down a side street behind the buildings. One of the infants began to cry, and while several rabbits ran up to it, one of the wild-formed rabbits tapped his foot repeatedly. "We're in the open," Ghost warned. "Move! Move as fast as your feet can carry you." The trail of rabbits and the backs of turtles were not very fast. They were a contradiction of speed, but it seemed even the turtles were doing their best to move as quickly as they could. Ghost was now walking upright and taking his bow in hand. He scanned the buildings around them and the sky high above, seeing several bats, but none of the creatures were sweeping down toward him. He could see the harbor ahead and flashes of light as the elven and dwarven ships engaged their enemy, or so it seemed. A snap in the air was followed by several others, and blackened forms appeared down the road from the exit of the rabbit burrows. The final turtles were emerging, and rabbits carrying the infants ran past him. The wild-formed hares stood up on their hind legs, sniffing the air, reacting to some kind of call that even Ghost couldn't hear. As the rabbits charged toward the figures, there were several flashes, and the rabbits burst into flames and died. Ghost looked to several rabbits who had stopped. He glanced at the infants, some sleeping, others waking and crying with apparent sorrow on their faces, even though they were too young to understand what was going on. Ghost turned and looked back at the three figures walking down the passage. They would be upon them shortly. "Go get the young ones to the boats. These three are mine." Ghost jogged toward his enemy, drawing back on his bow and releasing an arrow, only for the arrow to become fire and then embers. He threw the bow down and began to run, embracing his cat form. As spells landed directly next to him, he leapt up a wall, following a stairwell and jumping up onto a roof high above his enemy. Now the three figures had wings. These had to be the strange creatures he had heard about. They took to the air, flying up directly near him, and he leapt, claws extended, slashing the closest to him. One of three fell to the ground, grabbing at its neck. Ghost looked at his claws with blood dripping. The two vampires were on his level now, and he hissed, lunging toward one of them, only to be struck in his side. He heard cracking and knew they had gotten his ribs, as it became suddenly hard to breathe. Both of them were upon him, and he reached for his dagger at his waist, pulling it out and jabbing it directly into the face of one of his attackers. The vampire fell back, grabbing at his eye, and Ghost pounced on him, biting his other eye and extending both of his claws to his foe's neck. He dug into the creature, ripping his great vessels and throat, before turning with a mouthful of flesh to see the third vampire lunging at him with a drawn blade. The blade caught him in the stomach, and he cried out, the vampire laughing. He slammed Ghost into the ground. "Abomination!" the vampire snarled. Ghost struggled to push up against the blade. He was stuck. The vampire took a strange moment to sniff Ghost. "You're not an elf. You're not a bastard druid. What even are you?" the creature asked, leaning in. Ghost wheezed. "I will tell you." The vampire smiled as its wings folded away, and it stroked its own face as it leaned in. "Most interesting. You're a cat, but you do not curse me in Elvish, so tell me, what are you?" Ghost, using what bit of energy he still had, pulled himself up, the blade stuck in his stomach, and drove his claws into the neck of the vampire. "I'm a ranger, and you will now die." The vampire recoiled, his blood spurting from his neck, and fell backward onto the ground. Ghost gazed up at the black sky above, realizing that he would never leave the city of Salemark, but that, at the very least, he had protected the infants in his charge. It was a good life, and he purred, laughing at himself a bit. Chapter 21. The Path of Souls. Miriam and the others departed with haste from the grove, making their way back down the same roads they had come, and saw many more bats than had been there before. "Our enemy has gained control of the skies, and now, with most of the Archons gone," Silra explained, "they fly freely." They took the long road through the twisting city streets as they made their way back to the primary path that led all the way to the port. Here there were hundreds of elves, some crying, some in sheer panic, running for the many ships that were coming in. Marians spotted not only dwarven vessels, but elven and those of the race of men from further south. "Our allies come," one of the home guard elves cheered. "Far too late," Silra muttered. "Far too late." They had come to the edge of the road that led to the harbor, and even from afar, Miraean was amazed at the many ships of Ekinidor with their cannons firing into the sky. Dozens of large bats dropped, and most of them were getting caught by the dwarven weaponry and bursting into flames. At least 20 ships were all on the edge of the port, and many dozens more made their way from the ocean. "Get to the ships. Get all these children to the ships," Silra commanded. They rushed toward the few elven ships that were actually there, and at this point Mirian realized that most of the docked vessels were dwarven ones. "Silra! Mirian!" Gorky bellowed. Silra nodded. "Captain Gorky." Mirian had heard much of the dwarf captain, but they had never met. "I brought your special orbs, but this place has gone into hellscape," Gorky growled. Mirian noticed a woman bearing a large crescent staff, and another beside her who had a similar staff. "My high priestess Garavia," Silra exclaimed. "What of your daughter?" a woman asked. Silra embraced her. "Taria, I wish I were not seeing you here in this place. I wanted to see you over some good drinks at the end of the war." Taria smiled. "I'm happy I came. You need every bit of help you can get." She looked over to Mirian, and Silra introduced her. "Mirian, of the Rangers of the Pines." Mirian nodded to Korea. Silra, Gorky snapped his fingers. "The orbs. We've already offloaded a bunch of it," Gorky reported. "I've already given orders to my fleet to hold this position. I don't know how long we can hold the city. I'm not even sure that the Ballerite is of any use." Several priestly-looking dwarven monks stood on the shoreline, each holding large orbs that had a red glow to them. "The monks are prepared to defend it if you can get it to the tunnels," Garavia announced. Silra shook his head. "There are far too many, and the city is broken. The best thing we could do would be to get all these survivors out. Our enemy is attempting to get into a Dwemhar vault beneath a place called the Path of Souls." There were several short horn calls, and in the far distance were bright flashes at the mouth of the river that led to the eastern lands. Then, like a massive wave coming through the harbor, a great creature rose out of the depths with an elf bearing a glowing helm atop it. "The harbor master defends us," Gorky exclaimed. Mirian watched as the harbor master rode a massive tentacled creature, slapping the trees and their enemy that was emerging from woods. Then she looked up to see what light of the moon still remained, became as red fire, and suddenly shrouds of bats covered it. "To arms!" Gorky cried. The fleet of Ekinidor vessels opened up, with their massive constructs releasing orbs of energy into the sky. Above, thousands of bats began to fall dead, peppering the water, the decks of the ship, and the docks. Silra shielded them with a ward as now numerous vampire thralls carried in on the claws of the massive bats dropped all around them. Many elves and dwarves fell in the first onslaught as Sali and Gatea turned to their own blades to cut down the thralls. The woman closest to Miraean swung out her bow staff, striking several of the cursed forms that attempted to come down the dock and push toward where her son was. With a sudden shriek, a splinter of white and silver rose in the distance of the Path of Souls. "That was a great arcane blast. A powerful archon has fallen," Garavia proclaimed aloud. Silra looked in the direction of the Path of Souls, and then back to the ships. "I want everybody off these docks, Gorky. We're to pull anchor, and I want every bit of cannon fire you can muster to protect all of these ships as they fall back." The massive tentacled creature with the elf atop came closer, sinking into the depths beside the ships, and it was there that its rider conversed with Silra. "There are more coming through the woods. I will hold this harbor as long as we can and protect the ships, but I've already received word that the High Archon Reviac has fallen. We have many forces on the opposite shore ready to come aboard ships and vessels to reclaim the city. Hold them back, Silra instructed. We cannot hold the city. The High Archon has fallen. Then the way to the path of souls is open. I will go. The monks and I can set the Balarite and destroy the vault and everything around it. Can't get into the vault if it doesn't exist anymore. Gorky nodded. Get to it now, he shouted to the other dwarves. I'm coming with you, Marian said. No, get yourself and Gatea and all these children to safety. I will get out when I can, and Garavia must be prepared to shield the fleet. Father? Taria questioned. I cannot allow our enemy to get close to the vault. If the Archons are gone, this is the last chance we have to stop them, and I will not allow Elria Sonia or any of his ilk to touch the powers that might be hidden beneath the city. But the Balarite, she said. I am a guardian of Shri. Years ago, I was given these powers to protect them and to save all of us. It is my calling to protect that Dwemhar vault, and to turn back now and allow it to fall to these creatures would be no different than if I had failed to use them once before. I have to, and I will. About that moment, they heard dozens of fluttering wings. The vampiric creatures flew high above them, sending down cursed bolts of green and black fire. One of them nearly struck Marian, and Silra pulled her away and cast a ward to deflect two more. Then Marian looked out to see Gatea struck by one of the arrows. She ran toward him, pushing through several dying thralls to grab him from the ground, as Silra deflected yet another arrow that nearly hit them. Mother, Gatea whimpered. The wound was already festering, as the arrow, enchanted with some type of poison, had plowed into his shoulder. Silra was there nearly immediately, as was Garavia. Get him onto the ship. He must get far from these creatures. It's an aura-based spell. The further he gets away, the safer he'll be, Garavia instructed. Mirayan scooped up her son and ran for the flagship of the Ikinidor fleet. She jumped on the deck of the ship as Silra's daughter and Garavia began casting spells, layering them one after another on her son. Seli was now aboard as well, and Silra knelt with one hand on Gatea and his other on Mirayan. I'm going to make sure the city is safe and the secrets of the Dwemhar do not get unleashed. If I don't, none of this matters, he said to Marian. Marian did not look at him as she stared down at her son, who was now layered in white and gold magics. Gorky, get them out of here and do not worry of me. I will find my way out. Affirmative, priest. Let the gods be with you. Silra leaned in and kissed Marian on the back of her head. She turned and grabbed him, pulling him into her and kissing him deeply. As she did, she felt his warmness surge into hers, and he pulled back. He looked into her eyes and smiled in a way she hadn't seen a man smile at her in a long time. I'm fighting for you. I'm fighting for him, he whispered, his eyes glancing over to Gatea for a moment, and then looking back into hers. Mirayan did not know what to say and instead just let tears fall from her eyes. He smiled again. Don't worry, I will always be your bad priest, he winked. I'm not worried about that, she said with a slight laugh. She pulled him into her. I'm worried about you being a good man. He looked down for a moment and then back to her before smiling and backing away. He looked toward his daughter and bowed. Protect them all. He leaped onto the dock. Gorky, sail true, my friend. With that, the dwarven vessel lurched from the dock, and Silra joined a host of dwarves with the Balarite oar, and the ship moved out of view of Silra. Mirian looked down at Gatea as her tears still fell. A series of explosions rocked the water as the dwarven vessels moved in a crescent pattern to shield the elven ships with the many survivors. Gatea seemed to be breathing easier. Mirian went to the edge of the ship as all the survivors made their way to the open waters of the Vinda Sea. Kurla cut over the northern part of Salemark. Weaving between the buildings, she soared over a great grove of trees and spotted a golem smashing Ikon before taking several blasts of energy and bursting into green fire. She pulled up, and the phoenix shot up into the sky, piercing through the heavy clouds and emerging once again high above Salemark. Ahead, her foe vanished back down into the clouds, and she gave pursuit. Streaking through the clouds like a silent spear, the orange and red of the phoenix's fiery body rippled through the clouds. Kurla kept sight on where she expected her target to be, and as they burst through the clouds, they dove almost directly atop them both. She passed so close she could hear the bat screech before the phoenix extended its wings and recovered from the dive, twisting over burning trees near the eastern part of the city. Kurla looked back to see the bat descending and then beating its wings to stay stationary. Climbing back up into the sky, Kurla looked down to see the massive army swarming the entire eastern and northern parts of the city. There were few defenders this far out. Across the western part of the city and near the port were hundreds, if not thousands, of bats. Toward the center of the city was a great stone wall and a clear protective ward that shimmered as it was torn into by the icon and all the ilk of Elria Sonia. It was the path of souls that so much hinged on right now. She couldn't stop all of them. She didn't know where the one called Elria Sonia was, but she could take down the one commanding the armies. The ship shook and lurched back and forth. Then a great white and silver wave shot through the sky. Mirian looked at Taria. "My father. He protects us." "Is that what he told me of the Shri powers?" Mirian asked. "No," she shook her head. "That is some type of ward, most likely a final shield for many of the enemies trying to get to the place my father goes." Then there was a thunderclap and the light went dark. Mirian stood as Gorky, as the final ship in his column, began to wheel left to lead them out of the harbor. Garavia stood up. "Darkness swarms the city of Salemark. May the gods and goddesses of the north protect them." Suddenly, Gatea began to convulse, and the spells darkened around his body. He sweated profusely and vomited. Those nearby rolled him to his side, and Sali cried out in a language Mirian did not understand, pointing at the sky. They saw the great bat and its rider, intermixed with the phoenix, fighting high above them. They went back and forth several times before a shroud of darkness prevented them from seeing the fight. Gatea had stopped convulsing, but Garavia placed her staff over him. "He sickens more. The darkness is spreading too quickly." Mirian looked to Silra's daughter. "Protect my son. I've got to go to your father and help him." Before any could protest or anything could be said, she turned and leaped off the side of the vessel and began swimming through torrential waters, climbing over broken ships and struggling to swim all the way to shore. She noticed a quickness in her pace, a blessing from the gods or goddesses, perhaps. She did not know. Within a few fortunate moments, she made it back to shore. She hurried to the path of souls. Kurla dove upon the bat Ugloy and its rider, the vampire lord Veshal. This time he was ready. He parried her drawn sword, and as she nearly fell herself, her blade spun out of her hand and down toward the ground. She unslung her bow as she gripped her mount, looking back as Veshal and Ugloy gave pursuit. They passed over the spires of Salemark, spells flying below her, shrieking just past her. "Come to me, child," Veshal screamed at her. "I would like to feast on you. You are strong. You just need to be brought into our ranks." They passed back over the harbor, and she saw most of the ships had escaped to the ocean. Now, too, she saw more ships of Avaria. Telvius and the others had come, but it was far too late. As she and her phoenix flew over toward the dwarven vessels, the constructs on the decks of the ships shot their weapons toward Veshal, and he turned away. Kurla made a pass and swore she could hear cheering from the survivors. She put an arrow to string as they hurried to catch up to Ugloy. They were climbing upward, going higher and higher, and nearly at cloud level, they evened out. From here, nearly all the woodlands could no doubt see them. Nearly upon him and his mount, she released the arrow. It struck the bat, crippling its wing. As they turned to face Kurla, they collided. The phoenix shrieked, its fire burning the bat, and Veshal, but not Kurla. She was its chosen, and as such was protected. She looked through the flames into the eye of the quarry she had sought all night. She had no weapons save her bow, and he was so close it was nigh impossible to miss. Drawing back an arrow, she planted it in his chest. He shrieked, leaping toward her as she partially drew another. Ugloy fell away, its body shriveled and broken. Even as the fire from the phoenix burned Veshal, he attempted to bite her, breaking her bow to get to her neck. She fumbled for the arrow, jabbing it into him as he screeched. He dug his claws into her stomach, dismounting her from the phoenix, and the two of them fell from the sky. Veshal's claws were still inside her abdomen. She grabbed his ears, pulling into them as they tumbled to the ground. He grabbed her neck now, her warm blood still running down his hands. She had no other weapons. She looked at him spinning about and saw the hilt of a weapon on his waist. She reached for it, and before he could do anything, she jabbed it into his face. His eyes exploded with red fire, and though she had no idea what enchantments were on the vampire's weapon, it was enough. She pushed away from him and looked down at the ground, coming closer and closer. Then her faithful friend caught her in its talons. She looked up to see the phoenix carrying her north, carrying her toward the fairy fountain near the north gate. Chapter 22. For Taria. Marian hurried to the path of souls. She felt a distinct shift in the air, a coldness to everything. In the distance, rising flames of purple fire intermixed with red fire engulfed some of the elven structures of the city, sending plumes of black smoke into the sky. But there was a distinct and lonesome feeling now to the stars above, no longer shrouded by Veshal's bat and the enemies of before. Checking her corners as she made her way closer to the path of souls, there were no thralls, no vampires, no enemies to be found at all. As she came within sight of the monolith that sat above the Dwemhar vault, a humming sound filled the air. From a distance, she could see a single remaining Archon attempting to lock the vault from their enemy. She ran until she was beside the pillar and peered around. The Archon was bleeding from her eyes and ears, yet her focus was only on the task ahead of her. She had been fighting before, evident from her broken sword lying next to her feet. Then Marian saw many dead Ikinidor dwarves and stacks of the Balarite orbs they had been carrying. "And of Urlas, I have not heard until this night," a voice boomed. Marian looked for the source when Josur came into sight. He backed out of a thick fog, his sword up with undulating red flames sizzling the air. A form appeared with a glowing golden crown and towering above the blade of Urlas. Mirian crept around the edge of the pillar, to which the Archon looked at her. "Flee, human," she said. Mirian shook her head. "Josur," Silra yelled. The priest cast a spell of rippling fire. Then Josur ran and leaped toward the figure before he was deflected back with a swing of an unseen weapon. He flew to the ground and slid some distance away. "Neither of you are my enemy," the figure said. "That is him. That is Elria Sonia. Not fucking dead. Silra, you were right." Josur noticed her and held up his hand. "Ranger, leave this place," he said. She noticed his armor was shredded, and his sword of ruinite ore was chipped. He was bleeding from his mouth, and his face was swollen. Urlas Blade, Elria shouted. Priest of Ikinidor, neither of you are my foe. I have but one enemy, and you simply stand between me and what I need to obtain. Go now. Live. Silra had not seen her yet, but he was slowly standing back up. Do not dare attempt what you did before, priest. It nearly killed you. He used the Shri powers, Miriam thought. They didn't work. Beyond Elria, Sonia were the massed forms of the attacking army, who had laid waste to not only the rangers and men who had fought, but also the Starfall Legion protecting Salemark, the Druids, and she assumed the Trents. Lower your sword, High Elf, he said to the blade. Master Rooks wouldn't like that, Josur said. The only fair fight I found, and I backed down. Let me teach you, he said, sliding his foot back behind him and lifting his blade. My master calls this a guarded stance. Do you really wish to die for those who don't deserve your sacrifice? Elria asked. His full form, finally visible, was garbed in black armor with large silver spikes rising off his shoulders. He also wore a tall silver helm with a floating crown of gold over his head. You talk too damn much, Silra shouted. The priest summoned fire around his staff and cast it at Elria. There was a blast of shimmering gold, and then Josur exploded forward with his blade, singing through the air. Fadis had seen Kerla fall. The others kept fighting, but now their enemy seemed restored, fighting from the northern walls of the city, as if Fadis, Rosor, and the others were the attackers, and they were the defenders. Though they had fought valiantly, the Ranger of the North and what remained of the Elven defenders could not break their enemy's attack. Now they were forced back again. Fadis, however, kept looking up. The phoenix passed right over them, and in its talons was Kurla's body. Fuck, he shouted. He sprinted, pushing through the many dead and running faster than he felt he might have ever run before. He did not know how long it took him, he couldn't remember, and as he reached the fairy fountain he saw the phoenix was in distress. But this was not from an injury itself or some deep mortal wound. It was trying to help Kurla, dousing its own wings in the water to try to restore her, as the phoenix had been restored so many times. As Fadis came upon them both, the phoenix shrieked, rising to him with bright fire burning from its body, prepared to defend Kurla. It's okay, Fadis shouted. The majestic animal saw him and extinguished its attack, making a sad cooing sound instead. Fadis went to Kurla, taking her in his arms and seeing the evisceration of her abdomen. A few fairies remained, and though they came to her, their magic didn't seem enough. A few moments later, Evry and Valilia came, followed by the many others who had fallen back from their attack. Valilia immediately began attempting to heal Kurla's wounds. She winced and opened her eyes. "Are we in Avaria?" she asked him. "No," he said, caressing her face. "Oh, I saw us there, and then I saw us before with Valrin." Her eyes were heavy. "I saw my father, and I saw before then." "Listen," Fadis shouted, tears rolling down his face. "Listen to my voice. Fight it! Fight it!" Evry rummaged through some of the fallen elves, finding a vial of red substance. He knelt beside his father, tipping it into Kurla's mouth. "Healing potion," he said. She choked. He sat her up as Valilia continued to try to heal her with her powers. Two of the fairies floating above her fell dead. "Her injuries are severe," she told Fadis. The phoenix peered down at her. "We cannot move her anymore," Valilia said. "She needs skills beyond my own." The phoenix cooed, lowering its head near Kurla's face and then looking at the wound. "You did good," Fadis said. "You got her back to us." The phoenix lay down next to Kurla, placing its beak just above her stomach. Tears began to roll down the bird's face at the dire state of her friend and rider. The wound began to sizzle, and Valilia's eyes widened. The bird is healing her. It is healing her. They can heal? Every asked. It is rare to see, but phoenixes in the years far ago were hunted for their healing powers, but no one ever understood the key. They have to have a true bond with you in order to do it. It could never be forced, never extracted like the evil people of our world tried. Kurla began to breathe easier. Will she be okay? Fadis asked, stroking her hair. We will see, Valilia said. Josur struck the ground a few paces from Elria Sonia. The stones of the Path of Souls shattered. Wind furled around the Urlas warrior. The blade pushed up, slashing upward as his foe drew near him. Silra summoned a wisping fire around his staff and cast it directly at Elria. The man absorbed the fire, turning and leaping into Josur, punching him with an arcane strike of black fire. Josur parried the strike, pushing into Elria's guard and kneeing him. Kurla stood beside the remaining Archon, not sure of what she could do. Eyes of my mother, descend now, Elria shouted. Hands of my father, clear the way. A swarm of bats twisted and dove upon the Path of Souls, and Silra lifted his staff. Inkala Salemark, he shouted. With his shout, wisps of white rose around him, and a dazzling light overtook them, rising and severing the flights of bats, coming down upon them. But that was but the eyes of the mother. The hands of the father were next. Through the fiery ward came 3 beasts landing just near the pillar, and the Archon standing there. They were like slender trolls with elongated heads, and mouths with 2 long fangs at the corners of jagged teeth. The Archon turned, casting a blast of blue fire at the closest one, engulfing it as the other 2 were upon her. Mirian ran to her, brandishing her staff as the 2 beasts tore into the Archon's body. At this point, Silra had seen Mirian and rushed to get to her as she slid with her staff swinging, striking one of the 2 beasts. The other one ripped the Archon's head from her shoulders, sending up a fountain of blood from her severed arteries. The elf slumped down. Silra was there a moment later, ensnaring the beast with an entanglement spell, dragging it to the ground. Mirian struck the beast she fought, breaking its teeth, and then a series of white fireballs struck it. She looked back to Silra, who held a burning blade in his right hand. He had stabbed the beast he'd fell, and his staff was golden. But the skin on his face was flayed, and his arms were red with blood. He was surrounded by a soft golden light, with wisping silver clouds around him. He fell to one knee and reached out to her. "You are killing yourself," she said, running to him. "I must protect their knowledge. I must not let him get it," he shouted. They hit the dwarves, scattered the Balarite orbs. Mirian looked over to see Josur make 3 wide slashes in Elria before the vampire lord grabbed him by his leg and slammed him into the ground. Silra looked back at where the Archon had been. "The Balarite, gather it, Mirian. Gather it, then run. Get as far from here as you can. His army is waiting for his command just beyond the Path of Souls. He has sought to fight us instead of swarming this place." "I won't leave you," she cried. "You will. You'll go, far as you can from this place. You'll take Gatea. You'll live." "Gatea is getting sicker. The darkness spreading is too much." He stared her in the eyes. "My love, I will take care of this. I promise you." The light around him faded, and he stood up. "The Balarite, gather it near the pillar. I must finish what the Archon nearly did. It ensures they cannot get into the vault, even if they do survive." Mirian did as Silra said, gathering the stone. As she picked up the pieces, it burned her hands. "Use the dwarves' sticks. Don't touch it," he said. Josur still fought Elria Sonia, but as they went back and forth, Mirian saw that the warrior was slowing in his attacks. Now the High Elf put himself between Elria and them. "So valiant," Elria said. "And for what? To die upon a foreign place far from home? You have been betrayed by the ill powers of the realms. They care not if you die for them, only that they remain. Mirian had gathered over 8 of the Balarite orbs, stacking them near Silra. He placed his staff into the pillar. Not too much longer, it'll be sealed. Go, go now. She heard a loud crack, and Josur struck the ground only a few paces next to them. He rose, his sword shattered into pieces. Submit to me, listen to me, elf, priest, and woman. There is no need to fight this night. The embrace I can offer you will seal your bodies from the pain to come. Silra reached out and grabbed Mirian by the arm. He held the staff against the rock as he stared into her eyes. Get out of here now, for Urlas and the glory of the blades. Josur had dropped his broken hilt and grabbed a dwarven axe, leaping forward and making a chopping strike against Elria Sonia. The iron weapon broke through the enchanted armor, and Elria wailed in pain. He grabbed the Urlas elf by the throat, slamming him into the ground. Josur reached out again, not giving up even as his life faded. Then, with both hands, Elria lifted him and tore him in two at his waist. The blade's spine cracked open and shattered over the top of the Dark One. The blade of Urlas was dead. Fadis saw that Kurla was healing, and now he lay her against a pile of soft leaves. Rosur grabbed at his chest and then looked out in horror. My brother has fallen," he said. "What?" Evri asked. "I see his eyes. I see the one who killed him," Rosur said. "I must go to Salemark now." The high elf began to walk away when Fadis shouted at him. "You will never make it to the city. There are too many of them." "You, Lord Commander, know nothing of the blades of Urlas, and telling us we cannot do something." Fadis could not tell this elf to not go, but he felt a nudge on his back and turned to see the phoenix. "You will take us?" he asked. The phoenix cooed. Fadis shouted to Rosur, "Blade, let us go with you and take another route." Rosur looked back and then nodded. Mirian saw that Elria Sonia was coming toward them. Blood ran down their foe's armor. If he can bleed, he can die, Mirian thought. "Mirian, go! Now!" Silra shouted. He kept his staff on the wall and summoned his powers, silver and white wrapping around him, but Elria lunged toward him. "I am no elder horror of old," Elria shouted. "Your powers are not enough." He struck Silra with some kind of spell, slamming him against the stone. As the priest did not rise again, Elria went for the path to the vault, hurrying forward. Mirian struck his hand with her staff, and he turned toward her. "Foolish human," he shouted. He lunged for her, and she leaped back. "I was going to let you live. You are far from my enemy, yet you strike me?" he said. She circled him, sliding low as he attempted to smite her with his fist. She landed another strike with her staff on the back of his leg. Now she was between Silra and their enemy. "I defend these woods and all of Taria. I am Mirian of the Rangers of the Pines." "You are not even worth drawing a weapon against, Mirian of the Pines," Elria said. "It seems your staff is broken." She had felt the crack, and now, as she held out her weapon, she saw the splinter down the center. She had her knife at her belt, but that was all. "Take your priest and move. You block my way, child." She looked down at him and then at all the dead around her. She thought of how many had died so far, how many still could. Then she thought of Gatea aboard the ship heading out to sea. "You have killed so many, I cannot move and I will not." "Then you will die without the cowering face of so many." She ran, sprinting toward her foe. She held her staff out, and as he went to block her attack, she drove the staff into the ground and pushed off. Flying through the air, she grabbed onto his arm and clamored to get to his head. She drew her dagger. "For Taria." She plunged it into the side of his neck, and then an explosion of energy blasted her from her foe. She felt his grip on her ankle, and he held her up even as blood bubbled from the wound on his neck. Simple iron does more to me than any elven blade, yet it was not deep enough. For just a few moments she saw as flesh curled into itself and moved over the wound she had made. He went to pull her by the arm, and she closed her eyes, thinking of Gatea and Silra, before a searing heat covered her in a strange snap of fire from her fingertips and toes towards her core. She was on the ground now and could not feel anything anymore, but she could see Silra rising over the ground. White energy flowed all over his body as golden fire engulfed the priest. Wisps of gray grabbed Elria Sonia, as then Mirian saw the burning mage fires of red, green, blue, and white. They rose around Silra. By the powers of Shri and all of the Rusis, die! She heard several searing shrieks of energy as from the clouds, bolts of energy struck the path of souls, and Silra turned and looked at her. His spells had enveloped their foe, and he picked her up. "My love, you are broken," he said, "but so am I." She couldn't understand why he would say that, but as she rose, she looked back to see she had been broken apart like Djoser. She was nothing more than a torn-apart form. What life still holding in her body was fading fast. Silra held what remained of her, and she tried to reach up and grab him but couldn't. She could only stare at him. He knelt beside the Balarite as he looked into her eyes. His face was nearly all bone, as his skin had been ripped from his body, having taken the full power of Shri upon him. "We protect them all. I love you." He kissed her. She felt his lips and felt the greatest calmness she had ever felt. As the priest held the Ranger of the Pines, he ignited the Balarite orbs in an explosion of energy like none in Taria, or truly any in the lands of the living, had ever witnessed. For the few moments that Silra was still conscious, he shielded the two of them and used the powers of Shri to curve the explosion toward the east and away from Fadis and those escaping to the sea as much as he could. Chapter Irupati Moonravadu. In Kala Salemark, Fadis, Evri, and Rosor saw a great fireball rise, and with it a shimmering white ward expanding around, almost as if it was blocking the blast and focusing it away from him and the ocean. From high above, Thadis could see the fleets of ships that had been evacuating the city. As the great fire and lights dissipated, smoke rising from the blast, they flew with haste toward the site of the explosion. Aboard Gorky's vessel, Gatea opened his eyes to the sight of the bright flash, and to see Garavia casting a ward upward. Then, as the light went dark, a wave of water rose in the distance. "Turning! Turning!" Gorky shouted, preparing to take the tsunami of water expelled from the energy of the blast head on. The other vessels nearby did the same as the winds blew hard upon the distant mountains, and Gatea looked about, afraid. Then the elf Relia, harbor master and gatekeeper of Salemark, used his great beast to take the wave of energy and water, protecting the fleets, and all upon the ocean felt the roar of the creature, as in its final moments it quelled the angry wave and fell dead at the mouth of the harbor. As the waters stilled, Gatea rose, trying to understand what had happened. Taria fell onto her knees, weeping. "Take the helm!" Gorky shouted. The dwarf ran across the deck to Taria. As Gatea stood, he stumbled forward and felt a stark coldness, like he couldn't explain. Garavia looked to him, and her eyes filled with sorrow. "What happened?" he asked. "Your mother protected you and, perhaps, won this war." Taria turned and looked at him. She reached out to him, and he went to her. He didn't know what to feel. He didn't understand. But as she embraced him, he could not hold back as he wept. Josmus looked up at the ever-expanding white light growing at a rapid pace above the woods. "Shri power sensed," the construct said. "Recommend temporal ward, ward initiating." Josmus didn't know what a temporal ward was as far as the construct was concerned. He just believed it was some kind of defensive spell. The winds began to be sucked directly into the woods toward Salemark. It was then he heard again the horn calls he'd heard so long ago. They were much closer. He peered through the fog and could see what he had hoped he had seen before, a dwarven battle line. "King Turgon is approaching," the construct said. As the battle line ran toward the east gate, he spotted his king as well as Dorian. "Thane," Turgon said. "It's Silra. The construct has detected Shri powers. We must take cover." A blinding flash rose above the woods, and then the light went out. Master Telnor lifted his hammer and removed his helmet for a moment and looked about the woods. "If you're a priest to cast such a spell, it must be a harrowing time. We must get to Salemark." "Beware," the construct said. "Rapid energy expulsion. Temporal ward expanding. Take cover." Josmus looked at his king just as there was a bright flash, and he felt the construct's ward shimmering up around them in a concave shell. The outer lines of the reinforcements were engulfed in fire, and he shielded his own eyes as he fell to the ground. The most intense heat at the back of his head and neck caused him to grab the ground, pulling himself as low as he could get. The heat felt like it was illuminating his entire body for a few seconds. Then, even as his skin burned all over and the light gave way, he could hear his king's voice. "By the gods!" Josmus stood up and looked to see all the woods, all the remains, and all except a very small number of those who had come with the king gone. It seemed the woods themselves had been laid down and left scorched. "Silra! Silra!" King Turgon screamed. The king choked up, tears falling from his eyes. Josmus looked at the construct and saw that its body had been melted in place, forming nothing more than a chunk of metal. It had used every bit of its power to shield them from the blast, but even with that, Josmus felt burns all over his body. Dorian looked about, disheveled as his wolf. Brutus, who lay next to him, had not been so lucky, and as he realized it, he fell to the ground in shock for both the loss of his companion and the state of his surroundings. His eyes were wide, and he began to cry. As the hammer song, Telnor, slid his helmet back on, he lifted his hammer. "We go to the city. We must get there now. Come now, ranger, dwarves, elves, all who remain. Our brothers and sisters may need us. All haste." Those who had survived, including even Dorian, who much like King Turgon simply seemed in an absolute state of shock, followed the hammer song as quickly as they could, moving through blasted and barren ground where moments before there had been a vast and ancient forest. Now, across rolling charred ground, they made for whatever was left of Salemark and their own hope. Fadis wasn't sure what to expect, but he could feel the anger from Rosur. As they descended to the fiery ruins below, he saw a single white pillar broken and surrounded by blackened soil. There was none save a single figure standing some distance away. The phoenix landed near the pillar. Fadis searched and saw two figures lying near the pillar itself. The figure was a dark form and held a single golden orb in its hand. Fadis saw that it was the one he had seen before. It was Elria Sonia. Rosur charged Elria without saying a single word, but was struck with some kind of blast and collapsed. Evri drew his sword, and Fadis raised his hand as Elria shook his head. If their enemy wanted to strike them, he would have. Fadis knew this. "The first sensible happening," Elria said with a solemn tone. "Too many have died for a fight I did not have with any of you. The priest, the ranger, the blade have all fallen. Let it not include you who have come in the wake of such destruction." "Why have you done this?" Fadis shouted, now drawing his blade. "This is what I needed, a soul. For it is old, and though I could not take what was sealed, I took from those who gave their lives for others. It is what it is now. I cannot reach what was held within here, and now I must make do and hope it is enough. Your armies are broken, Every shouted. In the name of Salemark, surrender. Sonia turned away. My armies are what they are, and perhaps you can have what you might call peace for a time. Such will be decided. Stop, Every shouted. Elria did so and turned, looking at Fadis. Protect your son and family and leave me. My war is not with you, Ranger. It never was. I'm here to protect you and others. And no, I do not expect one such as you to understand that. Every went to run toward him when Fadis grabbed him. No, no more death. He is beyond us, and he leaves, Fadis said. Let him leave. We must tend to others. Fadis felt Every pull at him, but had his son charged him, he doubted he would have ever struck him. For Sonia and what blackness in the distance, and what remained of the evils of his forces, became as a strange green wisp. In a few moments all that could be seen was ashy ground. I don't understand, Every shouted. Fadis didn't either. He looked at the two who remained. He went to them and saw the body of Silra of Ikinidor clutched around another. He pulled at Silra's shoulder to see Marian and lowered his head. Fuck all of this, he said. It was not too much longer, and King Turgon and the others of his companions, coming from the east, made their way to the ashy plains that was once Salemark and the Path of Souls. Fadis stood off to the side with Dorian, who sat with his hood over his head. The Hammersong Telnor had taken several warriors further into the ruined city to try to find any who might have possibly survived. King Turgon wept uncontrollably. The dwarf pounded the ash, and any who came near him he lashed out at. Rosur sat on his knees, staring at the night sky, and did not move even as others moved around him. More and more were coming to the ruins of the city as men from Ferda and dwarves of Ikinidor returned to what remained of the port. While more forces poured onto the shores, they found no enemies, and only the destruction of the ancient city. Next came King Suvasel, and Fadis had never seen such remorse personified on a single face as the king had upon him. Rosur went to him and then kept walking. Fadis noticed the sun was coming up for the first time in many days now. Suvasel walked to him and bowed slightly. Ranger, you survived. Fadis nodded. Many did not, Every said. We tried, my king. We failed. Every fell to his knees and Fadis wept for his son. Though Salemark and the Wood Elves were allies now to him, to his son, this had been his home for most of his life. But then, to Fadis's surprise, the Elf King did something he did not expect. He knelt, embracing Every. My child, you and all your fellow warriors did more for us in your defense than you can possibly imagine. Etha smiles upon those who remain. In Kala all, by the grace of Etha, we rise to face those who did this. We will have our vengeance. In the chaos of the fall of Salemark, Fadis and the others tried to make certain that they had not missed a single soul that might have remained after the blast. While there was some hope for a small amount of time that the subterranean part of Salemark might have been spared, it seemed the intense heat had melted entire lower portions of the once thriving elven city. Now, the ships that had stayed offshore made for what remained of the port to offer any aid that could be offered, but finding few save the rangers and elves who had been outside the blast near the north gate. I do not believe it is safe to remain here, Garavia said to King Turgon. The ground is poisoned by the Balarite explosion. Fadis commanded his forces to the outskirts of the woods, but remained behind with Every as King Suvasel rode in with his combined forces from the east. The elves were silent as King Suvasel knelt where the Dwemhar monolith had been and wept. After some time he turned to Fadis. It was my own folly that led all who fell here to die, and I will avenge them, I promise you." To Fadis's surprise, he heard a horse coming with all haste, and turned to see none other than Rungar dismounting. "Fadis," he shouted. "Rungar?" By the gods of the north, I could not believe my eyes, and now the greatest of calamities has transpired. Damn this life. You have come from Avaria, from the castle. You were afflicted. We could not reach you, and then this chaos began, Fadis said. It was the Ayeklo priestess, Kalia. She is something else, something darker. She held me there as her prisoner and kept all within the castle in a strange repeat of their typical days while I fought her nearly constantly. "She is our enemy?" Fadis asked. "She is far from our friend or friend of anyone that I can tell. She and her spider ilk have fled, though. After they couldn't destroy the light of my people from the castle, they had no choice but to flee." "And do you think they are allies of Elria Sonia?" "No," Rungar said. "I do not. For she mentioned that her broken servant is trying to kill her. But when I questioned if she had dealings with vampires, she said she wanted nothing to do with their weak intentions and shallow desires." Fadis shook his head. "Simplicity is never found in my life. In time there would be a meeting of the many leaders and memorials. Fadis knew that King Turgon and those of Ikinidor had returned home for their own memorial for Silra. Of the rangers that had fallen, he knew of Mirian of the Southern Pines, and of course Ghost, the strange cat ranger. He did question the fate of Gatea, Mirian's son, and Suvasel assured him that her son would be returned to her people. So many had fallen, yet, with their enemy somewhere, a careful watch was agreed to. The tunnels were explored by the dwarves, but ultimately it was determined that the vampire thralls had all been destroyed, and what few remained were crushed by the dwarves in a series of deep raids into the tunnel systems. The last of the known vampire lords was Veshel, and Kurla had ended him before the Balarite explosion. Word spread of the fall of Salemark, and all across the lands, including from the Grand Protectorate, envoys came and paid homage to the fallen. But Fadis and the others would return home. There was nothing that could return what had been lost, but with the future ahead and whatever uncertainty it held, they could only honor the fallen with living now to the best they all could. Chapter 24. Elder Storm. In the hours since they had arrived in Fadabrin, Hafnar lay down to get some sleep. When he awoke some time later, it was to Hunda and several of those of his own order. Being he was the wizard over earth magic, the others like him were an odd bunch, to say the least. While they were not dwarven, each of them seemed to have staffs that were not quite straight, more like gnarled roots. And while they all wore the same dark green robes, most of them had random herbs and plants stuck in their pockets. Hafnar, Reardan is awake. It seems the effects of the amulet have gone further. Hafnar jumped up, heading back into the great room where he had left Reardan sleeping. There was a howl in the air unlike anything Hafnar had heard before. He looked for the spot where Reardan had been, and then he looked back at Hunda and the host that was with him. "Where is he?" Hafnar demanded to know. "We've had to subdue him, as it seemed the spirit within the amulet was causing greater harm." There was an electrical crackle that sounded like extended lightning from a massive thunderstorm. Hafnar pointed up. "Is this him? Is it something to do with that amulet?" Hunda shook his head. "That's something else. First I want to tell you that Reardan is okay. We have contacted the Archmage, and he is tending to him personally. I will take you there, but we must talk of the other." Hafnar took a deep breath as Klur came running up, nipping at his boot and pulling him. "Your companion has stayed with Reardan the entire time. It has only been a few minutes, but I will tell you that he arose and began screaming. There was a great presence about him. If we had not acted when we did, he would not still be with us. But of the other, this way." From the place Hafnar had been at the entrance to the great room, he could not see to the balcony, but now Hunda took him that way. From afar he could see two acolytes holding their staffs out, as they held wards on the balcony and around the frames of the door. "Are we under attack?" Hafnar asked. "No, a storm came while you slept, rolling off the oceans with a ferocity that we have not seen before. First came rolling fog, followed by a wall of water that submerged the lower harbor. Now there are winds that are so powerful that many of the buildings outside the curtain walls have been blown apart." Hunda made a motion, and the two acolytes lowered their wards. The sun was shining beyond, yet it had appeared as if clouds were swirling high above them, and the winds were cutting fiercely through the courtyard. "It is a bad storm, then. Never a storm so severe have we of Fadabrin seen. This is something else entirely, an elder storm." The wind shook the glass windows, and the two acolytes recast their ward, shrouding and protecting the window itself. "An elder storm? Do you remember how I told you that there was an extreme explosion of power in the north?" Hafnar nodded. "It seems that power made contact with a deeper realm, that of one of the elder races, the Rusis. We believe the way was opened to that of their unknown gods, the ones who gave the Rusis their power." "I do not understand," Hafnar said. "There was a potent level of Rusis magic dumped into our realm, and it manifests itself in the storm such as we see here. It is an unholy abomination, near sentient. It is like every great storm of the oceans combined into one, and if the Archmage is correct, there's nothing we can do but wait. In time, we believe it will pass over us. This is a greater sign of the troubles and tribulations of what has happened in the north." Hunda led Hafnar deeper into the high sanctum. At one point, they passed through a great room with a glass ceiling, and though there were no acolytes here, casting any form of ward, the roof itself seemed to be glowing with an enchanted glow. Beyond the glass, he could see the tumultuous clouds twisting as tornadic energies flowed from the storm. He followed Hunda down a passage where multiple battle mages stood guard outside a large silver door. Hunda motioned and they opened the door, and Hafnar passed in behind the wizard to see several other wizards, in his assumption, and the Archmage. Beyond them, on a bed, was Riordan. He was sleeping peacefully. The Archmage looked up at Hafnar and then looked back down, leaving the room as one of the wizards came up. "I am Lisk, and your child is well." "And the amulet is gone?" Hafnar asked. "Yes, it is gone, though it took the master of our order significant power to remove and dispel. He must sleep for now, as there is nothing we can do to hurry that process." Hafnar nodded. "Thank you. I cannot repay you for what you have done here." "No payment has been asked for, but we are greatly stressed by what befell our city. First, it was believed that it was tied to the amulet, but we do not think so. I have never seen such a thing this storm. We will continue to protect the city with all of our powers until the storm has subsided, but for now, we must wait." Several days later, the great storm had passed from the city of Fadabrin, and it was now that Riordan woke. Hafnar had not noticed at first, but it was Klur, who roared slightly, that stirred Hafnar to look over to Riordan. "Master?" he asked. Hafnar jumped up and went over to him, grabbing his hand. "How are you feeling?" "I am okay, but I had a nightmare that I can't even explain. It was like a white spirit. It rose over the city. I felt my chest begin to burn, and then nothing. I just floated above the woods, over the mountains of my home, and then I saw myself lying here. I saw you." He looked over to Klur. "I saw Klur, and then I closed my eyes and opened them as I look now." The entire time, several acolytes had stood just outside the door, and upon hearing Riordan, they had gone to find Hunda. In a few moments, Hunda and a host of attendants came bringing food and drink of many kinds. "You are doing well then, son?" the dwarf asked. "I am. I feel much better." "I have good news to report," Hunda said. "The water has subsided." "The water?" Riordan asked. "While you were sleeping," Hafnar said, "a great storm came over and blew on the city of Fadabrin for many days. Water swelled up around the city, and it was by the power of the wizards that we were protected, but water had submerged the lands around us, as the ocean and the storm was unlike anything." "I caused that?" Riordan asked, slightly afraid by the tone. "No," Hafnar said, "but it has been some time since we've heard from our friends back home. We're going to depart Fadabrin with a host of wizards and their acolytes. We'll reinforce our friends and see what has transpired." Riordan began shoveling food into his mouth. With half-full smacks, he looked up. "I'm just going to get some food. I need to eat." Hafnar looked at Hunda. "Since he is feeling well, we can leave as soon as we can. We must get back to Taria." Chapter 25. Light Beyond Darkness. In the weeks following the fall of Salemark, almost no sign of Elria Sonia was found. That said, across the expanse of the western lands of the world, numerous black spires rose out of the ground. From them emanated a strange sound, and while the elves who remained attempted to sort out where or what they were, as of now, all of them were at a loss. The fall of so many wise archons, specifically High Archon Reviac, had left a void in the wisdom of the elves. So many proud and strong wood elves had fallen, and many more had fallen into such a dark depression that they barely spoke. It was a sundering unlike any the wood elves had ever seen. Fadis had heard of the high elves of Narisond sending their own to help those who were so broken to recover from their mental turmoil. But the news Fadis had heard of Varmark's survivors was almost nothing. Furthermore, after the collapse in Nerduna, hundreds were saved, but there would be some who would never be found. King Verdar was never recovered, though both King Ukrio and Zeno eventually were found just clinging to life. Now, in all their own ways, they tried to rebuild their lives. Back in Avaria, at the castle, the memory of the chaos that had happened beneath the veil and the capture of Rungar and others who called the castle home was brought up with utter disgust and annoyance. It seemed that while Rungar had been fighting for his life and the lives of others, Nana gave a full report of the unending daily cycle she toiled under without full understanding of what was going on. "I'm just happy the creepy spider-woman is gone," Nana said. "That little whore had me baking and baking and baking. She had so many creepy babies. You will get no pies from me for some time, but a wedding cake, absolutely. I'll do that." "I want to see if we can make it with pumpkin," Fadis told her. "Apparently, it's Every and Valilia's favorite." While the exact purpose or reality of who or what Kalia was remained unknown, Rungar was sure she was gone. Now they focused on what was coming that they knew about. The wedding was in a few days, and was the first real glimmer of happiness to come since the fall of Salemark. Hafnar and Riordan had made their way back just yesterday, and while the shock of what had transpired had nearly overwhelmed him, Hafnar was more than happy to be home. They would be staying in Avaria for some time, as the rest of the land remained in a state of healing. As a high point in the recent weeks, many came from across Taria and beyond to celebrate the marriage of Every and Valilia. King Turgon and a host of those from Ikinidor, including Josmus, Dorian, and his friend Zeno, as well as a host from Valich, Gatea with numerous Rangers of the Pines, and even Aljan made a point to show up in time for the ceremony. There were many elven representatives, including King Suvasel himself, who came bearing many gifts by way of the sea. But they had all come for the celebration to follow that night, as the ceremony itself was held on a quiet seashore some distance away from the castle and early in the morning. The timings of a moon elf marriage apparently needed to be perfectly so. With a crescent moon above them and the sun just coming over the horizon, they kissed, with an exchange of vows kept between them and the sea rolling against their ankles. Fadis held Kurla in his arms as he watched. "So strange," he whispered to her. "Strange? Well," he said, "she and him, by the ocean, early in the morning. No priests, no priestess, just them and the ocean and sky. Simpler that way," Kurla said. "I like simple, by the way." He laughed as he pulled her to him. "I think maybe one day I should make her and I more, forever." Epilogue. In the time since the wedding of Every and Valilia, the two of them welcomed the birth of their son, whom they named Reviak, in honor of the fallen High Archon, who had sacrificed so much for all of them. He was someone Every had learned much from as a young boy, and now he looked forward to teaching his son all he knew, and much more. Of course, this meant she had been pregnant since before the fall of Salemark, and overall the news was both a shock and something of near uncontrollable joy for all. While there was still much danger and unknowing in the world, the two of them had built a house to the east of Avaria in a new village of moon elves, wood elves, and several huntsmen and their families. The village itself had a view of the sea, and Avery stood outside his home, looking out to the moon over the sparkling waters. He had never felt such happiness in his life. He had lived through much loss, and there was an unknowing air to the future when it came to the Dark One. "Every," Valilia said from behind him. "He wants his father, I think." Their son was fussy. Every smiled and looked in. "I'll be in a moment." He expected his father and Kurla tomorrow. They were planning to celebrate the christening of the village with an official ceremony, recognizing the village as a member of the Avarian Confederation, a blending of elven, dwarven, and the race of men in a new alliance of Taria. Whatever enemy came upon them, they'd be ready, and Every would fight with his father and his wife to protect their new life. He turned and entered his home, shutting the door. But what Every didn't know, and what would not be seen by any keeping watch for vampires or otherwise in the small mountain villages, were the angry remnants of a believed destroyed faction still loyal to the old and fallen king of Taria. The Moonfall Syndicate had survived, and with the continued backing of the invisible hand that ruled the Grand Protectorate and the yet misunderstood workings of the priestess of Ayeklo, Kalia, they acted this night, and from the shadows of the woods they would swarm in a few moments upon every single soul within the village, and not Every, Valilia, or their son would ever see a sunrise again. The end. The final book in the series awaits you here. Author's note. I'm well aware of how horrid the ending in the epilogue was, with the sheer amount of fallen warriors in the final climax. To end with yet more death was rough. I'll add that I have not felt as I did when I wrote this ending since writing Shadowcry in the Stormborn Saga, or Wrath of the Half-Elves in the Rogue Elf. If you know, you know. Ranger's Rise will complete Fadis' story and his arc overall from how it began in Ranger's Folly all the way until the final ending for the Blackmoon Wars. Keep faith that things can improve in the final book, and the fact that no matter how dark it gets, Fadis will still show up to shoot immortal beings in the face with a bow. Jeremy.